guns gleaming and hearts of steel. They march into battle with grim resolve to deal. For Mordian's honor, they raise their cry against the Tau's fury. They'll never die. With discipline and valor, they'll stand tall. The Mordian 50th, answering the Emperor's call. Through the fire and smoke, they press on, facing Vaccinal's horde until the dawn. With every volley, they hold the line. Their determination, an unbreakable sign. For Mordian's honor, they raise their cry against the Tau's fury. They'll never die. With discipline and valor, they'll stand tall. The Mordian 50th, answering the Emperor's call. Though the enemy's technology may be advanced, the Mordian spirit will never be chanced. With faith in the Emperor, they fight as one. Their bravery shining brighter than the sun. For Mordian's honor, they raise their cry against the Tau's fury. They'll never die. With discipline and valor, they'll stand tall. The Mordian 50th, answering the Emperor's call. So let their story be told through the ages to come, of the Mordian 50th
Good for you.
rifles
Mobile
and
infantry
of
made me the man I am today.
that they have won.
Hello again and welcome to another Morning Glory live stream. It's an ugly stream, a post-weekend stream, a stream hostile to human life as we know it. How are we all doing today, my little chickadees? It is time for Fun Day Monday, the big post-weekend catch-up, and it's been a big weekend. It's been a big weekend. There's been some stuff to talk about following the exciting announcements of Friday. There's been some cool stuff happening. There's been lots happening in the Wargaming world. And I know I've been pretty busy. I know you guys have been pretty busy. So today's stream is all about catching up on the news, on the headlines, all that kind of stuff. The Wargaming news, not the real news, because that's a bag of shit. But catching up on the Wargaming headlines, what's been going on, and of course catching up on what you guys have been up over the weekend, because I bet there's been lots of hobbying projects and things that have been going on. So and games that have been played and competitive insights that have been had and all that good stuff. And so today is just about, there's no real structure today. It's just about having a good back and forth with you guys. A classic Morning Glory stream. Just chatting bollocks and seeing what we've all been up to and what's been going on in the Wargaming world. So, so that's it. That's the briefing. That's the briefing. That's the briefing. So, let's not mess around. I say the stream's already a bit late. I'll get into how the stream's a little bit late later on. Basically, my cat's bum exploded, and it's poor lad. I think he's gonna be okay, but the poor lad. I won't show you the pictures. It's very gross. But anyway, we'll get that later. But first, let's start the stream off right. Start the stream off proper by, of course, observing our traditions. Traditions are very important on the Morning Glory channel. Traditions are what separate us from the renegades, the heretics, the traitors, and what make us the Emperor's true finest, his Imperial Guard. Stand up and be counted. It's time for roll call, baby! Who is in the stream tonight? Who is ready to rock out with their bayonet out? We've got Marco, the legend, Captain Eagle, Russell W, Lee Wiles, Zello, Kalashka, Artillery Dread, Turner Rhombus, Daniel Simpson, Christian Camp. Oh shit, I've already lost. Oh god, it's oh dear. Justin Miller, Russell W, Pigeon Toady, Rev, Captain Raylish, Chicken Detonator, Deceptibot, Samuel Wilson, Freedoc, Spartan, Empress Aiden, the Whispering Monk. We've got Mishy Face, Blade Master, Butt Mountain, Funky Chicken, Big Hippo, Wolf 58th, Mike P, Glenn Lee. We've got Gabby, Mud Dog, Solid Steve, Armor Class Hero, Killak Nelak, and we've got Squidfist, Arise, Macon, Sonsu, Andrew Lauf, and we've got a Gaming Stuka, Clownish Cat, Candle Keep Creations, Elwink, No, and Butt Mountain. There we go. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you so much to all of you guys who have joined today's stream. Thank you for being here. And a big, big shout out to all of you taking part in roll call. Whilst I have got your attention, if I could ask you all to consider, there's no pressure. You know, it's just, if you want to, it's cool. If you don't want to, that's fine. Consider liking the stream, subscribing to the channel, all that good stuff. And also, I can say a big, big thank you to everyone who has got the stream popping off, coming in with all the super chats and the member flexes and the gifted memberships and all of that good stuff. And let's take a moment to go through and say our thank yous and show our appreciation for those people that have got the stream started off right. Beginning with Russell W. Russell W, thank you so much for the gifted membership, baby. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. There we go, man. There we go. Russell W, thank you for starting the stream off with a gifted membership, sir. 07, you magnificent bastard. Oh, there we are. We've also got Captain Eagle. Captain Eagle, thank you for joining and gifting a membership, an extra Tempestus Scion to drop in and hold the line in the name of the Emperor. There we go. There we go, man. Amazing. Or Captain Eagle, is it now an extra Empire State Troop? Because I know you got into the old world. I want to say a big thank you to Marold. Marold, our #1 Ursus Trooper. Thank you so much, sir, for the gifted membership. Thank you, as always, Maud, for your support, and I raised my glass to you. And I want to do a big shout-out to Maud and his clairvoyance, his prescience, his ability to see into the future. Because when Maud decided to buy 24 of the old metal Ursus, we all said he was mad. We all said that he was insane. But the Totem Core meta is now upon us in Conflict 47, and now no one's laughing at him. They're going to want to buy those Ursus. They're going to want to rent those Ursus off him. He's going to have an Ursus renting business. All right, you can have him for this one game. That's 100 euros. There we go. Mal, thank you so much for the support, man. 07, you magnificent bastard. We've got Macon. Macon, thank you for the super chat, man. Communications unclear. Mordian's bum exploded. No. My bum didn't explode. My cat's bum exploded. Well, technically, just to the side of his bum exploded. So the reason why I'm late today is because basically this weekend on Saturday, I was actually just finished. I was actually filming I hadn't quite finished it. Filming a battle report with Mordy Bro, which is coming out this this weekend. And Mrs. Mordian, came upstairs and said, I think the cat's not very well. And we had I think he's thrown up on the bed. And we had a look, and it was like, that doesn't look like vomit. It looks like something else. By the way, sorry to have a graphic start to the stream. That was like something else. And then we saw he was trying to like lick his bum, but he was really going for it. And we were like, oh, okay, had a look. And there was quite a big hole. It was like the size of maybe like, not quite a 5p piece, but it was quite a big hole. It was all matted with fur. We were like, what the fuck is that? Anyway, Mrs. Mordian said, I think we should, I'll take him. Mrs. Mordian said, I'll take him to the vet. It'll be an emergency vet, but I'll take him to the vet. You guys keep filming. It's fine. So you sure you don't want to go with the trip? No. Like he's walking around. We didn't even notice. We didn't even notice he was acting completely normally. Mrs. Mordian noticed when she she went into the bedroom and saw the stuff on the bed. So we were like, okay. I was like, okay, fine. She took him to the vet, and it turned out that he had an abscess next to his bum, which had burst. Now, how you get an abscess is if you get a scratch, and then how cats normally get an abscess is if one cat bites another because of all the bacteria in a cat's mouth. One cat bites another, that's what caused it. But our cats don't really. We've got 2 cats, but they don't really fight. They definitely don't bite each other. Like they're pretty chill. So we reckon he has a very bad mouth. He's only got 4 teeth left. He's 4 years old. He's only got 4 teeth. He's got an underlying medical condition. I won't get into it now. But basically, he's just a sickly child, right? And and that manifests in very bad oral hygiene. So what's always happened is he's scratched his bum. Could have been on anything. Could have been on a bit of litter. Could have just got a little scratch somehow. Maybe one of the cats. Maybe there were a little bit of play or something. Who knows? But he's got a little scratch, and then he's licked it to try and clean it, and basically he's given himself an abscess. That's our prevailing theory at the moment, because he doesn't hasn't ever had one before. But when you read into it, it comes from bad oral hygiene. It's like, well, he's the one with the bad mouth, right? So basically, she shaved it all off, and when we had a look, it was big. It was like a 5p piece. But the vet said to us, it's not the only one. She said, look next, because Mrs. Mordian reported this all back to me. The vet gave it a good clean, and she gave him some painkillers. She's given us antibiotics and all that kind of stuff. The vet said, look next to it. All the skin next to it is white. That's dead skin. And that's a second abscess. So he's got 2 next to each other. Or it's one big one. We're not sure, right? But basically, that one's gone as well. And I kid you not, this cat has probably got, it's probably bigger than a 5p piece now. Like it's probably about the size of a D6 facing, just whole. And it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. Now I'm laughing because he's fine. Because he's on antibiotics. This is like day 3, right? I have it on Saturday, Sunday, Monday. It's day 3. And we've just been with him all day. I basically spent the entire day. I spent all weekend basically on the sofa with the Kit Kat. Because it was my birthday on Saturday. And Mrs. Mordian, I did not expect, she treated me and got me a Steam Deck, which I've wanted for years and years and years. So actually, it was fortuitous that it happened on my birthday, because I just spent the entire weekend just sat on the sofa playing Fallout 3 on my Steam Deck, and the cat just asleep at the bottom of my feet. And we got, and he's been eating fine, he's been drinking fine, he's taking his antibiotics like a champ. Just pop it down, he just swallows them straight away. He's not even complaining. He's taking his painkillers fine. So he's absolutely fine. But the reason why I was a bit late today is because he hadn't weed and pooed in 2 days. Because it's next to his bum. So even on the painkillers, it's going to be very, very uncomfortable, right? But he finally I was about to go live, and he finally went to the litter tray. Because we were like, if he doesn't go by the end of today, we're going to have to take him to the vets, and they're going to have to basically make him go to the toilet, which they can do by basically like massaging his bladder and all that kind of stuff. Obviously, he heard us talking about that, and obviously cats understand English, right? So he heard that and trotted over to the litter tray. Just as I was about to go live, trotted over to the litter tray and went for his weeds and his poos. But then we had to make sure that there wasn't any poo that had gone on his wound. We can't clean it because we have to basically let it do its thing, but we obviously don't want any poo to go in it or any weed to go in it. So we just gave his bum, had to like wiping a baby's bum. So we had to give his bum a little wipe and all that kind of stuff. And he's very, very good and he let us do it. But that's why I was late. So basically, my cat has got 2 bum holes. And one of them is very... one of them's a natural bum hole and one of them exploded. And so that's basically been my weekend. And that was my day today as well. And that was why I was late, because we had to make sure that he was okay. So there we go. So I apologize for being a bit late, and I apologize for the somewhat graphic start to the stream. But he's a poor boy. He's a poor little boy. But he's with Mrs. Mordian now, and he's just going to sleep. All he's been doing, sleeping and eating, sleeping and eating. He keeps trying to jump around places, so the painkillers are clearly working. But yeah, like he's really done today is he's been jumping around. But basically, we just keep him sat down. Well, not sat down, lie down. Make sure he's lying on the side that is not open, right? So it's open, as it were, so it can air it out. And basically, he's just good. He's down there on the sofa. Mrs. Mordian has commandeered the Steam Deck, and she's playing Spyro, and he's asleep at her feet, and he's just chilling out. So there we go. So if the stream schedule is a little disrupted this week, because obviously we need to make sure we're looking after him and stuff, heads up. I don't think I'm going to miss any streams, but obviously if it starts a little late and all that kind of stuff, because you know what cats are, they get into a routine. He's going to be doing this at that time every night now, right? So yeah, there we go. But yeah. So there we go. So that's that's been my weekend, and that's why I'm late, and I'm sorry, guys. There we go. So my bum didn't explode, but my cat's bum exploded. There we go. He's doing very, very well though, and I want to say a big thank you to everyone in the Discord who, when I basically said this, and to everyone on stream who's been saying it now. Big thank to all of you for being very kind and very understanding and being very patient as well. Appreciate it. All right. What do we got next? The Whispering Monk. The Whispering Monk, thank you so much for the gifted membership, baby. Thank you so much for the gifted membership, sir. Thank you for the support. Thank you for doing your part. Hey, there we go. Whispering Monk, thank you for being our spiritual leech, for keeping our souls pure and our ears clean. I nearly forgot to say it. I was still thinking about the cat story. I nearly forgot to say it, but I remembered. There you go. Thank you. May your whispering prayers bless little Loki, Lieutenant Loki. There we go. All right, we've got Chicken Detonator coming in next. Chicken Detonator, thank you for the super chat, bro. Dutch meta reinforcements in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Fresh armor for the glorious Dutch army, my sir. Let's have a look. Hey, that looks cool, man. So we've got what looks like a car with 2 machine guns on it. Wait, is that no? That's a machine gun. That looks like a light anti-tank gun. Okay, we've got a car that a child drew, and then via a tank that a child drew, and then via the power of a Christmas wish, it came to life. We've got some sort of cast off from some interwar tank yard that nobody wanted. The only sort of we've got an actual armored car, but it's an absolute death trap because of all the rivets. And then we've got what looks like the cream of the crop of the Dutch armored system. So yeah, sick, mate. I love it. I'm just busting your balls, man. I'm busting your balls. I love seeing all the crazy interwar like Dutch tanks and armored vehicles they ended up with. Absolutely mental, man. Looking good, though. If you could actually tell us what each one is, that would be cool. I'd love to, know and learn about that kind of stuff. Oh, wait, there's more pictures here. I almost missed them. There we go. Nice. Couple of Dutch angles, literally. There we are. That's cool, man. They look cool, and I do love seeing the weird and wacky armor of the interwar period, because no one really knew what they were doing. They were like, we've had one war involving tanks, so something with tracks and a machine gun, that'll be enough, right? Yeah, that'll do, mate. Don't worry about it. There we are. Yeah, like, why would we need to give our tanks anti-tank weapons? Surely tanks will just need machine guns. All right. We've got the Whispering Monk. Thank you so much for the 35-month Flex, baby. Double X-Force, baby. Nearly triple X-Force. Thank you so much for the long-term support, man. MG, it was big. Me, that's what she said. Huzzah! I wish. But sadly, F in the chap. F in the chap. Ooh, Mrs. F in the chat for Mrs. Mordian. There we are. Artillery Dread, thank you so much for the 11 months. My man! Thank you, 11 months, bro. Iron Warriors time is here with the new models. It is cool that the new Iron Warriors are getting models. I am surprised we didn't see Perturabo, though. He must still be sulking. Like, fucking bullshit, fucking heresy, fucking making me do all the shitty jobs, fucking bleh. Yeah. Or maybe he's coming later. Or maybe he's been revealed that I've missed it. I saw the original models, and it was like a Warsmith and an upgrade sprue, I believe, is the current reveals. Still kind of cool, though. Still kind of cool. Iron Warriors are one of those, like, fan favorite legions. I think it's like the burnished metal with hazard stripes. They're like quite easy. Iron Warriors can be quite easy to do if you basically just like spray an Iron Breaker and then just perfect hazard stripes. You're good to go. Yeah, and then they look really good. Yeah, hazard stripes are cool. Yeah, for sure. I love it. I wonder, did the Iron Warriors look different during the Heresy? I wonder. Iron Warriors 30k colors. Nope. Exactly the same. Metal with hazard stripes. That is fair. Keep it. That's very Iron Warriors. They would not change for anyone and would keep things very consistent and are very stubborn. Nice. Yeah, there we go. What have we got next? We have got Sir Brastian. That's what we're going with. Sir Brastian. Thank you so much for super chat, man. I'm not seeing any shock troopers riding zombie horses. Please tell Warlord to rectify the situation with some Toten Cav. That's kind of cool. That is kind of cool. Some Toten Cav. I mean, you could convert it. That's the thing. You could absolutely convert some Toten Cav up, and you could use them in game, because you could just get some of the. There are rules for cavalry units in bolt action, so you could just get some bolt action cavalry units and then port them into K47, because anything that's in bolt action could be used in K47. So yeah. So I think that's how you could do it. I have thought there's a few like, there is actually a case for cavalry, including like lancers and stuff, in K47, because it's such a melee orientated game that you need a little bit of the old cav. Like, some people are like, oh, how do the British deal with like melee? And it's like, have you tried looking at bolt action units? They might provide you with some good melee alternatives. Yeah. So yeah, no, I think Toten Cav. I love the idea of Toten Cav. The thing is, Conflict is such a new game that there's so much potential for new units, and it might take years and years and years. But I reckon over the fullness of time, we're going to see all sorts of mad stuff, and I think we're going to see a lot of Totem Core stuff as well. Yeah. What have we got next? We've got Merlin. Merlin, thank you for the super chat, man. Not much hobby done this weekend due to the chow, but I did get this guy done. Hey, let's have a look, mate. Let's have a look. Ooh. Newhammer gave you Newhammer gave you Soy Lord Leontus. Oh man. I tell you what, man. I tell you what. Old Hammer gave us the Chad Alexander the Great. I mean Lord Solar Macarius. Lord Solar Mogcarius? Or is it Lord Sigma Mogcarius? Bit busy weekend, but I got this on Saturday in the post and I had to paint it. Yeah, baby. Dude, 100%. Lord Solar Macarius is still great. I actually am very fortunate enough to have this model as well. And he still holds up to this day on the tabletop. He's still absolutely beautiful. And he still just is so 40k. Yeah. He's just so fucking 40k, man. Yeah. And his old third edition rules are great as well. Like, you could use them obviously in 40k as like a Castellan. But you can also obviously go back to Old Hammer and use him as Lord Solar Macarius. And he's got all sorts of rules like old war wounds and stuff like that. Yeah. That's a beautiful model, man. Beautiful model, bit of Old Hammer, and I do love you've got Soy Lord Leontus versus Lord Solar Macarius. Yeah. Oh man. Yeah. His rules are awesome, Merlin. I totally agree. Yeah. It definitely feels like over the last couple of weeks or so, there has definitely been a bit of a resurgence on some of the Old Hammer shit, and that's great. Like, that's really, really cool. Like, it's like the I've been seeing more people talking about it. I think there's been more people who have been looking into it, and I've been seeing more content creators doing stuff on it as well. Like, and I'm seeing it crop up in all sorts of comment sections as well. You know, people, you know, saying like, "Hey, you guys should try out." I'll say I saw it on the comment section of a Tabletop Tax video, and they were talking about like elite characters, and someone was like, "Hey, you guys should go back to the old editions and all this kind of stuff." So it's yeah, like it definitely feels like there's in the wargaming community, there's a little bit of a renaissance of the old ways. You know, the traditional ways, the ancient scrolls are being looked upon once again with much curiosity and respect. So we'll keep an eye on it. We'll see how long it lasts. It might just be something that keeps us entertained until the great 11th edition drops. But it might be something that lasts a bit longer than that. So we'll see. Raising Womenlord, 2nd edition Battleport. When you see, I have never played 2nd edition, so I have no idea how to play it. But at some point, I feel like I need to make my way on to the minisode. I need to bully my way onto the minisodes or miniscape channels and be like, "Hey guys, let's do 2nd edition." Someone just needs to like take me through it and then just hold my hand and just give me a demo day. Yeah, Simon can teach you. Simon can't teach me. So I wish he could, but sadly he can't. Yeah. Oh. All right, let's have a look here. Merlin, that's a cool model, and I have to say, I have a big soft spot for Lord Solar Macarius in my heart. He's a good lad. What do we got next? We have got Spriggs, my boy. Spriggs, great to have you in the stream, man. I don't think I saw you spamming Euro 7s. I did. Calm down, Spriggs. Lol, you old melt. Belated happy birthday, mate. Dude, thank you so much, man. Yeah, I had my birthday on Saturday, and it was great. It was a ton of fun. And I actually ended up just basically, like I said, just chilling out, having a chill one. I celebrated my birthday on the Sunday because I was filming with Mordy Bro on the Saturday, and then on the Sunday, basically just like I said, chilled out on the sofa with the cat and just playing the Steam Deck. And it's really good. I will say this, it's a good bit of kit. You don't quite realize. It's difficult how to put this. sometimes you don't realize like nice, good, proper quality until like you've got it in your hands. Because I've had all sorts of like little like knockoff like Game Boys, like 1,000 games and all that kind of stuff before, and that's kind of cool. But and I've had like the DS and all that kind of stuff. But the Steam Deck is something else. The screen is, I think the screen quality is better than my fucking monitors that I use here. It's something else, boys. Yeah, it's very, very, very good. It's very, very good. Yeah. And it's made, at Spriggs, it's made me really, really look forward to the Steam machine. Based on my experience with the Steam Deck, I am, over the, which I basically used non-stop for, 2.5 days, essentially. Based on that, I am now more convinced than ever before that I will be getting a Steam machine. Yeah. Like because what I'll probably do is I'll get a Steam machine just to play my games on, and then I'll use my current PC just as a recording and like editing machine, because it's this works totally fine. Touch wood, So or the other way around, see which one. Because I don't know if the Steam machine will be any good for like doing editing and stuff on, but the idea is basically going to have a Steam machine for pleasure and have my main PC for work, and I think that'll probably be the way to go, because I'm going to get one, so I have to think about how I'm gonna use it. But it might replace my venerable old Xbox One, which I have had for 6 years now. Yeah, no, longer. Ooh, I've had it a long time. I had it 4 years because I've been doing this job for basically 4 years. Well, 3.5, to be fair. And then 3 years before then, so that's 6.5. And I've had like 8.5 years. I've had it a long time. Let's have a look. Okay, so I got it when Fallout 76 came out. When did Fallout 76 come out? November 2018. Yeah, so it must have been. That makes sense because it was on Black. The Xbox came out on Black Friday. I got it on Black Friday sale, so I got it for pretty cheap. So I've had it for 8 years, not 8.5. I've basically had it for 8 years. Yeah. So yeah, I've had my venerable Xbox One for 8 years, and it is a glorified Netflix machine at this point. And so I'm thinking maybe I need to get a Steam machine for that instead, because I only really play PC games, so I might as well have a PC that a machine that plays with PC games in the living room. Yeah. New Xbox rumored to be out Xmas. I think I'm out on Xbox, man. I think I am. And like, this is from someone who literally, I think this is from someone who literally played who had an original Xbox basically from when it came out. I've had Xbox 360, Xbox One, and then I didn't get the last one. And then I'm PC now, baby. I am part of the glorious PC master race. Yes, probably shouldn't say that whilst I collect Germans and Axes, should I? But anyway, it's too late now. No take backsies. So yeah, I'm part of the. I just don't. All the best games come out on PC. Why would I get an Xbox? Why would I get a PlayStation? The only reason I used to get an Xbox is for Halo. That's on PC now. And the only reason I used to get a PlayStation is for like Crash Bandicoot kind of stuff, like Crash Bandicoot Remastered, and now all of that's on PC. So why wouldn't I get a PC? Yeah. I'm reporting Mordy into Midwinter Minis. Whew, it's getting cold in here, like the middle of winter. Hey, oh my god! Can we just say that video came out? When did that video even come out? Two years ago? Longer? What was the date? 2.5 years ago. Probably longer. May 15th. So, like, 2 years, 7 months. All right. We'll say 2.5 years. That video came out 2.5 years ago. And people still take the piss out of it. Fuck, you know. People don't forget. That was like 2 years ago, asshole. People don't forget. Oh my god. Oh, yeah. That's it, man. That's it. You know? This is why, you know, I'm like, this is why on my channel, I don't want to get into it. I don't want to get into it. You know, I'm not going to get into it. All I'm going to say is like, you know, this is why, despite that some people consider me, how to put this in a way that is, how to put this. That's why. Actually, no. Actually, there's no framing. I just gotta say it how it is, right? That is why on this channel I firmly believe, and I have a firm policy of no politics. Not because I'm like, oh, I don't want to end up on the wrong side or anything like that. Because politics, in my opinion, has no place in wargaming. That's it. That's it. So people are like, oh, Mordian, you're a pussy, or you're offensive. I'm actually not. Just my fence has got 3 sides. There's the left, there's the right, and then there's the other side. The nether zone. The rift. Then there's the rift. There you go. And that's it. That's it. Like, wargaming is... There's no place for politics in wargaming. And I think... Do you know what's interesting? The 9th zone. No, but honestly, there's no place for it. Honestly, the more that politics has got involved in wargaming, the more like shitty it's become, basically, and that's why my firm stance is that it all just needs to fuck off. That's it. That's it. Which people think that's fence sitting, but it's not actually fence sitting. It's like that. Go back and fucking argue over Star Wars and Star Trek and all that. Go over there and, you know, argue over that stuff. There's no place for it here. There you go. All right. Which actually is a stance. Despite what people might think, it actually is a stance. Yeah. And what's kind of funny is, it's this last thing I'm going to say about that. Last thing I'm going to say about this is, what's funny is the longer that time goes on, I feel like the more people are starting to kind of realize what I've been saying all this time and have started to like kind of understand it a little bit. It's like, it's not about like, oh, you've got to fight the good fight or anything like that. It's like, no, that fight shouldn't be here. That's it. It's not about picking sides. It's about saying that fight shouldn't be here. Fuck off. That's the stance. Yeah. Exactly. Merlin. Great point. Great point. What's your still sure? Mordian, what's your stance on politics? Mordian, 99999 Stargate. My policy on this is we should all be stargating and painting. There we go. What have we got next? We have got E Spartan. E Spartan. Thank you. Fuck's sake. The legend. You know what, Mordian? You're absolutely right. Stop it. Stop it. There we go. E Spartan, thank you so much for super chat, man. 3rd edition demo armies for local campaign in stream discussion. Let's have a look, mate. Hey, look at this. Look at these buttes. Look at these fucking buttes, man. Hey, ooh, that's the very old share screen overlay. Look at the old overlay, boys. We don't have look at all that crap that used to get in the way of the screen. Now look at it. Now here we go. Stripped down. Nothing between myself and the viewer. It's almost like I'm overlaying nothing at all. Nothing at all. Nothing at all. There you go. That was one of the big revelations that I had about streaming, which is that you actually, all the overlays and stuff are a waste of time. You mean the only thing you should have is is funny alerts. That's it. Yeah. And that's just because they're funny. And you should do them because you want to have the funny ones. Yeah. But look at these, man. So we've got a predator, a chaos predator. Look at that. Look at that. Those sponsons are made out of metal. Pure metal. Not a bit of plastic on those sponsons. Metal, and that turret's made out of metal as well. 3 of the old obliterators. It's like I'm looking at Dawn of War 1 right now. It's great. The OG metal Terminators. This guy's helmet, iconic, with all the horns coming out. Abaddon with his arms actually on, and I believe on a 25mm base. That's right. Back in my day, Abaddon and everyone else had a 25mm base. And the only people that didn't get one were the obliterators. We've got some Chaos Space Marines there. And we have got some of the old Corn Berserkers. Very nice. What have we got next? Ooh, got some Dark Angels. So we've got a squad of Dark Angels Tactical Marines. These are from the Dark Vengeance box set, which was an amazing deal back in the day. It'll make you very sad. If you look up how much you got in the Dark Vengeance box set in 6th edition, it'll make you very sad. Got the plastic plasma cannon and plasma gun and plasma pistol on the Sergeant. That's the old Asmodai, I believe, but someone could check that for me. And then we've got the old Deathwing Terminators, again from Dark Vengeance. Love this guy with the wings on his helmet. And we've got some Scout Snipers. Very, very cool. What have we got next? Oh, just got some close-ups. Oh, very nice. There we go. Got a local group into the 3rd edition, but getting my armies ready. Excited to have around 8 to 10-ish people playing. Planning on doing an Armageddon campaign. Bro, that's huge, man. That's huge. Bro, boys, this is what I've been saying, man. It's what I've been saying. Send me to the black ships. Send me to the black ships. That's what I've been saying. You know? I feel that there's been something in the air. What's that? What is it in Lord of the Rings like? I feel it's a changing in the air. A rippling in the water or something. It's like once what was lost is now found. Someone will know. Someone will really know the quote from Lord of the Rings that I'm talking about. Like Galadriel saying it and everything. If you know it, get it down in chat and show off your nerd credentials. But yeah, no. The thing is, like, I can smell it in the water. I can sense it in the air. I think that's what she says. I'm telling you, Old Hammer's making a big comeback. 3rd edition, 4th edition. There's a craving for it. There's a craving for it because, and it kind of makes sense, right? It kind of makes sense because it actually really makes sense. Boys, I'm happy. The 15th revelation. The 15th revelation is here. It's just come to me now. I can't believe it's taken me so long to see this. I see through the lies of the Jedi. I know now why. Okay? Why is Old Hammer having a resurgence? Why are we seeing more and more people getting interested in it? Okay? Because it's a big question. It's not like we're seeing it become the new biggest game. It's not. Like, 10th edition is still massive, of course. And a lot of people, including myself, are very much looking forward to 11th edition. But why are we getting such a resurgence in Old Hammer interest? Because that's the big question. And I can explain it. Because over the last, I would say since 8th edition, with the Great Reset, there have been some people who have said, fuck New Hammer, not interested, I'm going back to Old Hammer. But these were always 1s and 2s, dribs and drabs, right? Drop, drib, drab. And it never, you know, Old Hammer content was always, if it existed, was very, very niche back in the day. But now, we're seeing more and more people express an interest in it, both new and older players, typically older players, but we're seeing some new people that are like, let me see what the fuck this is all about, right? But mostly I'd say it's older wargamers, right? You know, people who have at least got a couple of editions under their belt, or people who played it back when they were a kid, right? And what's really interesting is when I say we're seeing a resurgence, I mean there are entire channels out there dedicated to Oldhammer, which are large and at the very least part-time self-sustaining. So what I mean by that is it might not be necessarily someone's full-time job, but it's certainly someone's like, hey, I'm making videos and this basically allows me to hobby for free with the money I'm making off it, right? And I think there are some places where it's like, I don't know, but the likes of Minisodes and Miniscape, you know, love those guys. I wouldn't be surprised if for them it's either a part-time gig, but it might potentially become a full-time gig. I mean, they're really, really, really good channels, right? So it's obviously growing to that point. And Mini Wargaming covers Oldhammer as well, but they cover a lot of different things. But they cover Oldhammer, and Mordheim has been a really, really, really big one. So I think it's a fair assessment to say that New Hammer is still massive. We're not making claims of Oldhammer's going to kill New Hammer. New Hammer's still massive. But Oldhammer is growing and growing and growing. And the question is, why? Why, as the years go on, does Oldhammer grow and grow and grow? And actually, it's really simple. It's really, really, really simple. But it's taken me too long to realize what it is. People don't change. If you've ever watched an episode of House, what is it? He says, people don't change. People don't change. They know what they like, and they like what they know. And at the end of the day, as New Hammer has gone, you know, evolved and evolved and evolved from 8th to 9th to 10th with 11th on the horizon, as New Hammer has continued to stray away from what it was to what it is. And we said this at the beginning of the edition of 10th edition. We were like, this is the edition where GW casts off the last vestiges of old GW. You know, they've changed everything. They've changed all the logos. They've changed all the models. They've changed how to hit works, how to wound works. They've changed everything about the game. There's nothing apart from the universe, not even the universe they reside in. The universe that was is now different to the universe that is. Look at New Hammer lore versus Old Hammer lore. Like, it's not the same thing. And it's not that retcons and stuff never happened before, but it's slightly less tangible than that. It's more of like a vibe. Like, the vibe of New Hammer is so different. Like, the vibe of Old Hammer was, it was grimdark, but it never took itself too seriously. Whereas I feel like New Hammer is less grimdark and takes itself more seriously. There's loads that you almost can't explain it, but everyone knows it's different. The vibe is different. The models are different. Everything is different. So as it has continued to evolve and change and move on, it's become less of what people had. Less of what maybe got people into the game in the first place. And people don't change. Everyone here will have a favorite sandwich that they've had since they were a kid. Whether it's PB&J, whether it's roast turkey, whether it's cheese and pickle, whatever it might be. Everyone will have a favorite sandwich that they've always liked. And everyone here will have an old video game they always go back to and they always enjoy. For me, I'll always go back to Pharaoh. I literally downloaded Pharaoh onto my Steam machine, was playing it this weekend. It doesn't work very well, but I want to play it, right? There's always something you'll go back to. So as New Hammer keeps marching forward, it keeps marching away from what a lot of people originally got into the game for. I said this to myself. I said this about myself at the end of last year. I was like, I don't change. Have I kept saying, have I changed? Have I become saltier? Have I become beefier? Have I become grumpier? I mean, in certain regards, that was true. But the reality is that I haven't changed. The reality is I still like my favorite sandwich, and I still like my favorite video game, and I still like my favorite faction. I've not actually changed. The game has changed, and that was something that I came to terms with. And when I realized that, it sort of mind-blowing moment. So why is Old Hammer growing? Old Hammer is growing because as New Hammer moves further away, more and more people want to enjoy the things that they enjoy, the original thing which they enjoy. It's not a case of, and people will still enjoy New Hammer, and for a time, people I think will come along with New Hammer, right? I think they will do. For a time, we see veteran players who go from one edition to the next, and it's not saying that New Hammer is necessarily worse than Old Hammer. I actually don't think it is. Like, there's a lot of things about New Hammer which we take for granted, like the balance changes and all that kind of stuff. But there's a lot of things that have been lost moving away from Old Hammer, which I think were in its own way great advantages. And so basically, as New Hammer keeps marching on, more and more people, the game at some point crosses a threshold for someone, for more and more people, which they're like, okay, this has changed so much now that I'm still going to play this, or maybe I'm not going to play it, but I now need to go back to what originally got me into the game, because that's the itch that I still need scratching. I'm not saying people are bowing out of 11th or 10th. I'm not saying it's going to be a failure or anything like that. Maybe it might be. Who knows? We don't. The edition might be terrible. It might Horus Heresy 3.0 itself. Who knows? But the point I'm saying is that people get into wargaming, it scratches a certain itch as the game keeps evolving and evolving and evolving and moving on and changing and changing and changing. It's scratching the itch a little bit less each time. And maybe it starts scratching a new itch, but you still want to get that old itch scratched. And that's where I think Old Hammer comes in. And that's where I think, when I say Old Hammer, I'm not just talking about 3rd edition or 4th edition or 2nd edition or 5th edition. I'm not even just talking about the main game of Warhammer 40k. I'm talking all of the ancillary things, like Blood Bowl, like Mordheim, like Necromunda. Some of these games which are new and or newer and more updated. Do you know what I mean? It's not even necessarily Old World. Old World. Why are so many players going from 40k to Old World? And let me tell you, there are a lot doing it. We're talking about channels that are self-sustaining. Shout out to Close Order, Ed and Close Order. He now is able to do his full-time gig, which he can now, he's not just surviving, he's thriving, which is great. Very, very well done to him, because he's tried very, very hard. He is now a pure Old World channel. All he does is Old World. All he covers is Old World day in, day out. And there's enough people there which have, and he has said, and I'm paraphrasing, but he has said there's been a huge uptick in people coming from 40k over to Old World, like so much so, like he's able, this is what's allowed him to thrive. So many, because he often is a lot of people who are coming into Old World. It's what I mean, like it's not just old players getting left behind. There's new players as well who. They've got an itch that needs scratching, and maybe the new way of things doesn't do it. It scratches a different itch. But he said there's so many people coming in from 40k, both not just old grognards, a lot of new people as well. And they need someone to basically tell them how this Old Hammer thing works. How does Old World work? And that's a big part of what he does on his channel. So that's not just, it's not just coming from me. You're hearing it from other people as well. And I think that's what it is. I think basically New Hammer, it's either not scratching the itch for people or it's scratching a different itch. But at the end of the day, people still have that wargaming itch. And Old Hammer, both Old World, old editions of 40k, Mordheim, Necromunda, I imagine Blood Bowl to a certain extent, all of those games are war games. Blood Bowl maybe not so much, but you know what I mean? Like they're all, I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong, but they're war games which they scratch a specific itch. They're old school war games. And yeah. So that's why I think Old Hammer is having a big resurgence, a really, really big resurgence, because people are dying, or not dying, are crying out for, I was going to say dying out for, crying out for an old school wargaming itch, because there's nothing like it. Yeah, and so it'll be interesting to see, as the Rat Bastard said, nail on head, they change too much and it doesn't hit the spot anymore. That's it. Yeah. That's it. It just doesn't hit the spot anymore. At least that's my theory. McCon, I've just long since figured out that the more GW tries to move their stuff forward, the more I look to the past for the stuff I like. Well, there's a huge part of that comes down to, you're right. Well, you're right. You know what you like. You know what you like. And if the new stuff isn't scratching the itch, that's fine. That's okay. You're not slagging off the new stuff. Maybe you are, but you're not slagging it off. You're like, okay, this new thing isn't scratching my itch. But the old thing did. So I'll look to the old thing. Yeah. I think that's what it comes down to. And I think a big part of this, I think a huge part of this, let us, just dig a little bit deeper, but no beef, no salt, a little bit deeper. I think a huge part of this is a lot of people are waking up to the fact that Games Workshop now is the company of Theseus. So much of it, both internally and externally, has changed that it's just not the same company as it once was. It just isn't. It isn't. And if you want to experience the old GW, which was not perfect by any means, we have to be careful we don't put them on a pedestal. Like, GW has always been expensive, and there's always been things that came and went out of books and stuff like that, right? But if you want to scratch the old GW itch, you have to go back to the old company, because the new company is something different. The people that there's no one at Games Workshop now who worked on the old ways of 40k. The only people that worked there are the people that worked on the new ways of 40k, and same with pretty much the Age of Sigmar and stuff like that as well. So yeah, I think that's what it is. Like, a lot of people are I think a lot of people have been coping isn't quite right. They're not huffing down on the copium, but I think a lot of people have been hopeful that GW is like the same. A lot of Longbeards, GW is the same company that they grew up with, and I think what is a realization for a huge amount of veteran wargamers, especially, and maybe new wargamers, those that used to play back in the day, but they've come back. Because we all, you play as a kid and you drop out, don't you? And then you come back. It's a very normal wargamer path. And I think a lot of people are realizing, like, the new company, like, it's its own thing. And that's why they make the decisions that they make, and that's why they, write the law that they write, and they make the models that they make, and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. So that's it. And we've seen, the thing is, we have seen this happen many times before with video game companies. Someone in chat said this to me a few months ago, maybe a few weeks ago, I can't quite remember, but it stuck with me. It really stuck with me. And they said it might have been Nostalgia Vivek. If it's not, I'm going to give him credit for it. But he said that Games Workshop and tabletop wargaming as an industry is about 2 years behind the video game industry in terms of how things work. So in the video game industry, until a couple of years ago, there were big ticket items. Yeah, we'll say a couple, like 2 or 3 years ago, there were big ticket items like that always brought in the big bucks. Like the new Call of Duty game, or even if it was bad, it always brought in the big bucks because people were like, it'll be all right, kind of thing. And we've seen so many of the Assassin's Creed, all that kind of stuff. So many of those big companies are now on their ass, or a shadow of their former selves. Like, I think Ubisoft is like actually goners. Like, I don't know if it's like fully goners, but it's looking pretty bad. Like, stock prices down the shitter, layoffs left, right, and center. Like, Ubisoft is a shadow. It's a shadow of its former self. Yeah, I think Ubisoft is dead. His body, it's like that quote in Pitch Black. Like, he's already dead. His body just didn't realize it yet, or his brain just didn't realize it yet. Yeah, I love Pitch Black. Great film. So I think we've seen that with video game company. I mean, video game companies, like, think of World of Warcraft. Think of the titan that World of Warcraft was. It could do no wrong. How many games came out that tried to copy World of Warcraft? World of Warcraft killers just died because you couldn't compete with them. And now World of Warcraft, like, I mean, fucking hell, RuneScape is like beating it. like what's going on? Like, RuneScape is going through this huge, I don't know if it still is, but it's an example. Like, there's multiple players in the market. And Halo. I mean, it's been a long time. I think it's been a long time since Halo was good. I think the exact moment you can point to when Halo was good, the last time Halo was good was Halo Reach. That was a long time ago. Halo 4 onwards, it's just been trash. And the thing is, you can't even like go, oh well, that's when 343 took over. But if Bungie was still there, they would be good. No, because now Bungie's gone to shit as well. I mean, yeah, Bungie. I mean, we're not going to get into it, but Marathon is shaping up to be a bit of a meme. Marathon is going to be Concord 3. I mean, I would have said Concord 2, but Highgarden already did that. But there's how many games have gone through this? How many games companies have gone through this? That's the thing, right? So I think I want to make it clear, I'm not saying like GW is going to go the same way, because GW is in a very, very unique position where they, it's like Palpatine, I am the Senate. GW is like, I am the market, because they are in many ways. Like, I love companies like Warlord Games, and I will fight for them to the end of the earth because I think what they're doing is fantastic. They're doing great work. As long as they keep doing good work. I'm not a mindless ball washer. I'm an informed ball washer. But Warlord is an example, and other companies as well. But GW is in a more unique position because there's less people in the tabletop market, as it were. But the point that I'm trying to make here is, all of these video games companies, from EA to Blizzard to Activision to Ubisoft to blah, 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 or to Bethesda, all of these companies have the same name, but that's it. Everything, all the people that worked in them are now different. All the company culture is different. The kind of games they want to make is different. They're basically like skinwalkers, essentially, and that's why their games change. Sometimes for better, sometimes for worse, but that's why their games changed. And so that's what I think what GW is going through, and what us as the wargaming community is going through, is we're starting to see what's been happening in video games and how that market's kind of changing a little bit, and how we're seeing, is this happening to us in our industry? And I think like I said, this all comes back to the growing of Oldhammer, because people are like, okay, this is going in a new direction. Is that still scratching the same itch? Yeah. That's it. So why is Oldhammer growing? Because in summary, Oldhammer is growing because the never-ending march of progress continues, and the thing that got you into Warhammer may not still exist in the game. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. New Hammer either doesn't scratch the same itch or scratches a new itch, but you still have your old itch that you want to scratch. And that's why Oldhammer's, I think, having a big resurgence. And in older players, but a lot of newer players are also coming along because they're curious. Yeah. There we go. But of course, all of this is just like my opinion, man. Let me know what you guys think in chat or in the comment section if you're watching this post live. Let's see what the people think. Let's see what the hot takes, the deep thoughts, and the thin coats are. There we go. It was early in the stream, sub 1 hour for a revelation. My God, boys. Big revelations. I can tell you it's going to be a good stream. You know, big revelations, big streams, big moments. That's what we're all about. All right. Let's have a look at what chat's saying here. Let's have a look. On the recent 8 out of 10 cats, they even quip about how wealthy GW are, which usually means the fans get the raw deal from the company. Yeah. It's why I've started looking at bot actions, same quality models mostly. I would say it's tricky. It's the comparison between GW and Warlord models is a little tricky because, you know, GW has a lot of detail on their models, and these are detail that they can apply as much detail as they want because they're fantasy models. So put as much skulls and shit on there as you want, right? Whereas Warlord games, I think they often get a little unfairly lambasted for their models. I mean, sometimes there's some shit ones, like Sergei the Katusha loader. Like, that guy, he should be back in Transylvania. But for the most part, I think a lot of people... I think Warlord produces some very, very good models, which don't have the luxury of having loads and loads of extra detail, because at the end of the day, the models can only have what the people wore at the time. Yeah, like World War II soldiers have a backpack, a pouch, or two maybe. Yeah, exactly. So, so GW tends to be able to put a lot more detail on their models, a lot more overt detail on the models, whereas Warlord Games tends to have to try and put more subtle detail into the models. And I think for the most part they do a good job. But I don't know if there's going to be another revelation. I don't know. But I do, maybe we'll save this for a later time. But I do think there is such a thing as diminishing returns on detail. Where the model goes from being a pleasure to build and paint to a chore. Like, you grit your teeth to get through the process. And I think that line is different for everyone. Some people will never, ever get too sick of having more detail. And that's okay, by the way. Like, that's fine. Like, personal preference. That's that. And I'm not just saying that to, like, fence it. Like genuinely, I think that, you know, if you are someone that just loves fucking detail and you can't get enough of it, and you like doing all the trim and all the buttons and all that stuff, that's great. Like, sick, mate. That's what you like. But for some people, they just want to paint and chill, and there's a point where the detail becomes too much for them, and there's a whole broad spectrum of it. And for me personally, I am a war gamer first. I'm a player first. Lore gets me very, very excited, but my enjoyment is gameplay, and my enjoyment on the hobbying side of things is the completion of the model. Like, the process of getting from, you know, I want the model to be as easy to build as possible, and to be to be able to be as easy to paint as possible whilst looking reasonably okay. I'm not expecting Mozart, reasonably okay. But when I look down and it's like, sick, I've just knocked out that squad to tabletop standard in, like, 3 or 4 hours or something, or 2 or 3 hours, then I'm like, that's great. That's the completion. When I have been brought to completion. That's the bit I enjoy the most. I realise how it was sounding. But yeah, like for me, there is such a thing as diminishing return. Like I'll get halfway through a model and I was like, I'm bored. Like I just want this model to be finished now. And the fact that it's not will basically put me off. Yeah. So yeah, that's the that's what I think is that I think everyone has that line. So more detail can be very, very good, but I think one of the reasons why I love the older Warhammer models and why I love pretty much all of the Warlord Games models is because there's that fine line between detail and ease of hobby. Like I really, really, and I also applies to Horus Heresy models. I fucking loved painting this Death Guard model. Like I could sit down and knock out 20 or 30 of those in a day, and I would be the happiest bunny in the world. Like just bolter Marines after bolter Marines after bolter Marines. Happiest. On the other hand, this Death Guard model, I really did enjoy painting him, but it was right on the edge of being too much. This I would say is as much as I'm willing to do. And on this guy, he was fine, and like I said, I really enjoyed it. But if there had been like 1 or 2 more colors that I would have had to do, I probably would have just stopped enjoying painting him. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Nico, even more than your hobby ethos is very much the same as mine, man. Dude, dude, I think I'm gonna say it, Nico. I think our way is actually the majority. Like it's just people like to build and paint the models and get them on the tabletop, and they like to look down at them and go, "Hey, he looks all right. He's not Golden Demon, but I'm pretty happy with that result." And even if it's just knocking him out with some speed paints, yeah, and having that feeling of completing the squad, that's what people like. Yeah, you want to get your guys painted so you can then use them. Yeah. Yeah. What have we got next? So, got a few more super chats coming in here, but I just want to say I've been keeping an eye on what you guys have been saying about, you know, the resurgence of Oldhammer, and I think you know we're fairly aligned. I think we're fairly aligned. I think chat and I are fairly aligned, which is kind of cool. So yeah, and this is what I mean. I think that's the majority of people who play Wargaming. The majority of people who play Wargaming just want to sit down, paint some chill models, watch the favorite TV show at the same time, maybe play a bit of video games as a bit of a break whilst they're maybe waiting for something to dry or something, and then just knock some models out to tabletop standard and get them on the board and start playing. That's what most people want. Yeah, I think that's what most people want. That's what they want from the hobby. Yeah. All right. Karl, not gonna lie, you sold me on the Winter US and Winter Fallschirmjäger with your painting guides because that very mindset. Really? I stopped doing the painting guides because I just thought that I just thought no one liked them. I was like, no one really wants to watch someone paint a model to a battle ready standard, do they? But maybe I should do some more with Conflict 47 and stuff. Yeah. We should do more of them. I mean, I'd happily do more of them. And I've got a proper painting setup now. Yeah, before I was just doing them on the edge of the playing table. But I don't know, man. I don't consider myself a particularly good painter. And so I feel like, I don't know. But maybe I am the painter for the everyman. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe I am. All right, let's see what super chats we've got coming in here. We've got a few, that popped off. A few. We went off a bit of a tangent then. Big shout out to E Spartan for prompting the thoughts there. What do we got next? Ibram Gaunt. Ibram Gaunt, thank you so much for the super chat, man. Where is it? So I've lost you then. Game and tons of pictures in stream discussion. Also, new minisodes. New minisodes? All right, we'll have to check it out. Let's have a look here, man. Hey, look at that, bro. And I tell you what, man, your boards are going from strength to strength. They really are. They're looking good, man. Look at that. Yeah, that's kind of cool. I still love how you use like I still love the idea of using the paper so you can just trace out the roads and stuff. Like, it's very minimalist and it's very practical, but it's actually quite clever and quite good. Yeah. I think it's a good combination of both. You want like the legit terrain at the same time. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, I recognize those. They're the veteran infantry. Nice. Look, that's a big game. T-34, loads of infantry squads. That's a cool big game, that is. That's a proper war game, that is. Look at that. That's a proper war game. You can see the line of contact. Do you know what I mean? You can see both armies like maneuvering. They're not just Naruto running into each other. There's a bit of something extra going on, you know? Yeah. Hey, that's cool. Is that a Panzer IV? Nice. Love the old Panzer IV. This is this like whenever I see this Soviet, it's like a ZIS 30 or something. It just makes me think there's no way they actually made those things. And then you go and look at them and you're like, fucking hell, they actually did. It's an artillery tractor that's stuck as this gun on top. I mean, it must have worked, or at least worked enough. Hey, you got the Dushka though. I need to get myself a couple of those. Fucking love Dushkas. Nice. I think we've got some more pictures down here, don't we? Yeah. Soviet infantry moving on the statue. Fighting over the factory. Panzer IV's pushing up. Engineers behind. Panzer IV versus BA6. Bit of an interesting fight, that one, because the Panzer IV's only got a light howitzer, but the BA6 only got a light anti-tank gun. Could kind of could go either way. That looks like Soviet conscripts getting mashed up by assault rifle Germans. That looks like it could be a bad one for the Soviets. Oh, man. Cool. Yeah, I do. One of the things the Soviets have going for them about action is just how many submachine guns they can spam. Like, the Germans have the ability to take a lot of assault rifles, but the Soviets have the ability to take a fuck ton of SMGs. You can give every man a PPSH in your army. Yeah. Cool. I think that's all of them. Yeah. That's cool, man. That's very, very cool. Let's make sure I didn't miss anything. Also, new minisodes. Oh, no, we've got more pictures. Let's have a look. The Panzer IV is doing a drive-by in the BA6. I love it. Oh, no. It's going to get shot in the bum by the T-34. Oh, dear. It looks like a good game, this. You know, it looks like a good game. Nice. That Panzer IV is running rampant. Like, the T-34 and the BA6 trying to stop it. Good old Panzer IV just doing what it needs to do. Nice. And this German squad here, just running rampant. It's just snapping necks and cashing checks. Big game last night. It was fought over 2 days. Wow. Saturday we set the board and played one turn, got drinks with 2 drinks to continue. Game ended in a draw. The Germans held the factory office, the communists held the warehouse and the factory, and both city squares were contested. I took a full SS list of engineers. Only got one flamethrower off, but it melted the Soviet scout squad. Both of them actually did something in the game. Nice, which is rare for us. I killed a sniper team, and Dad got an engineer squad. The T-34 was factory built and didn't do a thing. Oh, no. The new terrain is great, and both me and my dad thought it added a lot to the battle. It definitely does. It does. I'll say this. Terrain makes the game. It does. And I think, you and your dad obviously had your way of doing things before, with the paper and the phrase. Yeah, of course. But, there's only so much I think the imagination should be called upon to do. And I think, the more terrain you add, you can see the value of it. You can feel it. I think a bit, I'm not saying this is you guys, but I think I think a lot of people in general would agree with this sentiment that terrain is undervalued by a lot of wargamers. And I don't think they value it until they come across legit good terrain like you guys have got here, and then they go, oh, this is actually adding a lot. Like, we didn't realize how much it would add. Yeah. I think this is looking, it's a good board. Decent. Yeah. For sure, man. For sure. Looks like a fun game, and it looks like a big old battle. Let me just have a look at this minisodes video. Is it? Oh, is it the video game? Oh, it's an actual video game video. Okay. I'll put that in the queue, and I might take a look at it a little bit later. What's this? Strongest Guvesa, weakest digger. I love that. Because they're both obviously humans that are fighting like for Xenos or like Xenos. So you've got the old digger knobs from Gorka Morka, humans that thought they were orcs or became like orcs. And then you've got the Guvesa. Brilliant. Hey guys, Workshop, give me a campaign with extra stakes, and hold the space for me, and hold the chaos. Black Library, give me a story with nothing. Nothing? The funniest bit is you've used the wrong logo. Brilliant. I mean, it do sometimes feel a little bit like that, doesn't it? Yeah. Hey, bro, that was good, man. That was good. Thank you for the super chat, bro. Thank you for the pictures. We've got Dice 8 next. Dice 8, thank you for the super chat, man. Hello, fellow K47 content creator. Hey, nice. For those that don't know, Dice 8, he's been making a bit of K47 content. I think his first video went up yesterday or the day before. Let's have a look. It did. Nice. I haven't watched it yet. When I get a chance to watch it, I'll preemptively give it a little like and sub. There you go. Nice. That's kind of cool, man. Guts or Rift Mastery, choosing Axis hero stats in Conflict 47. Nice. All right. Well, I think, you know what, man, let's post it in the old stream discussion and the old chat. And people can check it out if they want to. So those of you that watched the latest Conflict 47 battle report, Chris was my opponent, and he's put a conflict video out. So check it out if you want to check it out if you want more conflict content. There we go. We've got Chicken Detonator. Thank you for the super chat, man. Happy birthday, Mordy. Also, new project and stream discussion. Thank you very much, man. Appreciate the happy birthday. Let's take a look at the new project. Oh my god. Oh my god. Hi, birthday morning. I just received my birthday gift to myself, January 28th, with this nice big pile of bolt actions as K47 models. Also managed to paint up a free sprint for Africa, and I'm quite pleased with the results. Wow. That is a big pile of bolt action. So you've got Africa Corps Army, Soviet Mastodon Heavy Walker, Guards Mark II, and then you've got some of the special characters there, and then you've got... Is that Canadian and Winter? Oh, it's the Infantry Platoon. And then I can't quite tell what these ones are. That's a big old box. That's a big old treat of models. Nice. Treat yourself. And happy birthday to you too, mate. I just realized you said it was your birthday as well. Treat yourself and happy birthday to you, man. Fantastic. And these guys have come out very nice. I do think the African Corps models are some of the coolest ones that Warlord does. I think that you don't often see them, and I think they're actually really, really cool. Yeah. They come with good bits as well. They come with like the MG34s and the anti-tank rifles and the light mortars. I think they're really good, yeah. Nice. And yeah, they're definitely... I like the colour scheme you've done on them. The mixture of tan and green is very nice. Yeah. Cool. Cool. Very, very nice. Excellent work, sir. Excellent work indeed. What do we got next? Godlike Parrots. Godlike Parrot, thank you for the Giga Chat. Yes. The Festung Europa bundle has to be the fastest 145 quid I've ever spent in the hobby. Instant buy. Hope you got one for yourself as a birthday treat. Godlike Parrot, I am going to be getting myself one. I haven't done so yet, just because well, to be honest, I just haven't thought about it. I was like, why haven't I got one yet? But yeah, I definitely gonna be picking one up. Yeah. I want that sick art print as well, so I'll probably end up doing it before the 7th of Feb. But yeah, for sure, man. Like, the Festung Europa bundle is so fucking good. It's so fucking good, man, and it kind of reminds me of something like that happened this weekend, which is I started getting ready for the Totem Call meta, because it's right. There's going to be a Totem Call meta for two reasons. One, because Totem Call are quite strong. Like, let's be honest, they are quite strong. The only thing really holding them back before was they were in metal, and now they're in plastic, and they come in boxes of 30. So yeah, they're quite strong. The other thing that's going to make the Totem Call meta exist is simply because this is going to be a hugely popular starter army, because it's all in plastic, and it's another big step up, and there's going to be a lot of people who are conflict curious, who are keeping an eye on it to see if Warlord would live up to their promises and if the game would continue to go in the right direction. And I think that has now been proven. I think Warlord, Warlord started off strong with the launch of Conflict, but it's not just about launching. You've also got to prove to people you can follow up, stick the landing a little bit. And this is where I think, not to be too mean or too harsh, but this is a little bit where I think Trench Crusade went wrong. You started off very strong, maybe too strong. I don't even think all the blame is their fault. I think they have a lot of blame, but I don't even think all the blame is their fault. I think they probably got more attention than they were able to handle, and they've wobbled, and they're still stumbling a little bit. The landing's not quite landed. It's strong, but there's been a few stumbles. And then another stumble. Whereas with Conflict, I think there's been a stumble with the Soviet thing, but I think that was less of a there's good ways and bad ways of fucking up, and I think that was okay, they fucked up, but the way they fucked up wasn't because they were fucking greedy. Do you know what I mean? They just fucked up because they probably tried a little bit too hard to. They probably should have just started with 2 starter armies, right? They probably should have done. But anyway, the point is that I think Festung Europa is a great box because it shows that Warlord can stick the landing. It's all plastic, which is what they promised. Well, nearly all plastic. There's 3 Warlord resin models in there out of 50 plus. So it's nearly all plastic, and the sculpts are great. The designs are novel and interesting, and there's a really good positive buzz still. 3 to 6 months on from when the game first started getting chatted about, and so the buzz is still there. People are still like, oh, okay, it's not like, oh, Trench Crusade, but the buzz has died down now. It's like, oh wait, they're still talking about it. Maybe I should check it out. If they're still going on about it, maybe I should check it out. The people that are playing it, right, and the people that are curious about it. So yeah, I think Festung Europa is going to be it's going to be a water. I think it's going to be a watershed moment. It's going to be a defining moment, because it's going to be I think it's going to be the beginning of when a lot of people jump in. A lot of people jump in. Yeah. So yeah, I think it's a Godlike Parrot. I absolutely agree. It's the fastest 145 quid that a lot of people will spend, and I think they're gonna, when they get it, it's gonna be great. But in preparation, what was I saying? Yeah, you've prompted a thought. You've prompted a thought, right? The old noggin. So in preparation for the Totem Call meta, I tried 20 Totem Core. And oh baby. Oh baby. Oh, dearie, dearie, dearie me. Oh man. They don't really do any damage. I think in my game they killed one model. But the thing is, I think I resurrect out of 20 models, I think I resurrected back 16 and 17. Oh man, yeah, they're pretty potent. They just don't die unless you can get into combat with them. I think the thing with Totem Cores is going to be quite a. I think they're going to be a thing that some factions will have no problem with. To be honest, I think there's only one faction in the game which will struggle with them. I think there's only one faction in the game that will struggle with them, and that's the British. But I think, and I'm not going to give too much away here, but I think that the British will only struggle with them temporarily. And the reason why I think the British will only struggle with them temporarily is because of A, things which are coming down the pipeline, which I can't say too much about, and B, because I think a lot of British players are really focused on the robots at the moment. And I think it's interesting. A lot of people are saying Brits are going to struggle about, there's a few people that are saying Brits are going to struggle with the Totem Core meta because you really need to shift them in combat. And the thing is that the Brits have the anti-Totem Core unit, which no one's talking about, which is the dogs. Because the big thing, the reason why Totem Core can be so difficult to deal with is because they infiltrate. So how they work is they infiltrate onto objectives, and then it's like really hard to shift them off with shooting because they've got infiltrator. So as long as they don't have a run or an advance order next to them, in cover they get +1 to their save, and they deploy forward. So you just deploy them into even like light cover, and they're on a 4-up save. So they're very resilient, but they're very, very slow. But the Brits can stop you from infiltrating within 18 inches of you. But the doggos can stop that. And then the doggos themselves are actually reasonably good at killing the Totem Core in combat. They're not perfect at it. But the thing is that the Brits are all about combined arms. So you're meant to pull the Totem Core's respawn dice out of them. And then once that's gone, you can send the doggos in, basically. Because the Totem Core are a bit... the Totem Core, that where you deploy them or where you end up getting out of the meat wagon is basically where they end up. That's the thing. This is the thing. Like, the big weakness of Totem Core, more than anything else, is maneuverability. Once they are in the area of the battlefield they're in, they don't leave it. They can't. Through terrain, they move 4 inches a turn. They can't. So, it's very possible to kite them, but the issue is if they're already on the objective, that's what's tricky. It's the meta is going to be, how do I shift Totem Core off objectives? That's going to be the meta. And if you can unlock that, which I think every faction can, then I think you'll be fine. I'm pretty certain that Totem Core are going to be Totem Core meta is going to be just like Genes to the Cult in 8th edition. For the first 2 or 3 months, they're going to run rampant. But I wouldn't say 2 or 3. I'd say 1 or 2 months. They're going to run rampant. And then they will become totally fine. Like genuinely, they're not going to be shit. They'll just become totally fine. Totally fine. Because people will learn how to deal with them. If anyone played Genes to the Cult in 8th edition, when they came out, they took the meta by storm because they played so differently. And then when you realize, hang on, if I can survive 2-3 turns of them, they completely run out of steam, then I just win the game turn 4, turn 5. Because everyone was trying to win games in turn 1, in the first 2 turns. And Genestealer made you, when you played against them, you realize you had to beat them turn 4, turn 5. That they ran out of steam. And I'm not saying that's the way you beat Totem Core, but there's going to be that similar element that once the community collectively figures out, actually, these guys, this is how they work, and if I can figure out how to beat that trick, then I'm fine. This is how, then they'll be fine. So I think a lot of people will struggle with Totem Core at first, but I think even Mass Totem Core, I think will be fine. I mean, ironically, Soviet players, the ones who at the moment don't have a starter army, will probably be the best players to dealing with them. Because even a single squad of Ursus will hard count them. Yeah. Like one Ursus squad. One Commissar Drugov. Not even both, just one or the other in your list. That's it. Totem Core fine. No problems. And Daughters of the Motherland will wreck them. Even though Daughters are a shooting unit, they'll wreck them. Because the Daughters will, if the Totem Core are in the terrain, then the Daughters can move within 8 inches move within 6 inches to point blank them with the ZA guns, blast the shit out of them, ignoring cover with shockwave weapons, wounding the Totem Core probably on fucking 3s, because you're going to get a 3-inch blast, right? And suddenly, yeah, Totem Core aren't even a thing. Other Axis will deal with them fine because they will have bears. Not bears, they'll have Schreckwolfen and Nachtjäger and their own. The real game is going to be Totem Core v Totem Core. That's the real game I'm looking forward to. Just 2 squads of Totem Core, just like, like how it's going to work is at some point 2 players with the Festung Europa starter army are going to meet in a game. And both sides are going to get into combat with each other. And the whole game is going to be, we're going to fight 2 rounds of combat over here, then 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 2 rounds of combat over here. There's like fucking terror gods, like, it's like fighting each other. It's like, okay, we've got to fight 2 rounds of combat here. Yeah, that's going to absolutely drive the game out. Here's the thing, Dexter. I don't think it will. It sounds crazy, but I don't think it will. Because, think about it. If everyone is just engaged across the board from like the beginning of the game, there's no movement to worry about. There's no shooting to worry about. The only thing you're doing is just rolling attacks. And everyone's got the same stat line. And at the end of the day, you can't respawn in combat. So, a unit of, let's say 2 units of 12 Totem Core run into each other. That's 24 attacks per side. One side will strike first because of terrain, right? So 24 attacks, that's 4 dead Totem Core out of the other unit straight away. Okay, so then that's 8 attacks coming back. That's 16 attacks coming back the other way. So that's like 3 dead Totem Core from the other unit. And then you see it just goes... I think it'll be super... I actually ironically think it will take no longer to do that game than any other game. Because you'll have no decision-making on shooting, no decision-making on movement. You'll just basically have a massive round of... just masses of combat. And the combat ends, and then someone respawns. Yeah. Macon, what do you think is the US answer? Kodiaks, heavy armor, infantry. So I don't think heavy armor infantry are it because they're only as durable as the Totem Core in combat and they're less good at killing unless you get them to fight if you can. I think the answer for the Americans is going to be Paragons because the Paragons with Gung Ho are going to be very interesting to fight into Totem Core. Because Paragons can take a flamethrower and 2 Tesla rifles. So that gives you the ability to do a lot of... that gives the Paragon squad the ability to draw the dice out, the respawn dice out the Totem Core and do a few casualties. And then charge in and batter them. Also, Roberta Wells can steal the Rift dice. Also, like, Totem Core are not going to do very much to like Guardian light walkers, Jackal light walkers, or linebackers. Because remember, you get into combat in vehicles in K-47 just keep fighting in combat. It's not like what actually you separate after one round. So a guard, the Totem Core are going to be there trying to like do superficial damage to the Guardian, and the Guardian is just going to be like bang bang, bang bang, bang bang, bang bang, bang bang, and just get through him. Yeah. So the Americans won't have any problem with it. And Tesla's fine into them because it ignores cover. So the Totem Core on a 3-up save. Yeah. So the Americans, it won't be, in my mind, I don't think the Americans will have any single unit, but every unit that you are bringing anyway will be fine. Even Fireflies will be fine into them. Because the Fireflies mobility, plus the flamethrower, plus the fact the Fireflies have all got a shitload of pen. And the Fireflies get +1 pen in close combat as well. With 2 attacks. Yeah, there's nothing in the American roster that will struggle. The only army that will struggle, I think, is the Brits. And they'll struggle for like a month. Until they realize that doggos can do doggos plus. Frankly, I actually don't see the Brits struggling. I think the Brits will struggle if you're like just trying to kill them with robots. I think if you're a Brit player, put a Hornet and a couple of Guardians in your list, and you're probably fucking the Totem Core up because you're just gonna like. Yeah, I mean, if you took, yeah, I think that's the way you do it. Yeah. Also, like, at the end of the day, each Brit robot squad can put out 30 HMG shots at hitting on 2s in point blank. Yeah. Yeah. Just. That's going to be, like, 25 hits. And then about 10 wounds. Now, the big question is, are they going to... The cover's the big question there. Yeah. Yeah. I think the Brits will need guts, robots, mechs, and... guts, robots, mechs, and dogs. And those are 3 units they should be taking anyway. Yeah. Japanese. I don't see the Japanese struggling overly with them. Simply because of the amount of... the amount of melee that Japan can bring to the table. I mean, assault frame infantry. I mean, I'll have to play it, but assault frame infantry with 3 attacks each, with pen +1. I mean, a squad of 10 is gonna, and the fact they shoot as well, so you can shoot and then charge in. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I think the Japanese will be fine into them. I think the Japanese will be able to handle the Totem Core, but I think they'll probably take the most casualties doing it. Because their way of dealing with it is going to be with a lot of, like, assault power armor, and the Totem Core can actually kill that. And the thing is, you've got to try and figure out the fact that Totem Core are going to strike you first, which could be spicy. So yeah, I think you take 10 assault frame guys, get them into like 12 Totem Core, and I think the assault frame guys probably come out the other side. They have to take that first hit from the Totem Core because they're probably going to be going second because the Totem Core will be in the terrain, and you can't make them go down or anything like that. So I think they'll take the first hit. And once that's over, then it's just round after round after round of combat. Yeah. And I think you'll probably find assault frame squads will come out the other side with like 1 or 2 survivors, but they will clear a brick of Totem Core. That's my gut feeling on it. I mean, if you math it out, you got, let's say a squad like 10 Totem Core versus like 10 assault frame guys, which is roughly similar points, roughly. Totem Core got 20 attacks. They're probably going to kill like 3 of the assault frame guys. The 7 assault frame guys are going to strike back with their 21 attacks. Now they're going to kill on 5s. So that should be a third of them, which will be, well, if it's actually, it's probably, let's say 12 total core is actually more like 10 assault frame guys, because 26 points, 21 points. So the 20 totem, the totem core will strike with 24 attacks, wounding on 6s. That should kill 4 assault frame guys. The assault frame guys will strike back with 18 attacks, but killing on 5s. So that should kill 6 totem core. Then both sides. So both sides are at that point down to 6 each. And then they fight at the same time. So the totem core fight again. Now they've got 12 attacks. That's 2 more assault frame guys out. But the 6 assault frame guys get to strike again with their 18 attacks. That's the 6 totem core on the ground. So by the wait, totem core of 2 attacks. If I just rewind, they've got tough fighter. Godlike poet. Not a gate. They get 1 attack versus vehicles, 2 attacks versus infantry. So we're talking about the assault frame guys versus the totem core. The assault frame go in there and they win. They probably win that fight on averages. They probably win that fight. But you come out the other side, like I said, with 4 survivors statistically. And if the dice go a bit wrong on either side, then you might end up with 1 or 2 less. You know, one or give or take 1 or 2. You might end up with 1 or 2 more. You might end up with 1 or 2 less. But so the Japanese can deal with the totem core, but they're the side that's going to take the most casualties doing it, in comparison to, let's say, like 6 Ursus. Where 6 Ursus will go into the totem core and they'll go, okay, so we're large, so we're fine at the same time. And the Ursus are like, we have 4 attacks each. Oh, is it deadly 3 on Ursus? I think it's deadly 3 on Ursus. Or deadly 4 on Ursus. And deadly 3. It's deadly 3 on Shackwolf and deadly 4 on Ursus, I'm pretty sure. So the Ursus will go in and be like, we've got 24 attacks with pen plus 2. So that is 12 dead totem core. A totem core go, okay, well, we've got 24 attacks, winning on 6 followed by 6s. So if and then you've got a 5 save. So if we're very lucky, we'll kill 1 Ursus. But we'll probably won't. Yeah, we probably won't. Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, so... And the similar odds go with Shrekwolfen. Yeah. This is what I mean. Like, everyone will be able to deal with the totem core. You're just going to have to take a few beatings before you do. But that's what the totem core meta is all about. So you get to run rampant. As a new Axis player, you buy the totem core box, run rampant for a few months. Everyone learns how to handle you, and then you go, okay, that's fine. I really, really enjoyed this game. I really enjoyed Conflict. Now I'm curious about how I can diversify my portfolio. And that's perfect. So everyone gets a jumping off point, and then everyone gets a sense of progression. Yeah. Is it pen 3 ways you'd on Ursus attacks? Wow, I thought it was pen 2. Pen 3s, yeah. Win on 3s? Yeah, just... yeah. Amazing. So yeah, Godlike Poet. I think Festival Europa is going to be a very good bundle for everyone involved. For the Axis players who get it, you know, the new players who get it. I think it's going to be a great themed way of playing that will be difficult, but not for your opponent to beat, but not impossible. And once they crack the code, they'll be fine. But I think you'll have I think the Totem Core meta will last just long enough for everyone to figure out how to deal with them, and then more stuff will be down the pipeline, and then we'll be good. Then, yeah. But yeah, this is the thing. It's what I love about Conflict. Like, it's what I love about Conflict. How many times have we said this, boys? How many times have we said this? Every time you think something's broken in Conflict, you think a little harder, you dig a little deeper, you scratch below the surface, and you realize, oh, no, I do have the tools for dealing with that. And those tools aren't super specific. They're things that I can take, and if I don't come across Totem Core, I'll be just as happy that I put them on my list. Put it this way, is any Brit player ever going to be sad they put a Hornet with computational systems on the list? No. No, they are not. Is any Japanese player going to be sad that they put assault frame infantry in the list? No. Is any Soviet player going to be sad they put Ursus in the list? No. They might wish they were plastic ones, but they'll be coming down the pipe soon. Yeah. Monkey Fist coming in next. Next super chat. Pardon me. Got table space this year at Warzone Houston in Texas for a narrative choir tournament. Yes! Hashtag Quarius. Hashtag hardcore. Hardcore. Players start with double the standard points, but casualties persist between matches. Very excited. Ooh! So as the tournament goes on, your force degrades. Very, very interesting. Very, very interesting. Monkey Fist hardcore. No. That can't be a frame that we coined. That phrase that we coined. It can't be. Oh my god. Oh my days. Narrative tournament with Season 4 sounds really interesting. Yeah, it sounds really, because especially if it's like a 1 or 2 day event, because it's just like even if you get absolutely bummed early on, you end up being bottom tables. Like, it's a narrative event, and it's only 1 day, isn't it? It's just, if you start getting wrecked, just turn it into a social, have a few more beers. Yeah. But I haven't rated the assault frame infantry much yet. They felt a bit flimsy to me. I think they need to be spammed. I think they do. I think, I don't know about you, but I've been trying them out in 5s and 10s, and I think it's more like 20. I think a big couple of big squads of 10 is the way they should be used. I think I don't know, but my idea for playing Japan is you need, I think you go double assault platoon, and I think you basically take, between your 8 infantry slots that you then have, you're probably looking at a couple of squads of Shibito, a couple of big squads of assault frame, probably in trucks, and then probably 3 or 4 squads of Ghost Warriors, and you do a lot of crush rifles, and probably some ATRDs. Yeah, but I think Ghost Warriors and Shibito, what happens is they infiltrate onto the objectives, and then when the enemy tries to push you off the objectives, the assault frame guys go in there and hammer them. Yeah, the thing about Japan is I think you should be mass infiltrating, truthfully. I think that's one of the things I've been going wrong with. There's no limit on how much you can infiltrate, as far as I'm aware. Someone will have to correct me, but I think there's no limit on how much you can infiltrate. So, why not just infiltrate your whole army? Worse than that, infiltrate your whole army in and around dense terrain and around the objectives. I think you infiltrate the Shibito onto the objectives, so even if they get targeted, you don't care, because you'll be on a 3-up save from. I think you infiltrate Shibito onto 2 or 3 objectives every game, and in cover, and as long as they don't have an advance or a run order against them, because they're infiltrator, they're going to have +1 to their save. If you have to give them an order, you can't give them down because they're fearless, so what do? Ambush. So you're taking advantage of the... because I think if you're a Japanese unit in ambush, you get another +1 to your save. So Shibito with ambush, infiltrator and ambush and hard cover stacks means you'll be on a 2-up save with Shibito. Very tasty. And then you put the Ghost Warriors not on the objectives, but like near the objectives, but behind cover. And then the Ghost Warriors have Fieldcraft, so they can just run forward, end a move on the objective, cap it, make it yours, and then they Spirit Walk away. Because you can't Spirit Walk onto objectives, but you can Spirit Walk away from objectives. And so, yes, your squads might die if they go into the rift, but at that point, yeah, that would be annoying. That would be a pisser. But at the same time, at that point, you will have capped the objective, so it's less of a problem if they die. And then basically, you just follow up with the rest of your army and keep those objectives under your control. Whatever you want to follow up with, Assault Frame, Mass Fanatical, Inexperienced Bozos, Mechs, doesn't really matter. Just follow them up. Remember, if they have to clear every unit to get that objective, so fuck it, just shove a 80-point light mech on there with 2 MMGs. They've got to kill you. If you want to take as cheap as possible, they've got to kill you. So just that's what it's all about. The Japanese just taking objectives, going on to ambush, and making them shift you off. That's the way I'm starting to think. That's assuming there are objectives, which is a good point. If there aren't objectives, well, there's objectives in basically every mission but one, which is kill points. At which point, I think if you're playing kill points, I think that's when Japan goes super sneaky. Yeah. I think so, Zeb Taylor. A destroyed unit is a destroyed unit. Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, even if they didn't destroy it, the enemy were pretty happy that your unit died. Like, that's still still a win for enemy headquarters that your unit didn't come back out the rift at the end of the day. Yeah. So, yeah, it's, I keep saying, boys, keep scratching below the surface. Keep scratching. Keep scratching, boys. There we go. What do we got next? Richard Seaton, thank you for Super Chat, man. 07, you salty sea dog. 07, you beautiful bastard. The Handsome Squad, waiting in stream discussion. Ready for some bang bus action. Yeah, baby. Here we go. Old Hammer. On the topic of how much better things work, you can see the point GW sacked the artist and hired computer nerds. Look at the Handsome Squad versus the new Nork bottle. Bro is fucking crying like, help me, boss. Whereas the old guard look like they might roger your mum and steal your breakfast. They are not the same. Oh, man. I've never heard anyone say the old Ogren look better than the new Ogren. This looks like a legally distinct knockoff Ogren with a big ball cup, which is crazy. This, you see, back in the day, Grim Dark used to mean something entirely different. But to be fair, the models might be kind of old and derpy, but there's a certain charm about them. And I'll say this, Richard, your paint job is doing a lot of work for them. Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, if someone slapped down a squad of these bad boys on the table against you, you'd perk up. You'd get out your seat. You'd look down. You go, whoa, what the fuck are those? That's it, right? Also, like, I think this one looks totally fine. Like, this is probably one of my favorite Ogren sculpts. Just because it's like, I think, this one's a little derpy. Hornhead guy's a little derpy. Knuckle Duster guy and the teeth are a little derpy. But this guy actually is just like blasting with his Ripper gun looks. He's probably one of the better sculpts, yeah. Yeah. That kind of looks like an Arnie Ogren. Yeah. They look great, man. You've really smashed it on the paint job, by the way. Really, really like it. Yeah. God damn it. Richard Seaton, why have you done this to me? Why have you done this to me? God damn it, the old ones do look better. Fuck's sake. Like, they just do. Because the thing is, like, it's not like the new Ogre models look particularly good. The Borgren, I think Borgren look great. Okay, I have no complaints about the Borgren. You purposely painted to look worse than the older ones. It's not even the paint job, man. I do think the paint job of the older ones is a little bit better, but that's because there was more love going into the old ones. But on a serious note, like, it's not the paint job. It's not the paint job. It just the old ones just look better than this guy. The derpy charm is eternal. The new ones age way worse. Yeah. I think there's just more going on. Yeah, god damn it. Gotta admit, the oldies hold it better. Yeah, man. Here's the peak Ogren sculpt, though. Let me find them. Let me find them. Aha, these ones. I think these are the perfect mixture, and they didn't last, unfortunately. That's not a particularly high-res picture. See if I can find a slightly better high-res picture. Yeah, these ones are much better, I think. Yeah. So, I think these are the best ones of all. Like, obviously, this is one of the new ones, right? So this is what the official GW picture of them it looks like, and this one looks really good in the urban camo. Just zoom out a little bit. But yeah, I think these ones look pretty good. They're the perfect combo of like derpy. Because this guy's got a pretty derpy face, like, and this guy's got a pretty derpy face. But the perfect, this guy's hand is the size of a fucking rowing oar. But yeah, I think that they're like the perfect combination of derpy and serious. Yeah. Yeah, the 4th edition ones, Red Scout. I think they're the ones I'm talking about. Yeah. Oh, so this is one of the new ones next to him. But yeah, I think these are these are the 4th edition ones. These are the Midhammer ones, guys. I keep fucking saying it. I keep fucking saying it. Eventually, you'll all get sick of me saying it. Midhammer is peak hammer. Someone said it the other day in stream. 40k peaked in Midhammer, and we've all just been chasing a high for 20 years. And I can't really deny it. Yeah. Yeah. The only peak Midhammer unit is a Demonette. Sorry, Aid. there are much cheaper ways to have a wank than the Juan Diaz demonettes. KR, just one more shot of fourth head, bro. Just one more, man. You got any more of that fourth head, Mordian? You got any more? I got a bit of third head for you. That might work. Yeah, but I'll take a bit of third head. I'll take some third head. Sorry, man. All I got is a bit of 6. Oh, it doesn't quite hit the same, man. It doesn't quite hit the same. But all right. Second head. Second head's like, it's too refined. It's too pure. You know, that send people off the edge. Yeah. Midhammer Demon Hunters. Midhammer Demon Hunters and Witch Hunters, man. Yeah. You do need to do fourth head Space Wolves. Fourth head Space Wolves could take Lehman Russes, couldn't they? That's right, guys. Back in the day, you guys are all busting your beans over the latest Space Wolf models. Oh, look, this Primaris Marine looks slightly less shit than the rest of the Primaris Marines. Oh, peak GW sculpting. Space Wolf peak was when they could take Lehman Russes. You know, the tank that their Primarch was named after. Not the other way around. The tank isn't named after them. Their Primarch is named after the tank. That's it. Just pull the 4th edition McCon, just pull the 4th edition Demonettes. Damn, we got downgraded. Yeah, so the old Demonettes went away because GW considered them to be too racy. You know.
Infantry, sir. Good for you.
They went away about the time that the company went public. Wah, wah, wah. Because, you know, we all know that because obviously sex sells is a complete fucking myth. Yeah, like the old Repentier. The old Repentiers running around with their titties out. Just like, yeah. Don't let them forget you could take artillery and Iron Warriors. Oh, yeah. Yeah, everyone's like blowing their nips off over the fact that the Iron Warriors are getting an upgrade sprue. Woo. I don't mean to alarm you, but you have to paint the hazard stripes on the shoulder pads they give you. There's no, like, guidelines. So, really, what the fuck even are those shoulder pads? And B, what would you rather have? Shoulder pads or basilisks? That's right. Iron Warriors used to be able to take basilisks with the Space Marine crew so they hit on better ballistic skill. Do you see now? Do you see now? What has been taken from you? New players? It's just like Cypher always said. Ignorance is bliss. For you do not know what you have missed out on. Knowledge is a curse. Knowledge is a curse, boys. Yeah. I mean, I think I've got that. Let me just have a look. I'm looking through the old book now. See, the old Iron Warriors. They were so cool. Large amounts of artillery are needed for sieges, so the Iron Warriors have learned to capture and reconstruct Imperial equipment on the job. An Iron Warriors army could include up to 1 Basilisk and up to 1 Vindicator as heavy support choices. The Basilisk remains with skill 3. Okay, so no, it doesn't get better ballistic skill. So yeah, back in the day, Chaos Factions couldn't take Vindicators. So maybe some of you are thinking, oh, this is a shit book, but your Iron Warriors could. That was the thing, they didn't get the Vindicators because... reasons? They got the Defiler instead. Yeah. You get, yeah. Alpha Legion got Chaos Cultists. No one else got those. Obviously, then you had the... we got the Legion of the Damned book, so they did, to be fair. The big thing with the... with a lot of these armies was they all played a bit differently. Yeah. There's some cool stories in here, though. There's a cool story in here. Yeah, I can't read it out, but there's a story in here about how a feudal world gets rises up in rebellion, and some of the Chaos Space Marines come to fight with the rebellion, and there's like some Space Marines that come to fight for the Loyalists, and one of the feudal world like primitives managed to kill a Space Marine because he was like really, really badly injured, so he like thrusts a spear through the hole and kills him. And he gets basically like, they're like, oh, you're worthy of becoming a Space Marine. So he's like, he becomes worthy of becoming a Chaos Space Marine. It's kind of cool. It's a really, really cool. I'm butchering the story a little bit, but it's definitely worth a read. I would read it out loud, but I don't want to get demonetized like every other lore channel out there. So there you are. I'll tell you this. I bet you can build a more flavorful Emperor's Children army with this book than you can with their standalone Emperor's Children Codex. There's so much in here for Emperor's Children. So they got minor powers. So you got your own Emperor's Children psychic powers. That's cool. Yeah. Yeah. There's so I've got to pull myself away. There's so much in here for the for all the different legions. Some of them get better treated than others. I won't deny it, but there's a lot of cool stuff in here. Word Bearers, Night Lords, Iron Warriors, Alpha Legion. They're all here, man. Ugh. This is probably the greatest codex GW ever wrote. And I say that as a guard player who loves the 4th edition guard codex. This is just pretty fucking peak. Yeah. I mean, this, and some of the artwork is like actually immortal. Like that picture there. Everyone recognizes that picture there, man. Yeah, it's fucking cool, man. It's fucking cool. All right, yeah. All right. Richard Seaton, you've got me going down memory lane again. There we go. The Wazian, thank you, super chat, man. Got snowed in last weekend and made a big push on my hobby goal for the year. Picture to discussion. Keep up the great work, MG. Excited for more Midhammer. Bro, I'm excited for more Midhammer. I'm just looking at it. I'm getting excited for it. Let's have a look. I had these epic Hell Caesar guys sitting on a shelf since launch a year or two ago. And my goal is finally to get them all painted and based this year. It's been a huge learning experience to paint in this scale, but it's so satisfying to see them start to come together. They look great. No! Another game I want to play! Oh no. Why do they look so good? I think I might prefer Epic Hail Caesar over Epic Napoleon. But I'll probably have to commit to getting both at some point. Yeah. Hey, I tell you what, though. You've made a good dent. Oh, no, you haven't. I was like, oh, sick. I was like, oh, look, there's not that many left in the box. Yeah, he's doing really well. He's cracking on. It's like, I bet that's just one army as well. That's just going to be like the Roman army? Like people have no idea how good value for money epic scale games are. Like that, like you buy one box, you just fucking that's you done for a year. Yeah. That's just done for a year. Yeah. That's a lot of Romans. Yeah. By the stab wounds of Caesar. But I tell you, but look they look great when they're done though. Look. They look really good. So, you know, like you get a lot of models, you get a lot of time to paint them, and they look great. Yeah. There you are. Do you even paint the rear ranks? So what you do is you paint them on the sprue. So you paint them on the sprue so you can actually do the backs. You paint them on the sprue. And then that makes them much quicker to paint. Yeah. I learned that with my ones. Yeah. So you paint them on the sprue, clip them off, fill in the little bits where where obviously you've clipped them off, and then glue them on the bases, and you're good to go. Yeah. If you're smart, you paint them on the sprue. Yeah, you wait. If you've been not painting them on the sprue, you have been making life probably 10 times harder for you than it needs to be. Yeah. All right. What do we got next? Anthony Williams, thank you for the super chat, man. Yes, Festung Europa can wait. Mordian, can we see those old school dwarves of yours? I've been painting up some of mine. So, they're packed away at the moment, but I can bring up some of the pictures that I've got, like, from, well, some stills from, like, the videos when I've used them. I've actually used them a fair amount, to be fair. I even made a video on how to paint them. Hey, look at that!
Hello
How to paint Dwarf Warriors in 15 minutes. It's currently on... I tell you what, my painting videos have been doing quite well. I did not realize this. Maybe I need to do more of them. The old world ones have done better than the what do you call it? Bot action ones. Specifically my award-winning Empire color scheme, the ultimate slop technique. So that one, so my dwarf one has got, I almost liked my video then. My dwarf one has got 5,000 views, which is pretty good. And so this is what my dwarves, if you want a close-up of the dwarves, there you go. That's what they look like close up. You can have a look. That's, there's 1 minute. I thought it would do that. There you go. Trying to see if I've got some. So the dwarf. Oh, the king one will look quite good. There you go. So the dwarf ones are all right, but the I don't remove mold lines. Squiffers, there's no mold lines on 3D printed models, mate.
Hello
But
again.
fucking hell. But this one has actually got 10,000 views. Well, this is my award-winning color scheme. This is the award-winning color scheme. There you go. Which you can literally do in 15 minutes. It's 50 minutes per model. There you go. There you go. I think it's because people see it and they're like, there's no way you painted yellow models in 15 minutes. It's like, I did. It's called Zealot Yellow. And frankly, I should be painting every model in yellow. Like, when you think about it, frankly, it's such a good color scheme. I should be using it for everything. Should have had yellow orcs, yellow Bretonians, yellow dwarves. But then if I ever need to do a battle port where like someone borrows my Empire or my orcs or something, it'll look a bit weird. It won't look quite right. Yeah. But Zealot Yellow probably should be the color scheme of the channel. Yeah, it probably should be, to be fair. Because it's the best color that's the easiest to paint. Yeah. Morning Glory should do a Halo 2 Legend playthrough. Bro, do not quote the old spells to me. I was there when they were written. I completed Halo 2. Son, do you even know who you're talking to, bro? Do you even know? I completed Halo 2 Legendary single-handedly on Xbox Original. It was my go-to way of playing. I played through that game so much, I had to get a new copy of it because I wore the fucking disc out. Okay? I told you, when I find something I like, I just keep playing it. Me and my mate Crimbo, we played literally all we would do every weekend is play through Halo 1, 2, and 3. Play through. When Master Chief Collection came out, I played it. Halo 2. Legendary. Do not presume. Do not presume, sir. Do not presume. I'm only giving you shit, Bob Dylan. But I did play a lot of Halo 2. I probably lost all my skills now, but back in the day, because everyone goes on about the Jackal snipers. Everyone goes on about the Jackal snipers and how they're really good, but especially if you were doing co-op, if you just had one guy with a battle rifle and one guy with a sniper, typically you could handle the Jackal snipers pretty easily. Because the battle rifle, even on Legendary, one burst, if you got him in the head, that took out the Jackals. And it was a little easier just to be like, a little easier than trying to line up the sniper shot. But Crimbo was an expert with the sniper, and I was an expert with the battle rifle. Yeah. Yeah. How long did I keep the Warthog for? I mean, dude, the whole mission. Right? You take the Warthog. So, I'm trying to remember it now. It's all coming back to me. But you get the Warthog at the beginning of the bridge. You got the tank. One of you gets, especially if you're doing co-op, one person gets the tank, one person gets the Warthog. You have to get the guys in the Warthog first, otherwise they try and get on the tank, and then the Warthog guy's got no one. But you got the Warthog. You drive it over the bridge. All the Banshees and stuff come. You take care of all of them. You go to where it starts going underground, but the Wraiths come up first. You deal with them. You go down, and it's meant to be blocked off it's meant to be blocked off. Like, you get to the end, don't you? But you can drive it up the side and over. So if you drive up the side and over, and then you can basically it's all. There's a lot of like shipping. I think shipping crates all like mashed up cars. I'm not quite sure, but there's a bit of a fucking around in there. But then you can again there's another barcade, but you can get it up through that, and then there's a tunnel, and you get it through the tunnel. And you go out, like, it's meant to be a foot tunnel. You get through the tunnel, you pop out the side, and it opens up. And there's Johnson driving around in the Gauss Warthog. I think that's the first time you encounter the Gauss Warthog or Gauss Warthog. And then you, basically, that's when you can have 2 Warthogs. One guy on the OG one and one guy on Johnson's one. And then you can basically take those 2 Warthogs. You clear out the area Johnson's on. You go through to the next area. You clear that out, or maybe you go. I think there's 2 areas you clear out. Then you go down through the water feature area, out the other side. You clear the area out there. You get to the base that the Marines are defending. The Scarab turns up, kills the tank, and then walks over you. But I think you can take. I think you might end up killing a bunch of Marines, but I think you can take the Warthog up the stairs and round, but we never did because I think the risk was if you tried, there's guys on the stairs with a 50 cal, and if you try and get past them with the Warthog, I think you end up killing them, and then I'm not sure if the game tells you off. I can't quite remember. We always like to try and save the Marines, even if they had better guns that we wanted. We never liked killing them, like ever. Like if they died, but we never liked killing them. So yeah, we got basically we would take the Warthog to the entrance to the building that was being defended, then we'd get out. And then every time, even though it never did anything, every time there's one like 50 cal team on the top of the roof, and every time I'd get on the 50 cal and I'd be like shooting the Scarab that's walking over. It kills tank as it's walking over the top. I just felt right, like firing the 50 cal at them. Yeah. So yeah, that's how far I got the Warthog in Halo 2 on the bridge level. Yeah. There you go. Yeah. And the 50 cal emplacements were really helpful because they were actually really OP. Because there's that bit in the first when the Pelican first crashes at the very beginning of New Mombasa, and you're fighting in the compound or the building with the compound, and then the hunters bust the doors off, and they're really hard to kill on legendary unless you've got the machine gun, and then you just go, the 50 cal go, and then you just kill them. They're not that hard. Yeah. Chris, I had a friend when he would play the original Halo who would always kill the entire support squad. That way he would have less people to fight against when they turned to the Flood. Yeah, no, I always tried to save them, but they always got eaten. Yeah. Do you ever play the... I know, like, to be fair, like, by the time you encountered the Flood, you don't come across many Marines after that point. I think, yeah. Did you ever play the COD World at War single player with the play mission trying to shoot the PT boats? Fucking PT boats! More PT boats! Yeah, I played the PT boat. Yeah. Black Cats is what it was called. Great theme song. It's like the drums like boom, 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 boom. Yeah, great theme song. Yeah. If you played it co-op, you didn't get to do that mission. That was it. Yeah. In World at War, the co-op campaign had less missions than the single player campaign, which was always a bit of a shame. But World at War had the mission, I think it was Blood and Iron, when you take the T-34s across, you drive the T-34s, which is a really, really cool mission. Yeah. Bob Dylan, I never played much Metal Gear. So I never completed the first one. And I played the first one when I was a really little kid, like 4, 5, 6 years old, like really, really little. Never completed it. It's too much for my, proto brain. And then I played the second one when I was old enough to be better at video games. Sort of early teenage years on PlayStation 2. But I had no idea what was going on because I hadn't played the first one. So I gave up because I was just confused. Yeah. Favorite game series of all time for me is Metal Gear. What's yours, Mordian? It's hard to pick. I think OG Halo probably... Probably, if I am honest, the game that I always come back to, that I have installed on every device possible, or played if it doesn't need installing, like from the disc, on every device possible, has to be Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic. 1 and 2, but with the Sith Restoration mod. Without the Sith Restoration mod, it's very good for about 70% of the game, and then the last 30% just doesn't make sense. So you need the Sith Restoration mod. I think the first, if you're taking the base games, the first one is better because it's just a more complete game. But when the second one has been restored via the mod, the second one is vastly, vastly superior. I sometimes still like playing this first one because it's just a straight up good versus evil, where the second one is much more shades of grey. But the second one has, I would say, overall has a better story. The first one's is a bit shallow. It's just good versus evil, but sometimes that's all you want from a game. The second one, a lot more going on. Probably completed the first game, no exaggeration, across all devices, from Xbox to PC to mobile, because you can play them on mobile now. Probably both games combined must have completed them 100 times. I kid you not. I've 100%ed, 100% completed KOTOR 1 so many times I can't even count. I've done it light side, dark side, grey Jedi, no force powers, only force powers. Done it just using blasters, so no melee weapons. Done it all. Yeah. In fact, my last completion of the game was only a year or so ago. Last time I went to Florida on holiday, I completed it on the plane because I have it on mobile. Yeah. Yeah. So probably KOTOR, just for the game that I can always go back to and always enjoy. Yeah. KOTOR 1 and 2. It's not necessarily. It's only a short series. It's only 2 games. But that's probably it. I was gonna say Halo, but I think unfortunately they've just destroyed the reputation of the game so much that it's hard to. I can't say it's my favorite game series when I haven't played any of them past 4, because I played 4 and it was so bad that I couldn't bring myself to play any of the other ones. Everything up until Reach was peak. Was more, absolutely 10 out of 10, 0 complaints peak. But if I'm allowed to cut it off at Reach, then I'll say Halo. If I'm not allowed to cut it off at Reach, then it has to go to KOTOR. Yeah. But I like a lot, yeah. ODST, I didn't like it the first time I played through it because it was very slow with the jazz, the smooth jazz. But afterwards, when I came back to it a second and a third time, I've enjoyed ODST more each time that I've played it. Yeah. All right, what have we got next? Squidfist, my boy, arise! Arise, Squidfist, arise! Aloha, sir. Hobby and campaign update in stream discussion. Let's have a look, man. Oh, a minute. We've got Small Dwarves from Anthony Williams as well. We do. Let's have a look. Nice. Those look like Highland minis. Perfect. Exact the same ones that I have, man. Nice. I love that. They're the next ones I've got the STL. They're the next ones I'm going to print out. The House Cows. Really fucking cool. Good Ironbreaker standards. Yeah. Nice. What have we got from Squidfist? Here we go. Aloha, sir. Hobby and campaign update. Built and got the urge to run a Bat Wizard this last mission and our ongoing Vampire Council's Empire campaign. This mission was to escort 3 civilian tokens off the board edge, and it wasn't looking good at all. Getting over on all fronts, and my wizard whiffed on his spells and didn't do shite the whole game. But the 2-headed griffin saved him. The true hero of the Empire also caught a lucky break that my friend charged in his mortis engine and missed all his attacks and his Helens dust attacks. Then it crumbled on a 1 and the item broke. Nice. Sometimes when there's no rerolls involved, sometimes that's all you need. Also took a nice big block of Empire Knights and a Grand Marshal who are doing work with the new Cackling Blade. Yeah, the Cackling Blade is basically an auto-include. It's very, very good. The game ended when I was about to lose my left flank and all my civilians. When I killed his Necromancer and his arm began to crumble. Great game, and on to the next where I had to try and blow up his graveyards. Got the fortified mana of the Empire as a surprise gift. Goes well with my other terrain and my soon-to-be castle for our campaign climax. Too much fun to be had, and looking forward to my Chorf's army, Highland Minis. 07, sir. Thanks, streams, and sorry for the big long message. Do not apologise for a big message about Old World. How dare you apologise, sir? I lambasted you. The longer, the better. More Old World, I say. Longer messages. Nice. Dude. Yes. I like the civilian tokens, these things. They're kind of cool. Holy shit, man. Old World, Best World, baby. Old World, Best World. It is just true. It's not, it's like literally said unironically. Yeah. What a game, man. What a game. So I'm guessing, are you, with these formations, it almost looks like you're playing Renegade Crowns over Empire, unless you just did marching column cause that lets you move quicker, maybe. I'm kind of curious. Maybe you drilled. Interesting. I do like the idea of like the drilled marching columns. Yeah. I imagine my Snotling army being absolutely trash, but we're funny. That's why we Old World, baby. Not every army has to be good, but every army should be fun. Fortified Manor of the Empire. Dude, what a terrain piece, man. I love that. Big shout out to GW. They did a good job bringing that piece back. Yeah. What a beaut. What a beaut. Love that. Hey, is that a like foam board like castle? Nice. Very cool. Very, very cool. That is going to look sick. That's a big beast as well. Look at the size of that guy in the gateway. Nice. Cool. I love the knights as well. I think they're the newer sculpts from Highland Minis, I think. Because he's got like 3 different iterations of the Sunland Minis now. The OG ones and then the middle ones, which I've got, and then the even newer ones. But yeah, they look pretty good. I like the shields on them. Yeah, I really like the shields on them. Cool. Cool, cool. Very bloody cool. Nice. Very cool, man. Squid Fist, I love it. You may no longer be a rising, but you are holding the line. And that works too. That works too, man. The great swords are drilled, mostly cut. It looked cool. Nice. Yeah, just marching up and then spreading out. Nice. We've got Commander HHL. Thank you for the gift of membership, man. Thank you for your support, sir. But can the membership fit the whole piece of paper? This is the question. We've got Trooper number 1202. Thank you for the super chat, bro. Howdy, sir. Hobby update in stream discussion. I think I saw this come through, man. Yes. Here we go. 07, sir. I am stoked with how this Chimera turned out. I was even able to coax some life out of the over 2 decades old decals and get them to apply to the model without disintegrating. This will be a fine addition to my collection. Dude. Peak mid-hammer Chimera. That looks epic, man. Holy shit, man. All the stowage and the track guards make such a difference. That Chimera kit is the GOAT. It's never been beaten. Like, it's never been beaten. They used to include the vehicle upgrade sprue in every single box as standard. Like, and they took it out. I think it was around after 4th edition, maybe 5th edition. I think it was 5th edition, you know, because I think they took it out when the new Lehman Russ kit came out. This is why, to me, a lot of people love 5th edition, but in a weird sort of way, 5th edition was good. It was kind of the start of when things started getting a little corpo at GW, and then 6th edition onwards was mask off, basically. But yeah, the 4th edition Rust kit and the 4th edition, well, the 4th edition Chimera kit especially was, I think, was peak, because it was an improvement over the old. It was an improvement in design, and it was an improvement because you got all the extra gubbins. And then from after that, that's when they started taking things out of the spruce and selling them separately and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. Yeah, really cool, though. Really, really cool. Yeah, very, very good job on that, Trooper. Very, very good job indeed. Really like it. That is genuinely like peak Chimera. I've said this again and again and again. Warhammer peaked in 4th edition, and we've all been riding the high for 20 years. It's just. I'm like Neo. I'm waking up from my pod. I'm looking down at everyone else still plugged in, and I'm like, what is going on? There we are. All right. Let's have a Trooper. That was a good model, man. That was a good one. Merlin, thank you for the super chat, man. The only other hobby related stuff I did this weekend in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Another thing. Oh, it's a big one. Another thing I did this weekend was get my old Caden army out of the attic. Yes. The imagery were fine as they were in the old Citadel hard case. They're looking at them. I think I'll strip and repaint them at some point. Already made a start on some of the metal heroes during the toddler's nap time. Nice. The vehicles, on the other hand, have seen 15 years of pure neglect, and it unfortunately shows. The old Lightning and Thunderbolt flyers I bought off eBay like that years ago. The intention of fixing them up didn't get far. The Malkador was completely scratch built from cardboard. It's nowhere near the correct scale, but I was proud of that attempt once upon a time. Now it's just in the bin as I have a 3D printed version of it now. The Valkyries are missing a lot of bits, so that's going to have to take some 3D printing to fix. The Sentinels don't really belong anywhere. I just thought they looked cool with heavy bolters. The Lehman Russes and Chimeras are okay, but they could do with being stripped and painted, though I missed the names I gave the Chimeras. 4 Chimeras, 2 Luminous Battle Tanks, 1 Manticore, 1 Behemoth, 2 Vendettas with the backbone of my 1750 points tournament list back in the day. It's a dedicated anti-marine list, as if you can easily kill a marine army, you can easily kill anything else at the time. And if you couldn't, it was tough enough not to lose too many victory points. Nice. I mean, they look fine, man, but if you've probably come along, that's Malkador is crazy. You've probably come a long way as a painter and a hobbyist, but yeah. Oh no. Oh no. Those poor babies. Yeah, if you don't have the spare parts for those, I mean, if you have the spare parts for them, great. But if you don't, if you can't 3D print them, they're probably gonna make time as a terrain piece, I imagine. Yeah. The old Vendettas though, looking good. The Artemis pattern Hellhound, nice. The converted Hellhound, nice. Medusa. That looks like somewhat scratch-built Demolisher. Couple of the old Lehman Russes. It's kind of crazy to see Russes without sponsons these days. But for the longest time, like the El Clasico way of running them was Battle Can, Lascan, Twin Heavy Bolter. But for the longest time, prevailing wisdom was to not take sponsons on Lehman Russes. Executioner, fair enough. But yeah, for the longest time, prevailing wisdom was not. It was only in. I mean, really, it was only in 7th edition. Not 7th edition, 8th edition, when I think the Rust sponson debate went away. And even then, there were a lot of people that still didn't take them. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. It's cool seeing all the old models, man. It's really cool. Herbert's leg, balls of steel, helping hand. This thing is the fact, dude. Yeah, it's a bit mental. You made it out of cardboard, but I think you were right to be proud of the attempt. Yeah. I think you're right to be proud of the attempt. You just come a long way as a hobbyist, so you know it doesn't quite stand up to the same standards that you have now, but at the time, more than acceptable. The heavy bolter sentinels are really cool. I swear there was a sentinel that could take a heavy bolter at some point, but I might be misremembering. Yeah. Yeah, I might be easily misremembering. But the green stuffed ammo feeds are very, very cool, mate. Dude, a fine collection, sir. A fine collection, and yeah, many pieces you should be proud of. Very cool. I think the army could do with a bit of TLC, like you've identified, but I think, okay, here's my advice. I definitely think you should make sure you keep track of the chimeras and you should rename them again. I definitely think doing a big restoration project is absolutely the way you want to go. I was going to say my advice is you should try and make sure that those models... I mean, if you already have a big guard army, then you should just repaint these and fold them into existing motor pool. If you don't, though, like if this is going to be basically like the guard army that you're going to get, I think you should remaster it, but you should kind of try and remaster like the existing color scheme. Maybe cohesify it a bit, like maybe not have like the red hellhounds. Maybe it depends up to you, right? But I think you should like cohesify it, but keep to its like its origins a little bit. So obviously these are like green and tan, like striped camo. Like obviously this was your attempt at like doing the old school Cadian camo scheme. I think doing that now with 15 years more experience and getting it the way you imagined it in your head as a kid and getting it that way correct now this time, I think would be a really, really satisfying experience. Yeah, I think it'd be really cool. One of the, it's not necessarily regrets, but one of the things that I realized about my own restoration project is that I actually quite like my old tan and red color scheme. I kind of did my Mordian restoration project a little early because I probably should have waited until I could have redone it in speed paints. But at the time, speed paints were very much a new emerging thing. But yeah, I think the painting technology has advanced so far these days that I think you could restore these guys and do them the justice you always intended to do. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. New standard based on old vibe. Exactly. Yeah. What do we got next? Chris K, thank you so much for the super chat, man. I've returned from 4 days of metal at sea. That's crazy, man. I did temporary subscription to Nitro for you animals. This is for you, my brothers of the Mordian glory. And yes, there is somebody on the left side of the screen that has an inflatable marital aid. Oh my god, am I going to be able to show this on screen? You know what, I'm going to watch it first and then see if it's okay. To be fair, it's full. Okay, I probably can show it. I probably can't show the full thing, but I can probably show a little bit of it. So this is was this Windrose on a fucking boat? Giant inflatable dong. They've all got pickaxes. That's amazing. The guy looks like an old school like fantasy dwarf. He's literally got the build for it, and I mean that as like the highest compliment I can pay. That's so cool. That's so cool, man. That's so fucking cool, bro. I love that. I love that. You get the same vibe that those guys actually enjoy what they're doing. Like when I watched Sabaton, like you could tell that they just enjoyed what they were doing. Yeah. Yeah. Chris K, thank you for that, and also thank you for the gifted membership, baby. Thank you, bro. Amazing. And then we've also got Greasy Cleric. Greasy Cleric, thank you for super chat, man. Hobby progress and such in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Finished by Scorpion, Walker, and Commander. Plus, I picked up a Kodiak and the American half of an intro box to finish off my Americans. Yes. Kodiak stonks. Going up. But Totem Core meta incoming. Kodiak stonks. Going up, man. Saw the Epic Hail Caesar. Saw the Epic Hail Caesar and had to share my group's first Escalation League game. Romans routed the Carthaginians and Celts this time around. Mostly learned the game. Mostly learned the game to learn the differences between the 28mm version. Nice. Hey. That's a pretty fucking cool looking Scorpion Walker. Yeah, I love that color scheme, man. Like the sage green and the nice tan. Legit, bro. Looks very, very nice. Look at that. Oh, mate. That looks epic, man. Ha! No pun intended. Hey! Sun's out, bums out. That's cool, man. Getting to play as the Celts and the Carthaginians. Well, there's a lot of Celtic mercenaries in the Carthaginian army, weren't there? Well, there's a lot of mercenaries in the Carthaginian army in general. Yeah. Nice. Very, very cool, man. I mean, I think epic scale games do just, they do just hit a little bit differently. And it's obvious why, right? It's obvious because they look like armies. This is one of the big things which, okay. Sort of talky moment now. All right. I think it's one of the big things that us as a community have to recapture. We have to recapture armies looking like armies. The thing is, we've been talking a lot about Old Hammer and stuff like that. And we've been loving it. We've been gushing over it. But the truth is that there's always been an element of armies not looking like armies being superior from a gameplay point of view. I can distinctly remember playing games of Warhammer Fantasy back in the day against my brother's like vampire counts, and if he wanted to give me a chance, he'd run loads of like zombies and stuff that I would actually be able to like fight. But if he didn't, he'd just run things like Terrorgeists, and that would just monster mash. There has been, it's tricky with 8th because sometimes monster mash would be terrible, like dwarf cannons and stuff like that, but sometimes monster mash was really powerful. And you can look over at games like Warhammer 40k and say, oh, armies back in the day used to like armies, but a huge amount of that was the way that we played. But the moment you got even a sniff of the competitive scene, armies started to stop looking like armies. Like, I distinctly remember getting into my, the tournament scene around, it would have been, well, I played a little bit at the end of 5th, but it was basically 6th, right? I really got back into the game properly in a competitive way with 6. And I think it was very quickly early on in 6th edition when Helldrakes were a big problem. And, someone at the local club would just run triple Helldrakes and just mash people up. And it didn't really look like an army. It was just like triple Helldrakes, like just flying around. It looked like spam. And things like big Death Stars of characters and stuff like that. So there's always been an element of armies not looking like armies. And I think what's probably degraded over the course of time, further and further and further, to where I would say in many ways where we are now with 10th edition, where frankly very few armies look like armies. Even my beloved Guard, you look around at a lot of the armies that are competitive that people are running, they don't really look like armies. They're like a collection of units. You know, there's 5 Rough Riders here, a couple of squads of Bulgrins, like 2 Dawns, like maybe 2 10-man squads of infantry, you know, a Chimera, like a Taurox. Like, it's a lot of 1s and 2s and tools and toolboxes. It's not like a platoon, an armored fist squad. You know, it's not like that really. That I like to build my armies to look like armies. I like to run, you know, my mechanized company, my infantry company. I like to run an army that looks like an army. But let's be real, these days, most armies don't look like armies. Most armies look like a collection of units, some sort of spam, some sort of monster mash, and it was very, in many ways, like I said, there's always been an element of that. As people realize that, you know, if you skew, you can often skewing can be an easier way to victory, not necessarily to win the whole tournament, but if you're someone that's happy to go 3-2, 4-1, or 2-1 at an event day, then skewing is the way you want to do it, right? And I think that, you know, even my beloved Old World, I love Old World, and I go on and on about it's a vibe game, but the moment you go to the tournament scene, there's a 50-50 chance you're going to face someone who's going to have an army that looks like an army, or an army that looks like a bag of shit. And the truth is, if you want to look for who's to blame for why armies don't really look like armies anymore, you need only look in the mirror. Most of the time, back in the day, armies looked like armies because no one had a fucking clue what they were doing. You know, like no one would. You couldn't go online and look up a video guide or an army build. You couldn't just go on BCP and download the winning list or anything like that. There was no one telling you what was good. People just took the units which they liked and figured out if they were good or not later. Basically, you know, it wasn't quite still Mania, but there was a lot of people just being like, well, of course I've got common goblins in my army, because why wouldn't I? I got like 40 of them right here, like 2 squads of 20. Like, oh, why do you have those like Empire State Troops and the Knights? And it's like, well, because I thought they looked cool. I didn't know what I was doing. Like, you look back at the games with, you know, with my old Imperial Guard. Like, I used to run a Lehman Russ Demolisher, a regular Lehman Russ, a single Chimera armored fist squad, and then it was like a bunch of platoons of infantry, and it looked like an army because it was like 3 tanks and like 40 to 60 infantry. But you know, that wasn't the most competitive way of running Guard. That's just what I, in my mind, thought that I should have. Like, this is what a Guard army should have. And that's how everyone played. It wasn't necessarily from... I mean, in some ways, it was from a... I would say, I would argue in many ways, it was from, like, a point of ignorance. Like, because it wasn't, you know, the information wasn't so instant access. You could only really go off vibes. And the more you played, sort of the more you started to like unlock things. But a lot of the time, you know, it was, you know, where there was, not only was there not the access of information, there also wasn't really the access of models. I mean, it sounds crazy these days, but there used to be a whole thing about, oh, you shouldn't buy things online. It's a scam. Right? Like, those of you who grew up, who are about the same age as me, you know, you was like, oh, you know, you'd see something in like the White Dwarf, like in the pages of the White Dwarf, and you'd want it, and you'd go into your local GW or your local hobby store that just happened to have a bit of Warhammer on the back shelves, And if they didn't have it, that was it. You just didn't get it. That was it. Oh, Ryan, I really, really want an extra Carnifex. Don't have one in stock. Okay. Like that there was a huge element of that, which is why, you know, armies tended to look like armies. And if some nutcase turned up with I remember someone turning up. I remember seeing at the local club, some guy had a Trigon. It was from Forge World, and he bought it online from Forge World, because that's the only place you could get Trigons before they were in plastic. And we were all blown away. We were like, holy shit, man, because we'd never seen anything like it. Guy was called Chambers, like not Andy Chambers. Although that's literally just occurred to me. That's kind of funny. But yeah, and we were like, holy fuck, man. Like, what is it? Where did you get it? He went, oh, it's a Trigon. We were like, what does it do? It's like, it's from Forge World. And like, he had like, I don't know if I can't remember if it was like I think it was a white dwarf, but it might have been like just like a printed out page or something, with the Trigon rules on it, like a photocopy of the Trigon rules or something. But yeah, like we couldn't believe it. We couldn't believe it, man. And yeah, but now I think a huge part of it is armies don't look like armies because there's instant access to information, and there's basically instant access to whatever model you want. And in some ways, let's be clear here, that's great, right? Like, finally, if you've got an idea for an army, you can do it. And if you want to go in a certain direction, like skew or theme or whatever it may be, you can do it. And it's way, way more convenient. But I think with great power, in some ways comes great responsibility. I think just because your scientists were so obsessed with whether they could, they didn't ask themselves whether they should. And like wargamers, we're so obsessed with the idea of, oh, I could run this bullshit skew army. I could run this like mental stat check force. And I think if you're someone that likes running that, then please continue with like modern Warhammer. You know, that's the way modern war games are almost designed to be played. It's almost the way they're designed to be, like literally from the ground up. Like GW will do game design and balance design with the idea of things being super skewed. Like you can see this, knights, custodies. Those are armies which are fundamental stat check skew armies that are baked into the game that will never be taken away, will never go away. Never. If you're someone that wants to go back to the old ways, to the old hammer, whether that's old world in some ways, with playing with your mates, or games like 4th edition Warhammer, or even in some ways newer games like Conflict 47. But if you want to, it's all about leading the way. It's all about trying to, like, for as long as possible, keeping the good vibes going. And I think a huge amount of that is, it kind of comes down to discipline. It kind of comes down to self-discipline. It really comes down to Stillmania. For those of you that know what that is, you'll know exactly what I mean. Like, I think they're not necessarily for modern war games, because I just don't think they're designed for it. But if you're someone that wants to get into older armies, and if you want armies to look like armies, then older version of the game, and you want your army to look like an army, then I think you have to resist the lull of the skew. Resist the lull of the bullshit. Because all that will end up happening is you will make the place that you've come from like the place that you're going to. And I think it sort of comes back to what I've been saying a little bit recently. Like, you can have the old and the new. You can enjoy the... People think that I'm anti-New Hammer when I'm not. You can have all the benefits of New Hammer, the instant access to information, the instant access to models, the constant updates, which are a good thing overall for like the balance of the game and all that kind of stuff. You can have all of that, and that's where you go for that experience. But if you're someone who's interested in New Hammer and you're interested in armies looking like... if you're interested in Old Hammer and you're interested in armies looking like armies again... And when I say Old Hammer, I mean, at this point, I'm not even really talking about Old Hammers in an old edition of Warhammer. I'm kind of talking about the old vibes, the old ways. I think you need to embrace... You need to embrace making your army look like an army again. I think that's the big bit. Yeah. And... to give you, an example of an army that looks like an army is something that we're looking at before, which is this. Like, look at this. There's no skew there. That looks like two armies facing off against each other. I'm sure in some way in Epic Hail Caesar or Epic Black Powder or Conflict 47, whatever it might be, I'm sure there's absolutely some way that you could skew bullshit this way to victory, but that's not the way it should be done. Yeah. For those that don't know what Stillmania is, I'm gonna show you, because some people won't, to be fair. But I am starting, and I kid you not, like every day that goes past, I'm starting to understand Stillmania more and more. When someone first showed me this, I dismissed it. I thought it was like silly and wrong and out of date. But every day that goes by, I'm starting to see. I'm starting to understand. I'm beginning to believe. So this is Stillmania. So this is from an old White Dwarf article, when White Dwarf wasn't just a catalogue, and it's still not great now, White Dwarf. People say it's got better. Being better than literally a sales brochure is not much of an improvement. Anyway, Stillmania. Nigel Stillman is well known for playing in the spirit of the game. This is his personal opinion of the ultimate spirit of wargaming. This was for Warhammer Fantasy back in the day. Pick your army to just under 2,000 points. Write down the roster and never amend it again. Make sure it fits the background, like the lore, the fluff, your headcanon. Collect and paint the army. Give it 3 coats of gloss varnish. Fucking log that shit in, boys. Then never touch it with a paintbrush again. Give every character and regiment a name. So this isn't just, oh, my first unit state troops. This is Vossenberg's Vagabonds. This next unit is, Nigel's Ne'er-do-wells, all this kind of stuff. This unit is the fighting third, all this kind of stuff, right? Do not even possess extra or alternative units. Just stick with what you've got. Just stick with what you've got. Make a carry case that fits the army exactly. So you make the army, you don't change it, you lock it in. That is that force. That's that fighting force. Fight every battle with the same army and never change anything in it. Fight in big games with just your 2,000 points and to hell with the odds. That one I'm still a little, that was a little crazy, but what that one is meant to represent is like, if you find that you're facing 4,000 points with your 2,000 points, make a narrative game around that. So you're like a vanguard that's trying to buy time for as long as possible. Do you have, did you like lose all your models, but you survived for like 8 turns, holding the enemy up long enough that maybe you were successful as a vanguard? Like, you make a mission that fits that scenario. You make a narrative that fits that scenario. Yeah. Never vary or change your army in any way. Resist all temptation. You see, this guy's not an idiot. He knows you're going... He knows you're going to be tempted to change things. But you must resist that. See, this is the one that we've all forgotten. This is almost the most important one. Resist all temptation. Why does 40k these days always feel like we're on a never-ending treadmill? And why do so many people feel like they need to get off the treadmill? Because so many people can't resist that temptation. They lack that discipline. They can't resist that temptation. They feel like they need to get the new stuff so they can make their army better. And what this guy is saying is you must resist that. Because he foresaw where we would end up. And nobody listened to him. Not nobody. Not enough people listened to him. Yeah. Yeah. Model every magic item on the character who carries it, no matter what it is. What you see in the army is what you get. Take this literally. Hardcore WYSIWYG. Always give your opponent the benefit of the doubt. Always. Don't. Because imagine if both players are doing this. There you go. Who cares if your opponent knows your army composition by heart? Let the only surprises be your deployment and your tactical moves. Shrug off defeat. Learn the lessons and keep practicing. Play for the fun of playing. When you win, the excellence of your generalship will be beyond doubt. I mean, think about it. If you've got this army that you're so familiar with, I mean, what does every competitive player tell you? Get your reps in. Practice, practice, practice. That's what every competitive player tells you. And that's basically what this guy is saying. Like, just practice. Do not fear the man that knows 10,000 punches, 10,000 kicks. Fear the man that has practiced one kick 10,000 times. That's what Stillmania is all about. That's what he's trying to tell you. Now, some of you might be thinking, but what if I wanted to have, like, an Imperial Guard army? And what if I wanted to, like, have a large collection with multiple different units in it so I could keep things fresh and interesting? I was like, well, I think you could still do that within the tenets of Stillmania. What he's saying here, because I'm sure Nigel had more than one army in his collection, but it's like, if you are running your Mordians, then this is the way the Mordians play every time. This is the way. If you're playing your Tyranids, this is the way your Tyranids play every time. No questions asked. This is the way. Yeah. If you're playing in Old World and you're playing your Empire, this is your Empire army. This is the way it plays. You want to mix it. If you want to mix it up, buy a second Empire army and enshrine that. It's a very extreme way of playing. And unfortunately, it's probably not possible today in many ways due to Legends. Yeah. GW is like, okay, Stillman, we're legending your entire army. Yeah. That's the thing. It's not that Stillmania is wrong. It's not that Stillmania is wrong. It's that Games Workshop has tried to create an environment in which this is no longer possible. And why? Well, the obviousness is because if they don't, they want to keep generating sales. Yeah. Ishmael, exactly. No, what you mean it's not possible with modern Warhammer 40k. Exactly. But this practice is still very, very possible outside of a lot of war games. But I guess but it comes back to what we're saying. Like, Stillmania is about it's part of what we're saying. Armies, people go on and on about old Hammer, and they're like, oh, armies don't look like armies anymore. If you go back to the olden days, armies look like armies. And it kind of comes back. Stillmania is kind of it kind of explains why we don't have armies that look like armies anymore, and you kind of explains why back in the day armies did look like armies, because this was kind of the mindset in many ways. You know, you had your army, and that was your army, and that was it. That was it. And whilst not everyone stuck quite as extremely to it as Mr. Nigel did, I think in many ways there was always an element of it, whether voluntary or involuntary. You can't, you know, because there wasn't, like I said, the instant access. But yeah, I think if you want armies, long story short, if you want armies to look like armies again, that has to come from the community. It is not going to come from GW. And it never will. Ever. Not anymore. Because GW wants you to keep buying stuff. The way the game is designed from the ground up is to keep things moving. So you can't expect Games Workshop to change it. You can't really expect any company to do it. This is where I think we've gone wrong. If I may go one step further, I think we as a community have gone terribly wrong somewhere along the line. We have entrusted Games Workshop with far too much authority and far too much power. And they have abused it, frankly. I can tell you exactly the moment when it happened, which was the end of 8th edition. Up until the end of 8th edition, GW was not in control of Warhammer, as crazy as that sounds. Sure, they released new models. Sure, they released new supplements. And sometimes those supplements were quite broken. But they were not really in control of the game. The community was in control of the game. You'd think the modern scoring and the modern way of playing the game we have now came from Games Workshop. It did not. It came from the community. It came from Frontline Gaming and the ITC. They are the people that actually designed this. And then in 9th edition, something happened. It's like collectively, everyone just decided to hand the reins over to GW. And I don't know why. I don't know why. I really don't understand why. But collectively, the whole community decide, like, when something was broken, the community would balance it. If there was a supplement that came out and it was bullshit, it wouldn't be allowed. Like, tournaments would go, no, that's not allowed here. Like, often GW would release really broken things into Forge World, and tournaments would just say Forge World's not allowed. Yeah. And then in 9th edition and 10th edition, so the last 6 years, for some reason the community just decided that we were going to listen to Games Workshop. And that's when the treadmill went into overdrive. That's when the constant updates and constant legendsing happened. That's when it happened. And I think if I'm going to end this little 16th revelation, maybe. But if I'm gonna end this little segment, I think I think the best thing that we can do for Wargaming is not necessarily, because people, they rail against Warhammer and Games Workshop and all this kind of stuff. And I actually don't think that's necessarily the best thing for Wargaming. I think the best thing for Wargaming is the community needs to take back its ownership, take back control. Even if that means that, you know, Warhammer 40k becomes a little bit less unified, like we're not all quite singing from the same hymn sheet, I think overall that would be better. Because Games Workshop has kind of shown that they can't really be trusted with the power that we gave them. How many things have been legends? How many times they released something and then, obviously broken and then nerfed it into the ground? I think a great example of this is Warhammer the Old World. Why is Old World best world? Why? Why is Old World considered the best game that GW makes? Because from day one, the community told GW, thanks for the game, we'll take it from here. GW tried to Legends almost half of the core factions in the game. They tried to pull a 40k on Old World from day one. And collectively, the entire community said, that's not happening. No, GW, thank you for the game. Thank you for the rules. Now off you fuck. Off you go. Why is Horus Heresy a fucking dumpster fire? Because for some reason, Horus Heresy should have stuck with 2.0. People missed. People fell for the bait, which was the legacy document, the 207 page. They thought that their stamping and their shouting, that the legacy document fixed the game was their victory. It wasn't. That was the red herring. Because what's happened with Horus Heresy, I would say, is GW basically placated the outcry, and I would say now has control of the game. Whereas before Heresy was very, very community driven. Think about Heresy 2. Think about Heresy 1.0, 1.5, and 2.0. Who was in control of that game? Was it Games Workshop? No. GW released the models and then fucked off. And the community managed that game. And what's happened with 3.0? At the very best, it has split the community, and GW now has basically control over a portion of it. Those who decided not to go along with 3.0, in many ways, they're the ones that have managed to avoid the big problem. Because you think GW is going to just not going to keep trying to take more and more control of Heresy 3.0? They will do. When there'll be another update. 4.0 will come out. Something else will get Legends. I can see 4.0 them Legendsing fuckloads of stuff. I can see that. If they get a 4.0, if the game is successful enough to get one, I can see it. Because the people that are still around now playing 4.0 are the ones that are okay with GW fucking them and taking control. This is why the community needs to have a serious ownership in the game, and why you can't leave it to the fucking giant corporation. Because the corporation does not have your best interest at heart. Of course it doesn't. It has the best interest of the shareholders at heart. And so that's why a huge amount of discipline and self-policing has to come from the community. And we don't necessarily need to go back to Stillmania, but we definitely need to take a step towards it. Otherwise, and if you don't care about any of that, then that's totally okay. But if you're somebody who wants armies to look like armies again, if you're somebody who wants things to change in a certain direction, or maybe not quite change so much, then I think there needs to be a little bit of community discipline. And maybe community take back. Yeah. Why are they legending so much stuff just to drive sales where they choose? Exactly. If legendsing stuff is a strange one. Because on the one hand, you'd think, why would GW stop that? It would. That's the model they no longer sell. But for Games Workshop, they don't really think. Games Workshop is a big company, so they think about things in a different way to us mere mortals. To them, it's not just a case of is that an option? Is that an option that we now sell? If we don't sell it anymore, we lose money. For them, they have to weigh up like, okay, if does keeping that around make us more money, or does it cost us money to keep it around, or if we get rid of that, will it push people to other areas? Like there's a lot of different pros and cons that they weigh up. Like probably 100 decisions probably get 100 factors probably go into the calculation that they do. And if it comes out as we think it'll make us more money, that's the direction they go in. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, Java, GW controls the market with internal release wave. Yeah, they do. So we've kind of gone off topic a little bit here. But in summary, the only people that can change the game to have armies looking like armies again, to stop the endless churn, in many ways, the only people that can make that happen is the community. That's it. It's why, and you guys know I love Warlord games, but it's why from day one, I have said everything about action is okay in Conflict 47, which is contrary to, in many ways, what Warlord has said. Warlord has said, well, if you both got permission, we'd rather you use like late war stuff and all that kind of stuff. Do you know what I mean? But that's why from like day one, I've been like, it should be assumed by the community that anything about action will be used in Conflict 47. Just assume it. Because that's the community straight away being like, we're staking our claim on this. We're taking a bit of ownership of this. We're not just being told what to do. We are actually also telling the company what we're going to do. And that's very important. You can't just accept orders on high from the people that want all of your money, because their orders are going to be, give us your money. It's going to be the same order every time. There you go. All right. But of course, all of this is just like my opinion, man. Let's see what you guys think. We went places there, guys. We fucking went places. We've been having some big old thoughts and thunks in today's stream, but it's been one of those, streams where, sometimes you just gotta be like a leaf on the wind, see where it goes. Yeah. I've got some super chats coming in here. All right, let's have a look here. That was from Greasy Cloud. Greasy Cloud, great super chat. I always say a good super chat is one that prompts conversation, that prompts a discussion, that prompts just going off on one. That was a good super chat, Greasy Cloud. Yeah. Ishmael Thompson, thank you for the super chat, man. Reward vibes mechanically, and vibes will return. Also, I want random field effects to make SKUless viable, but a big risk. I think there's a huge Ishmael. I think you're on the money there. I don't know if I want random field effects, because I think randomness is something that has to be very, very carefully put into a game, very carefully. Like, I wouldn't want the old Warp Storm table to come back. I think that is too buku. It's too much. But a bit like the old, in that game with Simon when his demon host won in the game, that was randomness and it was game winning, but it was cool. It wasn't too kooky. You need to season with a bit of randomness. You can't just be kooky as all hell. That's where I draw it. But yeah, you need, I think as 40k has become very clinical. Again, that's probably the community, you know, we've all got so obsessed with Math Hammer and data. I've said this a few times before on stream, but back in my day, people who talked about Math Hammer were kind of scorned. And sometimes it was a bit mean. But the guys that started quoting Math Hammer to you, with, you know, people used to take the piss and be like, my statistics, if I roll this die 17 times, I will get this, I will get a 92% hit rate. And it's like, bro, what the fuck are you doing, man? Like, what? And then, because these people would then get really, that shouldn't have happened. Statistically, I should have hit 50% of the time. I only heard 30% of the time. Like, like, that was the vibe. And as things have, one of the great phenomenons that I've noticed in the Wargame community is suddenly the fucking Math Hammer nerds are in charge. Everyone's fucking listening to them. Like, people find it mad that I don't do Math Hammer. Like, I like, they're like, oh, Morden, if you check out the statistics on this using like this website that breaks it down, like you hit like 3.6 times, and I'm like, how did you hit 0.6 times on a dice? What? There's no such thing as 3.6 hits. There is no, like, no. I know people think I'm insane, and they're gonna say I'm wrong on this. There is no such thing as hitting someone 3.6 times. You either hit them 3 times or you hit them 4 times. There's nothing in between. The in between does not exist. You cannot. Your dice can't roll an angle, and that counts as 0.6 as a hit. If it rolls an angle, what do? You re-roll it till you get a flat result. Oh, but Mordy, we're talking about averages. You're talking about fucking numbers, you fucking nerd. Like, that's what's happening. And for some reason, these fucking like Math Hammer has become this altar which modern wargamers fucking worship on, and it's just like, it's crazy. It's crazy. Just, you don't math. I don't know if it's better or for worse. I don't know if it's better or for worse, but it's funny to me that so many people put so much stock and trade in Math Hammer. Yeah. Hastings L-Tate, to be honest. See, you can disagree with me. That's okay. That's totally okay. I'm not, like I said, I'm not saying it's necessarily better or worse that Math Hammer has taken on a greater import in the community. I'm just saying, back in my day, no one, like, it was seen as a guide, not the ultimate thing. Yeah. It's just a change in the way the community approaches the game. Mordian, forget about anti-tank, just bring bolters. The odds of winning a tank don't matter. See, a ton of rhombus. At best, you have misunderstood me, and at worst, you have willfully misrepresented my point. Willfully. Because I'm not saying don't bring anti-tank. I don't do Math Hammer. You ever see me not bring anti-tank in an army? No. What I'm saying is people didn't need a fucking spreadsheet to tell them if they needed to bring a las cannon. They'd be like, oh, well, I need some anti-tank, so I'll put some las cannons in my list. Yeah. Yeah. That's the difference. People would be like, yeah, if I need a bit of anti-tank, I'll put some anti-tank in my list. If it's a nightmare, guess I'm bringing a lot of anti-tank. Yeah. Math Hammer tries to solve the game. I don't want to solve it. I want to play it, enjoy it, and maybe, just maybe, win it. Yeah, yeah. It's enormous. You're right that stats should inform your decisions, but you shouldn't get pissy if every game is not the average. This is it. Like, there's the funny thing about modern Warhammer. One of the things that has kind of been solved is no one really complains about bad dice anymore. It's really funny, like, as more and more people have been coming into Old World and into Conflict 47, a lot of people have already regaled me with a story of their, you know, first, second, third, fourth, fifth game, whatever it might be. And they're like, oh man, and then my character, like, let's just, like that one with Scriffis, and then my character just fucked all his rolls and the dice were against me. That never happens in 40k because there's so many attacks happening and the game is so clinical. And there's so many rerolls that no one ever complains about bad dice anymore. Very rarely. No, never say never, right? But very few people complain about bad dice anymore. Yeah. They have, which is kind of funny. Yeah. Which is kind of funny. I simply cannot play with my cool toy soldiers and monsters without my trusty calculator. Yeah, man. Yeah, got to bust out the old abacus. The thing Math Hammer doesn't take into account is luck / chaos factor. It's a dice game. You can't demand them to land the way you want unless you cheat. Shame. Sometimes luck wins out. A miracle happens. This is one thing that people don't. This is one thing that never gets talked about. Ever. In competitive games. What does it take to become a GT winner? What does it take to become a super major winner? Of course, practice. Of course, skill. And knowledge. And so many things that can be managed. But you can have two people that are equally knowledgeable, equally skilled, and equally experienced. And one will win out of the other because one guy is just a little lucky. It's just every competitive player that I've ever met who has won an event has not only been very, very skilled, not only been very knowledgeable, and not only earned every win, they've also always been a little lucky. Not like ridiculously so, but you know, every time they roll, let's say they roll 5 4-up saves, they always roll 3 instead of 2. You always make 3, yeah, that's 50-50, but they always roll on the top side. Whenever they need to hit on threes with like 9 shots, they hit with 7, not 6. Think about LVO and Nemo with that plasma storm. The guy who's hitting on 4s with sustained hits on plasma, he had like 14 dice. He ended up getting 18 hits. The average should have been 9. Guy base didn't miss and rolled a bunch of 6s and just, yeah. Yeah. Luck is probably the deciding factor. It's not in every game. What I mean is that guy who's just a little bit luckier will be the guy that probably wins the event versus the guy that he's just slightly less lucky than. And that's with all of the rerolls and just everything taken into account. Just having a little bit of luck at the right time. And you can see it. You can see it on every event win. You can see it. At some point, someone just gets a little lucky at just the right time when they needed that little bit of luck. Or the guy on the other side who loses gets a little unlucky just at the time he didn't need it. That's the thing. No one ever talks about that. And the reason why no one ever talks about it is because it doesn't go into a spreadsheet. And wargamers are very analytical people. Really, like, more often than not, wargamers are very, very analytical. We're nerdy guys and all that. Nerdy people, I should say. Because I actually, you know, there are... It's funny. Very, very off topic. But for a long time, wargaming has been a fairly male-dominated space. I don't think that anyone would deny that. But obviously recently there's been a lot of chit and, dare I say, chat around the proverbial water cooler around, women and wargaming and female custodians and all that kind of stuff, right? And how that boosts representation, so on and so forth. Okay, now we're not going to get into that conversation because we've talked about it to death, and that horse is so flogged to death. It's now glue that's gone to the factory. Well, it's not gone to the factory, but turned into glue. But it's funny, all of these conversations have been happening recently, and then the K47 game that came out this weekend that I put on my channel, where I recorded at Element Games. Behind the table behind the one that Chris and I were playing on were two other people that were playing, a guy and a girl, and the guy had Necrons, and can you guess which army the girl had? You'll get it straight away. You'll get it first time. Literally, it's the answer you think it is. Yep, Nids. Yeah. Three people got it straight away. Yeah. Everyone knows. Yeah. And it's like, and that's cool. That's really, really cool. But it just literally, I just wanted to mention. I remembered I wanted to mention it in stream when I noticed it. Yeah. But yeah. So it's just but well, going back to the topic we were on, like people, the thing that no one ever talks about is what does it take to become a winner? All the knowledge, all the skill, all the experience. But the thing that will determine whether someone wins or loses, and this is in every competitive sport, by the way, the thing that will determine whether someone wins or loses is at the very, very tippity top will be a little bit of luck. And both sides can be very, very lucky, but the person that has just a little bit of luck is the one that will win. Yeah. You see it. What's interesting is you see it quite a lot in Formula One. So Mrs. Mordian loves Formula One, and she's by being together with her for so long, now I actually quite like Formula One as well. I never used to be bothered by it, but now, yeah, it's quite cool. I mean, it's fast cars. I mean, it's fun. Every season there'll be a race where some guy wins it who, like, maybe shouldn't. Not the whole thing, but wins a particular race, or maybe does win the whole thing as well. And that person will just cross the finish line and they'll get their first podium or their first win, and they might not get it again, but just on that day that all the circumstances fell into place, they got a little bit of luck. That person that would bother them, they ended up going off. That person that would have been an issue for them, that person ended up not finishing or whatever. Someone gets a better pit stop than somebody else because it just happens on that day that one of the mechanics fucks up the tire change and it takes 10 seconds rather than 2 seconds. All this kind of stuff. Yeah, and you see it all the time. You see it all the time in sports, and it's the same in 40k. The thing that determines who's going to win the Super Major, the thing that determines who's going to win the GT, is probably the person that's just a little bit lucky. Yeah, and they're consistently a little lucky. Because here's the thing: competitive players know this. They don't tell you it. They don't want to tell you it, but competitive players tell you it. Competitive players know it because they will roll their dice confident that they're going to come out on the right side of the 5 4-up saves, and they make 3. Because it's happened to them so many times. They know it. They just know that inherently they're a bit lucky, and they know that's what is going to get them to is going to help them. I see it, like, people. I be like, and this is why I'm not. I can be lucky, but I can also be phenomenally unlucky. My luck is very swingy. But this is why I, in my head, have developed this mentality of there's no kill like overkill. Like, when I massively, it'll happen in many games. I will hugely overcommit to kill a unit, but I'll make sure that I'm lining up so I've got like multiple options. Because too many times have I played into a very competitive player, and I know, okay, statistically this one unit should be able to do it, but I know he's going to pass 8 out of 10 4-up saves there. So I need him to pass only 5 of them. So I'm going to commit 2 units to make that happen. Yeah. Yeah. That's been... Because I've played so many tournaments, I now instinctively overcommit because I have too many times have I relied on the quick averages in my head and they haven't panned out because someone just rolled 6 out of 8 4+ saves. I tell you what, I'll prove it to you. I'll prove it to every single person right here. Every single person right here. I'll give you this one example. And you will all, and because I used it last stream, I give you this one example, and everyone will go, I believe you, Mordian. How many times have you played someone with a 5+ feel no pain, and it felt like a 2+? What is it about feel no pains? How many times have you played someone and they just get they get a 5 and something else, so it always takes 2 shots to kill it when it should have only taken 1? How many times? Why? Yeah, this is it. You hit them with the damage 3 weapon. They've got a 2 wound model. They need, statistically, they fail that every time, and they get 2 5s and something else. Every time, right? Every time. That's the proof. And there's that guy in the club who always makes his 5-up feel no pains like that. Doesn't matter. And now you take it into account when you play him. There you go. All right, we've got some more super chats coming here. Let's have a look. Dice Hate, thank you for the super chat, man. The kids have stopped throwing up and I'm sleeping on the couch. So what did I miss? When I went on a massive rant about Stillmania and how the community needs to take back control of Wargaming and using Old World as an example. And now I've been shitting on nerds and math. So, yeah, there you go. Wolf58, thank you, super chat. Do you want the White Dwarf scans? Found a blog that has them. That's a short, condensed version. How he made the armies and the battle reports. Bro, get it in stream discussion, and if we got time, we'll take a look. Of course, man. Of course. Florida Eccentric, thank you for the super chat, man. Hobby update in stream discussion. Yes, mate. Let's get a fucking hobby update on. Here we go. Hobby progress at work today. All my Ultramarines are finally built, including the last 10 of 30 Terminators. The Titan Wardens did not have the mold line problem, as shown in the pictures the other day. There were mold lines, but nowhere near that. Just standard mold lines. That's good. That's good. I'm glad, because obviously I don't want everyone to have shitty mold lines. As I said in that video, I want everyone to have no mold lines. And I was only really shitting on GW because, like, if you're going to say you make the best models, you better fucking make them. You don't get any wiggle room. But yeah, it's the thing. Like, I cover a lot of like negative stuff with like Games Workshop and whatnot, and I'm always pretty fair and balanced with them. Like, if they do something good, they get a lot of praise. But my point has always been on GW, which is if you're going to fuck everyone at every opportunity, you get very little sympathy when you fuck up. You get no wiggle room. And that's the difference. And I'll tell you what, I think the new Terminators look great. I am a really, really big fan of the Terminator remaster that GW's done. I think the modern regular Terminators and the new Assault Terminators are probably the best Terminator sculpts they've ever done, including all the stuff in Heresy. I love the old Tartarus Termies. I really do. But I think the remastered Indomitus Terminators, someone will be able to tell me what the name is. Just the classic Termies, they are the best version there's ever been. Even from the old Metal-E's that I love, even from some of the like Dark Angels ones. Yeah, I will endlessly praise GW for the new Terminators because they absolutely smashed it. I'll endlessly praise the new Terminators, and I'll endlessly praise them for the new Stern Guard. New Stern Guard are fucking sick, boys. Really, really good. I'm very fair and balanced when it comes to GW. They just often give me more reason to shit on them. But I am genuinely glad to hear that whilst there are some mold line problems with this unit, like not everyone seems to be afflicted by it. But you can see like the mold line like just across that bolter. That's a perfectly acceptable mold line. No issues with that whatsoever. Yeah. I guess it kind of comes down to a bit of quality control, I guess. I guess nobody, if you're GW and you're making so much money, maybe sometimes you make a sprue and it doesn't go out because the quality control isn't there. Yeah, it's not that there's a lack of good models. It's not that sometimes there's mold lines, sometimes there isn't. It's the lack of control over what goes out. Yeah. Yeah. But Florence Engine, they look great, man. And, dude, if you just do a classic ultramarine color scheme done well, they'll look sick. This is one thing that I'm a big believer in this. Sometimes the GW color scheme is actually the best one. Like we often all like to come up with our own color schemes and put our own stake on things. And there's a lot of very, very good color schemes that come from the community. Don't get me wrong. But sometimes a classic GW color scheme looks the best. I think classic ultra. I never really understood the hatred for ultramarines. Like, I think it's because people just saw the blue all the time. But if you look at a well-painted ultramarine army, it is beautiful. It is very striking. It is very beautiful to look at on the tabletop. I have enjoyed watching many, many beautifully painted ultramarine armies on battle reports and in real life. Likewise with the classic Caden color scheme. I love the classic Caden color scheme. The green and the tan just work so well. On the tanks, on the infantry, just it's peak. Blood Angels just look. Blood Angels are a very, very nice looking army. Yeah. Eldar, like is it Beltan? Green and white, amazing. Yeah. Tyranids. I'm actually not a huge fan of the Leviathan color scheme, but Kraken, love the Kraken color scheme. The for Old World, the old Talabheim red and white, very nice. Yeah. I don't think you should not do your own color scheme. I'm just saying sometimes if you just do a known color scheme very well, like it looks good. Yeah. So yeah, there we go. We've got Ishmael, my boy. Ishmael, thank you for the super chat, man. eBay haul and stream discussion. Do I need the Catachan book? I mean, you've got all the others. You've got all the others. It seems remiss not to. Hey, Armageddon, Eye of Terror, Imperial Guard. Nice. Yeah, man. I mean, I'll let you off this one. I'll let you off. I'm not mad, I'm just disappointed. I'm not really. That codex had On Shui in it, which was actually a pretty badass Tower Ethereal. He actually fought things in close combat with his Honor Blade. Yeah, man. I think the old Catachan Codex is paper thin. Like, it's literally, I think it's like 28 pages or something mental. It's tiny. It's actually stapled together like the Armageddon one. But if you've got all the others from that time, it feels remiss for you not to get the Catachan one. But I think the Armageddon one and the Catachan one, and in some ways the Eye of Terror one, were designed with the 3rd edition Guard Codex, the one with the fighting the trench lines. But if I am not mistaken, I think they are all perfectly compatible with the 3.5/4th edition Guard Codex. So, yeah. Yeah. Dacicon, what's everyone's position on recast? I'm personally fuck UW due to their prices being absurd. I see no difference between recasts and like 3D printing and third-party alternative models. They're all just sources. I guess it's a little bit more like some people might feel it is more morally a grey area, because if it's an exact recast of a GW model, there is an element of like, you know what I mean? But personally, I mean, I have to be a little careful with this, because I don't want to be. I have to be a little careful because I don't know, but I don't want to take the risk of maybe getting in trouble for being like recast everything. Do you know what I mean? I don't know if I don't know. I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know. But I've never condoned recasts, but I've never condemned them either. I think that's kind of my line on it. Yeah. Long as you aren't selling recasts, it's fine. I mean, probably Armor Class Hero. Yeah, probably. I'll tell you what. I'll tell you this. I wouldn't blame anyone for making the personal decision to go for recast. Like I said, never condemn someone for doing that. I believe piracy is I personally believe that piracy is a service issue. And for all while I don't think, whilst I don't think 3D prints of like alternative models to GW or third-party models are piracy, I think, for example, I think the Highland minis are different enough. I like those sculpts. I like the original GW ones as well. I think they both stand on their own 2 feet. And I think it comes down to, do you want the plastic ones or do you want the Highland mini ones? But I don't think that's the same thing. When it comes to like recasts, I think that is piracy. But I've always maintained that piracy is a service issue. That's it. He's trying to avoid the blacklist. Bro, I'm already on the blacklist. Like, I know I'm on the blacklist. I've been told I am on the blacklist because I leaked the Guard Codex early 2 editions in a row. I will say this, like, I'm annoyed I'm on the blacklist because both times that I leaked the Guard Codex, it was hype as fuck, and I think a lot of people ended up getting into Guard because of it. So fuck you, GW. But apparently, it's not about the results. It's about the fact that they don't like leaks. There you go. But yeah, Guard the 11th edition Codex leak when? Who knows? I don't think I'll get it 3 times on the trot. I'd love to, but last time I got it like 3 months, or last time I got like a month early. This time I got like 3 days early. So I'm not sure I'm going to get it. I'd love to. Yeah. I'd love to. But I don't think I'm going to get it. Going to leak it early. If I get it early, it'd be amazing. I hope I get to leak all of 11th edition early. I don't know what the implications of that would be. Can GW come down on me for leaking their edition early? Maybe I'd need to consult a lawyer for that one. I'd love to leak it early. Like, I think that would be like the peak of my YouTube career. I think that if I did that, they can, in theory, strike you. I suppose is it copyrighted? I suppose it. I didn't sign a GW NDA though. Yeah. I think if I don't know, because I've covered lots of leaks. It's never been an issue. I guess it depends on what I show off on stream, right? I guess it depends on what you show off on stream. Like, some of the book contents are copyright. Rules themselves can't ever be copyrighted. Yeah, I don't think, to my knowledge, to the best of my knowledge, Your Honor, to the best of my knowledge, I don't think I've ever leaked lore. Yeah. You can't copyright rules. Yeah. I've heard that before, but I don't know if it's true, but I've heard it before. Yeah. Yeah. You can probably copyright a story though, can't you? That's why all the lore tubers are getting hit with the demonetization, because they're like talking about the stories, and those stories will be copyrighted by GW. That's what it'll be. That's what it'll be. Yeah. Yeah, all the fluff is IP though. Yeah. That's what it'll be. It's crazy to think. It's like when AI came out, everyone assumed AI was going to like take away all the science jobs, and actually they've tried to replace like STEM jobs with AI. Like I think like a lot of programmers got replaced by AI, and it ended up going quite badly, and a lot of them have been rehired now. But it turns out that the real danger of AI was actually all the artists, which nobody expected. I genuinely, when AI was first emerging, all anyone would talk about is how it was going to replace STEM jobs this and STEM jobs that. And I'm sure in the fullness of time it probably will do. But what was interesting is the first thing that AI came for was artists. Artists and musicians. Yeah. It's all which I don't think anybody expected. Not anybody. I don't think many people expected it. Yeah. 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 Let's have a look what we've got next. Actually, I think Fahrenheit 451 predicted it. That was more about censorship, though, wasn't it? Fahrenheit 451 was the burning of books for censorship, because the digital stuff was all controlled. Yeah. Scale fucking hell. Scale train station. Lol, don't take legal advice from chat. Don't worry, I'm not doing copyright in this case of double trigger, because you and GW are in the UK, but YouTube is in the US, and that's where you have to file suit to have any effect on YouTube. Interesting. Yeah. The AI bubble will burst. I mean, probably. All bubbles eventually burst. I guess the question is it a bubble? People are kind of presuming it is, but everything goes through a peak and a trough, and then I mean I'm not this is not financial advice, but my very rough understanding of the history of economics and capitalism is that essentially what happens is everyone jumps on new thing blows up massively, suddenly it crashes, lots of people stop doing new thing, and what's left, and then but when it's all said and done, there are a few big players that thrive out of it because they buy up everyone else who's going out, basically. So eventually that's probably what will happen with AI. Like, everyone's jumping on it. Everyone and their mum is trying to produce RAM in a fucking garden shed and everything. Eventually, the bubble will burst, but for some people, the bubble bursting will be great, because it'll go from lots of little players to several big players. I wonder if the GW bubble will ever burst. Like, not in a way that I want it to burst, obviously. But, you know, the line for GW has been going up for a while now. I don't know. I guess the question is there a GW bubble? I don't know if there is. GW, is it a bubble, or is it just GW just dominant in their market? It's probably the latter. Yeah, that's a good point, Armor Class. GW produces physical products. So If it does burst, it will be different from purely intellectual products. That's a very good point. Very, very good point. Well made. I do wonder if there is... Yeah, like Jenny says, eventually hit a ceiling. I do wonder if there's a ceiling. It's like, sorry, I've got a bit of nail that's bothering me. I'll stop picking it. No, I won't. 1 minute. I've got nail clippers. Fuck yeah. 1 minute. Right now, I've got to stop. Ugh. Right. Yeah, I guess the big question is, can GW's line keep going up? Because, you know, at one point, I think every company assumes the line always goes up. I can't get it. It's annoying me, but I'm going to spend the entire stream fucking with it unless I get it. Oh, you bastard. You know, you got like a little fucking flappy bit of fucking skin. Ah! I've got it. Jesus Christ. No, I'm not autistic. What made you ask? Yeah, people used to think Star Wars was untouchable. I don't know. Bubble's probably the wrong word. I wonder if GW will ever peak. Again, it's films are different though, because films are like a semi-physical media, aren't they? How many more Space Marines could GW make? That's the question. It's a good question. It's not. Again, it's one of those questions that you can. It's one of those questions you can ask, right? And it can come across as like you're being negative, like you want them to fail. I do not want GW to fail. I've always made that very clear. I just wish they would act differently in many ways. But it's more of a idle musing, or like an objective musing, with no bias or ill meaning, just a curiosity. I wonder if because I don't think it's a bubble. So firstly, I don't think it's a bubble. I think it's a peak, and the question is, at some point, will GW reach that peak? I think Snowpiece T thinks the peak is near. It's tricky. I'm not sure myself. Like, I'm not sure. GW has shown a remarkable resiliency in the past, but they've also shown a remarkable. They've shown a remarkable resiliency, but they've also shown a tendency to right the ship. But the thing is, in the past, when they've had to right the ship, it's when they were doing financially badly. And right now, I think what's the difference between the bad days of end of 7th edition 40k, the death of fantasy, and the birth of AOS is that GW then had the incentive to change because they were doing badly financially. The company was very close to going under. Whereas now, many of us would like Games Workshop to change what they do, but there's not that same precipice that they're stood on. So I don't know if the peak is near, really. I don't know. Because it's for me it's not like, because people say like the Amazon deal will make or break them. I don't know, because GW is making all of this money right now, and the Amazon show's not out. I guess because they make a lot of. So if you look at the GW financial report, they make the vast majority of the money from selling models. People think it's licensing. It's not. If you look at like the last report, they made like 15 million from licensing, and the other like 300 million was from selling models, essentially. I suppose. So if I suppose it could affect stock price though. That's probably the biggie, right? If the Amazon thing comes out, and it's really, really bad, that could show a lack of confidence. That could cause a lack of confidence in the stock. But would that affect? I don't know. I don't know enough about this topic. I'm genuinely asking questions like, would that actually affect the amount of profit they made from like physical models? Because right now people are buying the stuff and the Amazon show isn't out. The Amazon show would bring new customers in. But then the GW fuck it out. Oh no. Fuck it. I got the old I don't think I've stuck my head in a plug socket. Jesus God. But I don't own it. Can't do anything about it now. Doing this was a bad idea. I suppose that from a GW point of view, they need to keep refilling the bucket. If the Amazon show fails, does that mean GW's bucket doesn't refill? Big shout, Northern Exile is the one that explains this very well, because they actually get he used to work for GW, and he explains like some of like the training and stuff and why they focus on like recruitment over retention, all that kind of stuff. And like it's described in training that GW is like a bucket with a hole in the bottom. And you need to keep new water coming into the bucket because people drop out the bottom. And I suppose if the Amazon show doesn't take off and 11th edition doesn't take off, that's when they'll be in trouble. I think both things need to happen. I think if 11th edition takes off but the Amazon show's dog shit, they'll be fine. I think if 11th edition's a bit poo but the Amazon show takes off, they'll be fine. Out of those two, which one do I think is more important? That's an interesting question, chat. Put that down in chat. If GW needs one of the two things to succeed, presuming, it's a thought exercise, presuming they need one of the two things to succeed, Amazon show or 11th edition, which one do you think is more important? Good idea, Sonubi. Let's do a poll. I'm not going to tell you my opinion because I will tell you once the results will come in, because I don't want to influence the poll. I want people, because sometimes if I say this, then other people will be influenced by that. Not majorly, but I want the results of the poll to be as honest as possible. So, let's see what people say. 40k Total War is good. GW will be fine too. It's a good point, but I think 40k Total War I don't think 40k Total War will be as big as Space Marine 2. I don't think Dawn of War 4 will be as big as Space Marine 2. I don't think it will be. It's simple. Space Marine 2 is a shooty action violent game. RTS and Grand RTS, or Grand Strategy, I should say, because not always real time, is it? Sometimes it's turn based. Is inherently more niche. Okay, it can be very, very successful. It can be very, very successful in its own right, and the Total War series as a whole is obviously, really, 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 really powerful, really, really successful. But for mass market appeal, because Space Marine 2, Space Marine 2 didn't just appeal to gamers, it appealed to the general public. People, Total War 40k will more than likely be very popular with the gamers. Dawn of War 4 will more than likely be very popular with gamers. But Space Marine 2 was popular with gamers and everybody else, and normies. But the Space Marine, but my understanding is that Space Marine 2, I don't know how many people long term stayed in 40k after Space Marine 2. I can certainly believe a lot of people were like, this is cool, I'm going to try 40k out, the tabletop game. And then they went to the shop and they bought some like Combat Patrol or something. Although again, I bet the trickle down was very. I tell you what was a big barrier. I bet a lot of people went into GW and were like, or went to the GW website and were like, hey, let me buy my first box of Space Marines. And they were like, wait, this box was more expensive than the Space Marine game that I bought. Nah, I'm alright. I bet, because remember, it's normies. It's a hard sell. It's a hard sell to ask someone to pay more than the video game they bought for a fraction of the game you're trying to get them to play. But yeah, yeah. So I'm not sure how many Space Marine 2 people came over to tabletop, and of those that did buy in, how many stuck around. I bet it's quite a low percentage. I bet it's less than 1% overall. I bet it was very short-term sales. I bet less than 1% of people who played Space Marine 2 came over to 40k tabletop and still play it 1.5 years later. Yeah. That would be my guess. But I can absolutely believe some came over and bought it, but I'm not sure how many stuck around.
Forward, you dogs,
yeah.
to victory!
Yeah. Ishmael, we've got a couple of super chats, but I'm going to do yours first. Ishmael, GW doesn't need the show to do well. They just need Amazon rights not to destroy the IP. Well, they're fucked then, aren't they? Like, they've done everything they've got their hands on. We just need Amazon not to do what they've done 17 times before. Exactly. It'll catch the watchful Hun totally off guard. Doing the same thing that we've done 17 times before will be the last thing they expect us to do this time. Yeah. Did Amazon do the Fallout show? Ooh, good point. The Fallout show is quite good. It's controversial because some people are like, no, Fallout 2 is the best. Fallout 3 and beyond is a bag of shit. And I will be finding that out for myself at some point when I play Fallout 2, because I can't remember the community did buy it for me. Yeah, but the Fallout show I think overall was its heart was in the right place. And that's, in many ways, worth a lot. Squawk. Space Marine 2 gratifies in minutes. 40k gratifies as a building, painting, learning rules, setting up a game, repeating enough to get a handle on it. Minimum weeks. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think a lot of people who got in with Space Marine 2 will be sticking around. And I think you'll be even less with Total. Well, I think a lot of people who buy Total War Warhammer will say, well, I play that, and Dawn of War will be like, well, I play this instead of playing tabletop because tabletop's so expensive. I like the Warhammer universe, but tabletop's so expensive. Yeah. I think it's not... I don't think the pipeline goes down. I think it's a separate colony in GW's empire. Oh no! The British person's talking about empire! Shut him down quickly! See, I think we need to go and have a word with those Americans about that whole tea thing. I think they've got completely the wrong idea. Yeah, Total War Warhammer Fantasy probably pulled more people in. I don't think I've ever met anyone. Maybe one person who played Total War Warhammer and then came over to Warhammer Old World. I think that most people who started playing Warhammer Total War played it because they were like, well, this is the next best thing to me actually playing Warhammer Fantasy. So they were like, I can't play Warhammer Fantasy anymore. There's only Age of Smegma. So I'm not going to play that. So what's the next best thing? I know that's why I bought it. I know that's why I bought it. I was like, sick. This is the closest thing I will get to ever getting to play Fantasy again. Little did I know. Yeah. Now, Frankie McGow makes a very good point, and it's I think it's it might sound like I'm taking the piss, but it might sound like I'm being a hypocrite, but I agree. The World War II history to bolt action / I think bolt action pipeline more than K47, but bolt action pipeline is more effective. I think so. I think that comes down to price. Yeah. World domination of Britain. Completely, mate. Completely, mate. Completely, mate. A lot of people have fatigue about playing tabletop who will play Total War 40k. Yeah, I wonder if it goes the other way. I don't know if the pipeline goes down. I wonder if the pipeline goes up. So many people who are like, just fucked with, I want to play 40k, but I'm just fucked with everything that's going on in GW and the models and everything right now. I'll just play Total War. I think that's a huge. I think the pipeline could go up, not down. Which would be interesting. Which could be interesting. Right, we're going to do a couple of super chats, and then we're going to talk about the results of the poll, and then we'll see where we're at. So, I want to say a big thank you to Clanish Cat. Thank you for super chat, man. Tonight's unexpected progress in stream discussion. Let's see. Ooh, let's have a look. Greetings and a quick recovery for the kitty cat. Thank you. I'm going to check on him after the stream, see how he's getting on, but hopefully he's feeling a little better. And a warm welcome in the ranks of the Steam Deck users. Dude, it's great. Fucking love the Steam Deck, man. Tonight, I just wanted to build some observers and discount never worth it. Well, somehow I ended up with an itch. Panther still incomplete, tracks and wheels loose for painting. Still debating with myself how to magnetize the Logos weapons. Hope you have a great night. Yes! Conflict confirmed, baby! Yes! The revolution spreads, brother. The fire rises. Nice. Looking sick, bro. Looking good. Wharton is a beautiful beast of a model, man. Hey, that Panther's not looking too shabby, mate. Not looking too shabby at all. Love the sniper rifle and the fact you put a scope on it. Love that. Very nice. And then we've got a bunch of other models. We've got the Count. We've got the Von Growler and the Wolf. Nebelwerfer. And the Observer team. Very, very cool. And then you got the Locust. So I'll give you some advice on the Locust weapons, mate. I would just glue the autocannons on, because you really can't tell the difference between the two all that much once they're glued on. And secondly, how I magnetized mine with the main gun is I got a quite flat magnet and glued it in, made sure I glued it in there, bit of milliput and stuff. So I glued it in, but it was like flush, not recessed, it was flushed. And then the top of the Locust, I chopped the little nubbin off, the bit that's meant to go in, the plug that's meant to go in here, and put the other, I put another flat, I had very flat magnets, very, very thin ones. And I put another one on top there. And I can show you that with my own Locust. Which should be, wherever put your Locusty bastard. Yeah, no. I thought I spotted him, but that's not him. That's a Vogel spinner. Where is me feckin' Locust? I literally had him the other day. Because I was thinking about using it for a battle report. I'm probably just being dim. Okay, I'm definitely being dim because I am by nature. But, ugh. I've got the missile. I've got the missile, but I do not have the mech. Where is the mech? Where is my Locust? I cannot find the Locust. It will appear. I will stop looking for it, and it will just appear. It's because I'm looking for it, I can't find it. Anyway, I can kind of show you what. So I can kind of show you on the missile. So I filled in the hole on the missile. Probably not showing it very well. I filled in the whole milliput and put a magnet inside. Yeah. Hopefully it'll happen. But dude. Glanishcat, that's kind of fucking cool that you've gone so hard on fucking K47. I'm telling you, boys. I am telling you. K47, it's going to be big. It's just, I've been playing war games a long time. I can feel it in me bones. In me bones, boys. I can feel it. All right. Let's see what we've got here next. Jack Handsome, thank you for the super chat, man. GIF of your luck comments and stream discussion. Also, Dawn of War box is quite good. $50 US. Building it now. It's bull that it doesn't come with any orcs. I didn't know there was a Dawn of War box. Wait, isn't the Dawn of War box the one that comes with the company heroes that GW normally charges like over $100 like dollars, £100 for, like $150 for something, right? And then they repackaged it and put it in the Dawn of War box. And then, oh, is that a different one? Yeah. Lol. Let's have a look. Morty right now. All we need is a little Energon and a lot of luck. It's true, you know. It's true. It's kind of mid, but it was only $50 for 9 models, so it's not terrible. Plays faster than Combat Patrol. I mean, that's pretty good. I bet most people who bought that box didn't buy it to play the game. I bet most people bought it for the models to play 40k. Yeah. It's cool. Yeah, I like that. I like that they're in red plastic. I will say I do like it when models come in different colored plastics. I have no idea if it makes it easier for them to glue or paint. I imagine it doesn't. But GW used to do models in different colored plastics all the time. Like I think it was a lot the I think it was a lot was it the Kill Team boxes? When it was like Gene Stealer Cult would be in like white plastic, like Admech would be in like red plastic. Yeah. 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 Ishmael, thank you so much for super chat, man. Oh, we've already done that bit. Ishmael, thank you again. Trooper, my boy. Trooper, thank you for the super chat. Gentlemen, I've commenced on the process of washing the rivets on all my vehicles. F's in the chat. My body is a machine that turns washes into carpool tunnels. Oh, man. Oh. Yeah. I don't bother doing the rivets. To be fair, the only models I've ever bothered doing the rivets on were my K-47 American mechs. And they do look better for it. They do look better for it, I have to admit. Trooper, good luck, and may all of your rivets be painted and washed before you know it. I do have a small piece of advice that may help. So one thing that I noticed when painting the rivets on my big American mechs is I just painted the top. I didn't try and paint like the sides because they were quite protruding. I just painted the top, you know, like literally just painted the top of the rivet silver. Because when I did the wash basically just pulled round the edge and you couldn't see if it'd been painted silver anyway. So, don't know if that helps you. Another Mordian. Oh, I found my locust. I told you if I stopped looking for it, I'd find it. There we are. So, this is how I magnetize my locust. So, I just stuck the autocannons on because they're just like 2 barrels sticking out. And then for the magnet, you can see I just cut the nubbin off and I use a very flat magnet on top of there. And then basically on the main gun and the rocket system, I filled the hole in with milliput and then basically pressed a magnet into it so it was flush, and then you can see it just sits there quite nicely. There you go. Don't know if that helps. All right. We've got the legend. The legend. Thank you so much for the super chat, man. Just got back from work. I'd love to play Old World near the people because there's less stinking rats piss on everything. I play Lizard Men. Yes. I love it, man. Dude, I kind of it's funny, like I should probably I want to go back and read some of those old White Dwarf articles when they had like the Skaven versus the Lizard Men. I think that was like a really, really cool like campaign that they did. I remember reading some of like, because I only got White Dwarf quite infrequently as a kid, like, you know, because I never met, like, I didn't subscribe. Just if the local shop had it, I'd get that one, right? And I remember like getting part of the Skaven v Lizard Men story, but it'd be cool to like, I bet it's on like the Warhammer Wiki or something. It'd be cool to like track down the story and find out what actually happened there. But it'd be kind of, yeah. Because it's Clan Pestilens were at the forefront, weren't they? Yeah, yeah. Clan Pestilens. I remember that. Clan Pestilens were at the forefront. Legend, I love it. You should try and get I mean, Old World, or it sounds like you've got Lizardmen, so it kind of sounds like you either did play fantasy or are currently playing fantasy, maybe like 6th edition or something. But Old World is one of those games that when people get a taste of it, they're like, this is pretty good. A lot of 40k players like Old World, new and old. Remember, Simon never played Midhammer, and he enjoyed Old World before he played Midhammer. So yeah. Legend, do just get a little taste. Get a little taste yourself. Get your homies a little taste. And before you know it, you'll all be saying Old World, best world. And Old World's the gateway. Because then you become square based and rift pilled before you know it. The Fat Lizardmen only care about chaos and the great plan, but this game managed to piss them off so much they got added to their very short list. It's amazing. Nice. Also, I bought stuff for AOS, never built or played it, then got square based for Old World. Yes. Square based. Nice. Snow Peace T coming in the super chat here. Back from a break with a win. Bat rep in stream discussion. All right. Let's have a look. Gentlemen, my first win with Imperial Guard. Huzzah! Yes, because you've taken a couple of big losses, so it's great to hear that you got a win. My guard was Orcs, 1k on a real size table, not those small ones I used to play. Game starts with because you were probably getting fucked by Custodians starting in charge range, man. Game starts with very few stuff on his side of the board, truck reserves, etc. But he has one big blob of guys with Gazgul and a weird boy. I mean, fucking hell. Bringing that at 1,000 points is pretty spicy. Turn 1, I start KG. Walk my lines, no shooting, no targets. He deploys Wrecker Boys near Russ and some knobs and move the truck onto an objective. Turn 2, I start to adjust my positions and blow up that truck a mile away with my Russes. He rapidly ingresses the Death Dread, declares war, and teleport the big blob in an insane line in the middle of the board. The big blob declares charge for my 3 Russes. Note, they are clustered, so it's my first time I saw someone try an insane but legal charge like that. And also tries to charge Death Dread on my Kazakins. They both fail the 7-inch charges. Even tried to reroll. The Emperor protects. Fucking hell. Squeaky bum time. The Emperor protects. Wrecker Boys do charge a Russ, but Borgwins intervene heroically. The Russ is alive, and the Borgwins are hitting back hard. Turn 3, I lose that Russ, a desperate escape. 2 Kazakins, melt mine. Take the Drafter down to 2 wounds. Borgwins finish the Wreckers. This time I start blasting through his big boy's blob. And I'm going to say the blast keywords are the number on them. Plasma shone there. What do I always say, boys? Plasma cannons. Believe in the plasma. Do not follow the false cult of the multi-melter. On his turn, he makes a charge, but not enough to do any meaningful damage. Death Dread charges a Russ, and unbelievably, the Vanquish Gun hits and wounds on Overwatch. Nice. Turn 4, I just shoot some stuff and my opponent concedes. His Knob Squad, Gazgul, and the Weird Boy left. Everything else is gone. I just lost 1 Vanquisher, Desperate Escape, and a Kazakin squad. Very fun game. Bonus, freshly printed Puma. Ooh, Conflict 47, baby! I love it, man. I love it, baby. Nice. Cool. Very, very cool, man. Excellent, bro. Excellent. Victory is assured. Nice. Nice. I love it, man. Thank you so much for the support, and thank you for that report. And I am properly pumped that you got a victory, because it sounds like a little bit of luck and a few tactics managed to get you a cheeky win, and that's the way we like it. That's what we like, man. All right. All righty-ho. Gentlemen, I need a quick wee, and I need a quick top-up on my drink. So I'm going to do both of those things, and then I'm going to come back. But take 5, and then I'll be back, all right? There we go. I just went to check on the Kit Kat to see how he was. And the good news is, he is sound asleep. He's absolutely sound asleep. So I didn't disturb him or anything. I literally just poked my head in and had a look, and he was sound asleep. Checked he was breathing. He is. So yeah, he's nice. He's a deep sleeper, that one, which is unusual for cats, but he's always been a deep sleeper. That's not a change in behaviour, which is good. There you go. Let's have a look. Let's have a look here. Raising Moonlords. I'm regretting my post-Xmas purchases. 6 times 10-man squads of Steel Legion, 4 times Steel Legion heavy weapons squads, and enough spare models and bits to kit bash 2 Steel Legion command squads for Krieg proxies. Yeah, dude, that sounds sick as fuck. Are we talking like old metalies, or are we talking some sort of plastic alternative or some sort of 3D print? Doesn't really matter. That sounds cool as fuck. Don't regret that. That sounds great. Steel Legion are cool. Krieg are cool. I think it is important to talk about this, actually. All metals, then bro, do not regret that. I forbid you from regretting that, because that is it's not even a princely haul. It's not even a kingly haul. It's a fucking emperor haul. Okay? Dude, savor it. Those models are special. Just take your time, enjoy it. Don't even necessarily batch paint. Just enjoy it, would be my advice. Because that sounds like a really cool passion project, and you don't want to. You want to savor every moment. Yeah, make sure you're watching a bit of TV or something. Maybe I know you probably are with this stream, right? But you know what I mean, right? Yeah. Yeah, definitely take your time with that one and enjoy it. Sergio, how do you rate Grimgore, Black Orc Command, and 20 times Black Orcs with great weapons, all in metal for a haul? I rate it very highly. Very highly indeed, sir. Fucking hell. I don't think I've ever been quite so jealous of a comment in chat, but I am. The OG metals, man. That's that kind of haul is what we call a blank check. Whatever they ask, you give them for that, because it'll never come around again. I think it might have been Squidfist, but Squidfist, correct me if I'm wrong on this one. But someone in chat, when we were all getting very, very excited about Old World, we still are getting very. In fact, we're still very excited about Old World, but in the last peak of excitement, someone was getting in with a bunch of Tomb Kings, and they had the original metal Tomb Guard, and they were like, oh, I quite like these ones, and but should I get the new plastic ones or more of these? And I was like, if you have a hookup for more of the OG Tomb Guard, you should get them, because they are so vastly superior to the plastic ones, which are basically just slightly funky looking skeletons that, don't even question, don't even argue it, just do it. And they ended up getting I think it was a full, yeah, Squidfist, I almost bought 10 of the Metal Tomb Guard. They're so cool. But yeah, I think it was someone, I think they ended up with if it wasn't you for Squidfist, it might have been somebody else, but someone ended up with I think it was a full brick of 20 of them. And it's Maybe it was Griffith. It was just 10, and my memory's playing tricks on me. But yeah, my favorite metal model is the OG Black Coach. Yeah. Do they even still sell the Black Coach now? I bet they do, and I bet it's shit. Sorry, my bias is showing through a little bit. I want them to have the new ones. I must have been someone else then, Squid Fist. Right, it'll be under Aegis Magma. We know that. Death. Probably under Soul Blight Gravelords, right? Corpse Cart's still going, fucking 2 decades later. No Black Coach. Wait, people saying it does exist? Oh, is it Nighthaunt? Ah, right. I'm prepared to be wrong. I am prepared to be wrong. I think we're gonna have to let chat decide. I think we're gonna have to let chat decide. Chat will be massively biased towards the old one, though, probably. Because we like old things. But we'll see. It is OG as fuck, the old Black Coach. It is OG, man. The new one is... The new one... So I found... Let me... this is a better picture. I'm not trying to get the best picture. I'm just trying to get, like, a nice, normal picture of it. Like, we'll go for the original box art. There can be no complaints of me trying to find the best picture if I just get a picture of the original box, right? I think that's fair, right? Yeah. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's cool. Right, so chat, the question is, which looks better? Okay, so I've even taken the price out of the one I was going to show you for the new Black Coach. I don't want price to be something that influences people. So, which one do we think looks better? Option 1. The new Black Coach model from Games Workshop. Or option 2. The old Black Coach model. Now, I will not deny that the new one is a vastly more detailed model with a lot of cool stuff happening. Ghosts floating around and shit, taken off the ground. I mean, all this shit, right? I won't deny any of that. But it's an rhombus. This is as bad as the old skeletons take. Bro, the old skeletons are peak. You just literally can't accept it. I'll tell you this. The horses are a bit derpy. You're absolutely right, chat. I know which one I would rather paint. That's all I'm going to say. It's the old one. The old one is just OG, man. You see, I'll tell you what it is. Right. I'll tell you what it is. Assembling, you're right. Assembling, not so much. I bet this one's much easier to assemble. This, a ton of rhombus. You're absolutely right. It's a beautiful, dynamic model. So much going on. Love it. 10 out of 10. All that kind of stuff, right? But it's almost too... It's going to sound crazy. It's a little too fantastical. And I know I'm playing a game called Warhammer Fantasy. I know. But I can kind of see, like, this one is, there's so much going on it. I don't know, it feels like it almost takes me out of the immersion. Whereas this one is just, it's just a black coach pulled by some skeletal horses. Like, if I shot, like, a bunch of guns at this one, I feel like I couldn't do anything to it. Because it's just like, it's so mental. Whereas this one, I feel like if I shot a cannonball at it, it would fucking die as like it deserved to. Honestly, I don't even know if that's true, what I just said. I think it comes down to one simple word. If I'm being honest with myself, I think it just comes down to nostalgia. And I'll tell you exactly what nostalgia it is. There was an old White Dwarf battle report with Skaven versus Vampire Counts. And there was a black coach in that battle report. And it was really cool. And my brother, when he had Vampire Counts, had that old black coach model. And it was really cool. So I think it's just pure fucking nostalgia bait. Yeah. I think that's it. You see, Syriade, the corpse cart. The corpse cart's a newfangled thing. It'll never catch on. The corpse cart will never catch on. It's this newfangled thing. We don't need the corpse cart where we're going. What else were we going to say? The old skeletons. That was it. I need to wank off Simple Logic in a moment, but before we do, so Eternal Rhombus, nostalgia is totally fair. You're playing for enjoyment, sweet limos. That's a very, very, very balanced take, so and I like that. So yeah, you too. If you enjoy the new one, you enjoy the new one, man. You're not wrong for liking it. You're not wrong for liking it at all. But different strokes, different folks, you know. But we need to have the discussion. And last time I did this, chat came down on the side with me, but I wonder if 6 months on they will again. Now, old skeletons, that's a model you can trust, not like the Rogel Dawn. Right. This is a controversial one. I can point to the exact reason why I prefer the old skeletons. Right? Like, literally, I can point to the exact fucking reason. There you go. We're getting all the evidence up. Okay? All the evidence up. Like I said, we've been very fair and balanced and reasonable about all of this. We're not taking the piss in any way, shape, or form. Okay. Where are you, you bastards? Okay, yeah. Okay. And I think... Right, 1 minute. Bringing it all together. Bringing it all together, right? Here we go. Here we go. Age of Sigmar. Death again. We're probably on Soulblight Gravelords for new like skeletons and stuff, aren't we? Yeah. Death Rattle Skeletons. There you go. Okay, so let's 1 minute. Go through the evidence presented to us. All right, 1 minute. I got to get this all in the right order. So that one, then that one, and then that one. But this needs to go there. That one versus... Aha! There you go. That one. I forgot one thing. It's a complicated case that requires a little bit of patience, chap. It's gonna be worth it. Okay. Okay, right. We're set up now, I believe. Set up. All right. So here are the new Death Rattle skeletons. And they look pretty good. They look pretty good. All right. Lots of rent body armor, ancient patterns of chainmail and cloth and all that kind of stuff, right? Very, very, very skeletal, very old. Looks like they've been resurrected out of the ground, right? Okay. Now, these are the current skeletons. And a lot of people think these are like the best skeletons that have been made. All right. Now, the previous iteration of these skeletons were these ones. And so when I say I like the old skeletons more, people often think I'm like wrong. Because they're like, well, obviously, you know, these ones are okay. But these ones have got so much more going on for them, right? But what people don't understand is these are not the old skeletons that I'm talking about. My favorite skeletons, which I controversially think are the best skeleton models, are these ones. These are the old skeleton warriors. And these are the ones that I wish when GW brings back vampire counts, and they will, I hope they bring back these skeletons and not these ones. These ones. All right? Look at the musician. He's a skeleton with a bone and 3 bongo drums made out of skulls. All right? Rattle me bones, spin the wheel, look at our skeletons. I love them. Did they sell like a box of 5? Those guys? They did. There were easy to build versions of these. Now, for those of you who are like, Mordian, You must be insane. These are absolute Derpatron skeletons. There's no way you can prefer these. In my defense, the reason why I love these skeletons so much is this was the box they came in. They don't make box art quite like this anymore, do they? Yeah. This reminds me of, this artwork was so peak when I was a kid. This artwork, and it was very similar to the Magic the Gathering artwork of the time. If any of you played Magic the Gathering like 20, probably longer, like 26 years ago, probably maybe even 30 years ago when I played, well, no, it wouldn't have been 30 years ago. Let's say 25 years ago, 25 years ago, you'll know the kind of cards I'm talking about. Like this artwork was everywhere in the nerd scene. Like the castle on top there, the hordes of skeletons. It was almost like you could see how far back the ranks went. Yeah. So this artwork here is awesome, but we've got to step further. All right. So these are the new zombies. Again, almost undeniable that these zombies are really, really cool from a technical and detailed point of view. But these are the zombies that I prefer. And again, the faces are absolute turbo derp. The banner is 2 sticks with a zombie hanging off it. Okay. But again, in my defense, these zombies came in a box that looked like this. Green fucking lightning, bro. Green fucking lightning. This is this guy with the arrow sticking out of him. They've all got like half their eyes are fucking fucked. Yeah. This is, so it's the box art that used to fucking get me. Now, going back for a moment. What if I told you that these skeletons were still sold today? What if I told you that these skeletons were available in some form? Not from a recaster, not from a 3D printer, but from GW themselves. For these old ass skellybobs are the Tomb King skeletons. So, the Tomb King skeletons just come with different shields and I believe it's different shields and head swaps, like a command sprue, but otherwise they are the same ass skeletons. There you go, boys. You cannot improve upon perfection. You cannot improve upon perfection. After 30 years, GW has tried every design. They have tried everything they can to move the fantasy skeleton needle forwards. But all that has happened is they have gone backwards. Well, what did all of that effort do? Where did it lead them? Basically, right back here. Return to crab. Why is every creature returning to crab form? There you go. And so, as crazy, silly, derpy as it might sound, I truly believe there's a chance that Games Workshop would bring these skeletons back before they brought these ones back. Because think about it. If you're GW, this requires a whole new model sprue thing. From the ground up, every aspect of it. But these ones, you're already making these ones. All you got to do is make a few different shields and chuck a little command sprue in. Think about it. Which one is more economical? Make more of the same skeletons and a couple of smaller sprues to chuck in? Or whole new design, whole new mold, all that shit? This is my dream. That these skeletons return. This is my dream. And this is why I know these skeletons are the best skeleton models Games Workshop has ever made. There you go. There you go. If they bring back the old skeletons, I'll get back into fantasy. Yes. See? I told you. I knew. See? When will chat learn? When will chat learn? When will you learn? When will you begin putting your faith in me, chat? I know things. RTOD, but they made brand new Marauders, right? Psh. Exception that proves the rule. But the thing is, did they make them? Because they're still not out yet. A Marauder in the hand is worth 2 in the development stage. And I'm controversial. I think the old Marauders are better than the new ones. And that is really, a lot of people are going to go, no, 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 you're wrong. You're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong. Yeah. They might have gone on pre-order now at Tonarombas. They did a limited run of the new ones. I don't know if they've done any other ones. Yeah. I like the old Marauders. I thought they were great. Thing is, right. Memeing aside. I think there is a certain aesthetic that is very appealing about Warhammer the Old World. And personally, I think that aesthetic, which is something you can't measure, it's something that doesn't appear on a spreadsheet, is very valuable and is something which adds a huge amount to the appeal of the game. It's in an era where quite a lot of people are quite fucked off with new GW. Having a game which reminds them of old GW is very, very valuable. It's very good at retaining those customers who otherwise might go elsewhere. But as the march of time goes on and more models get replaced, Old World will stop looking like Old World, and it will stop reminding customers, or will stop looking like a non-GW game in a GW bubble. That's, I think, something that's very important. At the end of the day, Old World has a unique aesthetic. And the more that they change it, the more that aesthetic goes away. And if you want an example of this in 40k, think about how 9 years on, even with all of the improvements to, I think of all the changes GW has made, people still say the old Mark 7 tactical marine helmet is the best one, or the beaky one is the best one. No one's favorite helmet is the Primaris one, or very few people's favorite helmet is the Primaris one. They even brought the old Terminators back twice, 2 times, assault and regular. The point is, Warhammer has a specific aesthetic, and the more that you move away from that aesthetic, the less Warhammer feels like Warhammer. And that applies to 40k, and it applies to the old world. At least, that's what I think. Anyway, shall we have a little catch up on Super Chats, and then maybe talk about the results of the poll, and then call it a day. So, I want to say a big thank you to Simple Logic! Simple Logic, thank you so much for the 20 gifted memberships, baby! Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. We are going in with the first wave. Means what bugs for us to kill. You smash the entire area. You got anything more than 2 legs. You get me. We get you, sir. Simple soldiers. Or Logic's logisticians. No, doesn't quite work. Simple soldiers. Simple soldiers. I think Simple Soldiers is the best one because it's kind of funny. Logic's Legion. That's the one. That's the one. Logic's Legion. Reporting for duty, sir. That is your Starship Troopers company name. Logic's Legion. There you go. Yeah, Simple Soldier sounds a bit like Officer Doofy reporting for duty. I apologize, sir. But Simple Logic, thank you so much for the very generous super chats, man. Thank you for the whole extra platoon to hold the line in the name of the Emperor. And I raise my glass to you, sir. You're an officer, a gentleman scholar, a good sir, and dare I say it, a kind sir. Alfarius, Morning Glory, Big K47 question. I've seen the main Facebook group stance as no third-party models for legal showing reasons. But if I convert a model with a GW head and body, will Warlord not show my stuff? Alfarius, I don't know. I don't work for Warlord. I don't even use fucking Facebook, man. Like, I'm not trying to dodge the question. I don't know, because I don't work for Warlord. I don't use Facebook. I don't use the Facebook group or anything like that. The only people you can ask that is Warlord. Yeah. So I don't know, man. I don't really use Facebook or Reddit or anything like that, because I find this place is full of people that I struggle to get along with. So yeah, sorry man, I can't answer that question for you. Best thing to do would be to ask them. Best thing to do would be to ask them, and if they say no, then my advice would be, at the end of the day, it's their page. They can run it however they want. Find somewhere where you can post your models. That'd be my advice. Yeah. No worries. I was just curious, since you've been closer with them than anyone. I mean, yes, I suppose, but that's probably people that work closer than with Warlord than me. I'm just their biggest unpaid hype man. But yeah. But no, sadly, I don't work with them. Yeah. Well, don't work with them. I don't work for them. Basically, I basically just autistically got obsessed with Conflict 47 and wouldn't shut the fuck up about it, to the point where I think Warlord felt like they kind of had to work with me, but they probably don't really want to work with me, because I keep saying how I'm going to wash John Stallard's balls and how I'm going to wank Warlord off, and they'd probably rather look a little bit more professional and sensible. So yeah, that's probably it, right? Yeah. Let's be real here. Nah. I think Nah, I'm probably teasing him. I think I'm teasing them a little bit, yeah. They wanted to make me sign NDA. They got me to sign the NDA. I sacrificed my principles for greed. The greed being, I fucking wanted to see new pictures and stuff. But I don't know. I do wonder how much stress I cause Warlord sometimes. Because I definitely go right up to the edge of that NDA. Sometimes I hover a foot over the line 1 inch above the grass. I'm like, woo. They're like, don't you put that foot down, mister. Woo! Don't you put that foot down. I don't know, man. Maybe that's coming. I can't comment. No comment. Hey, Mordian. Is this unit coming? No comment. I couldn't possibly say. And they're like, God damn it. God damn it. Somebody do something. Joe, have you seen more K-47 stuff that hasn't been revealed? I couldn't possibly say. This NDA sucks. And a blue balling larking like Nature Tender. We're all getting blue balled. You guys are all getting blue balled super hard. Yeah. Oh, there we go. There you go. It's the only way to keep you quiet. It's true. But they don't, it doesn't really keep me quiet because I get really excited. I get really excited and I go on stream and I'm like, oh yeah, guys, this is just the tip of the iceberg. There's a lot more coming. Yeah, you know, this, maybe this, maybe that. I don't know. Maybe. Who knows? You know. Yeah. So it doesn't keep me quiet. It actually makes me more talky. Yeah. It's the exact opposite effect an NDA should have. What about the giant fuck-off spider crystal ball thing? Yeah, I think that's coming in some form or another. I don't know for sure. I don't know if they're making it. I feel like it might become the first Conflict Titan equivalent. But I think there's some like experimental sort of rules coming for it. But it's more of a, my understanding is it's more of a terrain piece that it's like a rogue terrain piece. So you put it down on the battlefield and like no one can control it because it's just like this mental thing that stalks on the battlefield like blasting people. That's what I think. But I don't know. That was something that was mentioned in passing, so who knows what they'll end up doing with it. Yeah. It'll be 1,500 points. Maybe. Like I said, I think it's something that you get to put into your games, but I could be totally wrong on that. Like I said, I think Warlord's still kind of coming to grips with the fact that people actually want to fucking buy one. I don't know how many they'll sell, but I bet they'll sell at least one. In fact, I can guarantee they'll sell at least one because I will buy one. So they've got one in the bank. There you are. What do we got next? I got some super chats here. Sindarius, thank you for super chat, bro. Been a while. Thank you for 5 months. Hey, been a while, Morden. Hello, 07, mate. Sindarius, great time in the stream, man. Great time in the stream. It has. It's been, as they say, a hot minute. Great to have you back. Hope life has been treating you well. Hope you're doing all right. And thank you so much for supporting the stream, bro. Nice. I want to say a big thank you next to Trooper, my boy. Trooper. Thank you for super chat, man. This might be my autism speaking, but I just prefer simpler models that feel less ball achy to paint. There is more room to make them your dudes. Ah, Trooper. That is because even though, well, I know you are, and I do not mean this in a disparaging way, but like a younger gentleman. I think you're in your early 20s, right? Which is interesting. And the only reason I mention it is because often we talk about things like Midhammer from the angle of nostalgia. But I imagine that nostalgia isn't necessarily a driving factor for you. Although it is possible to be secondhand nostalgic. It is possible to hear someone else talk wistfully about something and it trigger a sort of feeling of nostalgia in yourself. That happens to me all the time. Yeah, 100%. But I think at the end of the day, I do wonder if a wargamer is a wargamer. You know? Because there are people that wargamed before my time. Well before it. We've got some people in this chat who are, who are longbeards, who have been playing since 40k specifically and other war games since before I was born. Sorry. And I do sometimes wonder if, as the march of progress happens and the game continuously moves ever forward, if it's moving away from what makes a war game a war game. And so it doesn't really matter. We often talk about this bucket or the changing of the guard and all this kind of stuff. And I think in some ways all of that is true. But I do think over the ages, wargamers have always been attracted to Warhammer for the same reasons. And I do sometimes wonder if, as time goes on, Warhammer is losing a little bit of... no, losing is... I don't know if losing is the right word. But it's changing. And maybe moving away from that core thing that attracts wargamers. I don't know. It's difficult to say. It's very, very difficult. It's very, very difficult. I don't think I have the answer. I don't think I'm right. I don't think I know. And I don't think I would ever claim to know. I have my own personal preferences, but sometimes it takes a little while for me to figure these things out. It's interesting, though. Like, Trooper, you can buy an old Chimera kit from Midhammer and you can just tell. You're just like, this is just better. Even with the funky fucking wheels, right? I bet the wheels weren't that hard to do. You basically just stick them in there. They're just like extra connecty points, really. I don't know. I don't know. Things are... I sometimes feel like Grandpa from The Simpsons. Yeah, I used to be it. But then they changed what it was. And now it is weird and scary. And it happened to you too. I suppose the thing is, these kinds of conversations always feel, and I think this is a very fair and valid point. But let me know what you guys think. these conversations always seem flawed.
Everyone fights, no one quits.
This is the thing that no one,
You don't do your job.
I don't think enough people sort of talk about or acknowledge, right? When we say these kinds of conversations, let us lay our, gentlemen, let us lay our cards on the table. It is no surprise, and I think no secret, that I am a fan of the old ways. I preferred the way that GW did things. I preferred the way that game design was, even if it was less balanced. And I preferred the way the models looked. I preferred the way the models built. I preferred the sprue ergonomic layouts. And frankly, I'm going to go there. I preferred the lore. Okay? I think it's no surprise that I preferred the old ways. I think it's no surprise that if I was to give my personal opinion on something, I don't know if, in many ways, Warhammer has improved over the years. I think it has changed. And I don't know if necessarily I think those changes are for better. If I was to be honest, I think the only thing that's really better for 40k is the balance changes. I think the frequent updates is very good. And I think that the fact that everyone gets a codex every edition is good. Because I've been there when you've had a codex which is not suitable for the edition you're in, and it's bad. It's really, really difficult. So do I wish GW moved over to like a more digital way of doing things? Yes, of course. I think I kind of like the way that Warlord does it. I think at this point, probably rules should be free. If you're not going to have a super tight rule set. And see, if I was Games Workshop, I would move completely over to free digital rules, because I think Warlord can get away with selling the rule book because the rule set is very tight, but it's easier to make a tight rule set for a game like Conflict and Bot Action, because there's less moving parts like factions. There's not like 26 factions, right? Okay, so I think that's fair. But I don't think it's any secret that I prefer the old ways, and that I don't think things have necessarily got better on pretty much every front, except for the balance updates and stuff. Except for that, I think on every front, I think 40k is probably not as good now as it once was. So here's the thing. It's easy for me to say that, but these kind of conversations are very difficult and, like I said, very flawed, because on the one hand, I know what I like. I know what I feel like I'm right. Like, I feel like I'm right. Like, the old Chimera kit with all, you know, they took the fucking upgrades per hour and all, you know, I feel like I'm right. I feel like I'm right on the prices. I feel like I'm right on the sprue ergonomics. I feel like I'm right on just all the different fucky ways that GW is fucky with, right? I feel like I'm right, and lots of people also seem to feel the same way. But why do I keep saying it's flawed? Why do I keep saying I must be wrong? Because despite everything that Games Workshop has done, the trump card that anyone can play against me, and my opinion and what I think, is look how much money they make. Look how successful they are. And so I can, it's very strange. It's very like, I don't really have a counter to it. It's just, yeah, I mean, I might not like the way they do things, and I might think they do things a lot worse, and the game isn't necessarily better off where it is now and everything. But at the end of the day, I cannot deny that it is successful. And so I would invite chat to sort of respond to that. Invite you all to. I don't like... You know, sometimes you have to, you know, we're having a sort of a moment of reflection, I suppose. Casey Blink, GW might still be profitable because of last successes, basically coasting off better, more original ideas. I mean, I suppose it's possible, but then there is an element of... Normally, when a bad idea comes out, it's kind of immediately... There's an immediate impact. And we've not really seen that. I mean, yeah. I mean, I don't know. I know what you're saying, but... I know what you're saying, and I agree with it somewhat. But I suppose the question is, can they coast off it indefinitely? The legend, it's lowest common denominator marketing. But most people are... I feel like most people are pretty resilient to manufactured hype these days, but... Despite the fact that everyone knows it's a FOMO box, it always still seems to sell out. Is FOMO a kind of marketing? I mean, probably, right? I suppose, Legend, explain what you mean by lowest common denominator marketing, because I feel like I'm coming at it from like a FOMO point of view, but that might not be what you were thinking of. Joe, I feel like GW main studio is catering to the lowest common denominator, and it's kind of lost all the soul it used to have. Yeah. It certainly doesn't feel the same way it used to. Loophole. Selling out makes you money in the short term, but if they lose the OG charm, it's not gonna be sustainable. I mean, it's been a long time since we had the OG charm, and the line's only been going up. I think Loophole makes a good point. Do you think it's as simple as people love the slop? I think that's it. Clearly what they're doing is popular. Despite the fact that I don't like it. Despite the fact that I don't like it, other people must do. Other people probably just don't care that much. I think that's probably what it comes down to. I think the kind of people that probably make up my community and probably make up other communities that talk about this kind of stuff and call GW out about it, probably just don't give a shit. Well, the people in my community and other communities talk about, they do give a shit. But people outside of that just don't give a shit. It's just not a big deal to them. That's probably as simple as it gets. What have we got here? Eternal Ron was talking about how you can always get a game. That's true. Reva, I suppose I'll bite. Sprue ergonomics don't matter to me as I build slowly anyways, and the payoff, in my opinion, better looking models than in the past. Fair. Reva, that's fair. I'm not saying you're wrong. This is not a people should agree with me. It's a genuine question. I do think that a lot of the new models look really beautiful. Do you think it's such a strange one? Outside of tournament play, there's a culture issue. A lot of people don't have anything to belong to anymore. The 40k fandom gives something to belong to, hence popularity. That's a good point. Riva, the price is also not a big deal, as I only buy a kit every now and then, so I never really feel the price increases. So it's like, I mean, I guess that makes sense. If you only buy one kit every so often, then I feel like, I wonder, Reaver, if you are the vast majority or if you are an exception. I'm genuinely not sure. And I'm not criticizing, and I mean no ill will either way. Either, maybe that is a big explaining factor of it. Alex Warren, I'm a new player and a lot of my friends are too. A lot of stuff isn't even on the radar. Yeah, I mean, I guess if you... That makes sense, Alex. No, I appreciate you voicing your opinion. I guess if you are a newer player, then none of this... There's an element of, for you, it has not changed. For you, this is the norm. I suppose a good example of this, if I was to... What got me thinking about this, I suppose, was the other day, I was thinking about how Conflict 47 law changes have happened. So Conflict 47 law has changed quite significantly. And overall... You know, there have been some grumblings from the OG community, but most of them are like, if the law has to change so that I can actually fucking find people to play Conflict with and the game becomes big and successful, then I will accept it. I know Tiki is kind of like one of those, and Dexian is one of those as well. But to me, coming in, I'm like, oh my god, all this new law is amazing, yes! And I'm sure many of us who are Rift-pilled are like that. But I suppose it's very different to if you were someone that played it originally, especially the changes like Totem Core, for example. Now they will raise anyone. I suppose when you look at it from that side, you can kind of see it. I thought the law had to change with the purchase. No idea, Syriac. You could be right. MG, they know. Cuban Pills, MG, they know how to market to the completionist in us like video games. But no one ever completes a Warhammer army. But maybe that's the point, right? Joe, I feel like K47 is a bit different though. First edition law is very shallow and surface level. Second has given it more depth. I mean, first edition law, I think it was just like a series of dates, basically, wasn't it, in the front of the book? But I bet there was probably a bit. I think it was mostly just the timeline continuing on, wasn't it? Yeah. Sure, Sandarius, that's fine. Yeah, no dramas. Wall 58th. My first edition change will be 11th. I think it sort of comes down to the poll that we've got as well here. By the way, I'm going to end the poll now, but by the way, I want to say I genuinely appreciate everyone who's commented on that sort of thought that we just had, or that I had, and I appreciate everyone who commented on that, because it's there's a lot of different perspectives out here. Maybe there's not one simple answer. Maybe there's lots of little answers, or maybe there is. Maybe the answer is very simple, and it's just the majority of people like what GW is doing. It's important to, like I say, it's important to sort of look at the different perspectives and realize that maybe, what I don't like is obviously not the same as what everyone likes. I suppose it comes down to 11th edition, though. '11th edition. So if I was getting, let's move the conversation forward, because I don't think there's an answer here. Not an obvious one. The only obvious answer one could be people just like what GW is doing. Okay, fine, fair enough. Would they like what they did before or whatever? Yeah, sure. But let's move the conversation forward so we don't end up just going around in circles and getting bogged down. 10th edition going to 11th edition, I think, is going to be a very, very big watershed moment. It's going to be in some ways, it is going to be a make or break moment. And sometimes I feel like I'm exaggerating this. Sometimes I feel like I'm overthinking it. Maybe it will just be a smooth transition from one edition to the next. Maybe. My gut instinct is telling me that the launch of 11th edition is bigger than a lot of people realize. Because 10th edition has been hugely popular. Wow. I mean, I might shit on GW and Warhammer a bit these days, but my God, has 10th edition been hugely popular. And I enjoyed it greatly at first. I think 10th edition just became quite samey. They did simplify the game quite a lot. And so the games between that and the terrain and the games playing very similarly every time. I think 10th edition is a fine edition, but I think a 10th edition was probably a 2-year edition. I think, as crazy as it sounds, I think 10th edition was probably a 2-year edition. They should have got everything out in 2 years, and then 11th could have been a true 10.5. But I think 10th edition has been a massively popular edition. I think loads of people. I think Warhammer has never been bigger. I suspect more people joined Warhammer 40k in 10th edition than in, at the very least, 8th and 9th combined. Maybe even... I think by far has been the most successful and biggest edition of Warhammer 40k, regardless of FOMO and all that shit. I think just fundamentally 10th edition has been a great success. I think it has. But obviously with a lot of new people coming in, there's a lot of people that I think GW has completely refilled their bucket. And then some, their cup runneth over. But for a lot of people that are going to go through this big... I think there's two camps of people right now in 40k who play the game. And the first camp is longbeards. And the second camp is shortbeards, younglings, new players. I think a lot of longbeards are putting a lot of hope on 11th. I think so. I think a lot of new people are kind of not sure what to expect going through their first edition change. And balancing those two expectations is going to be very interesting for Games Workshop. Because the Longbeards will want to see things like significant changes to make the Longbeards will want to see things like granular points, for example. The Longbeards will probably want a deeper, more complex game. But the new players will want something that doesn't kind of fuck up everything they've done in the last, 12 to 36 months. Sandars, it feels weird to say I've played since mid-90s. That feels like forever ago. You are a Longbeard, yeah. There's basically everyone that played before 10th and everyone that's played only in 10th. Two different camps. And I wonder if those groups have two very different sets of expectations, or if strangely, this might sound kind of crazy, I think both of those groups have the same expectations. I think those two groups have got the same expectations. Because I think the new players are like, okay, we've kind of got to grips with this game. we want to go a bit deeper now. And I think the OG players are like, please, Games Workshop, bring a bit of depth back. We all want change, different changes. Yeah. I don't think anyone wants the game to get any simpler. I think that's the... Let me know if you agree with that. I think that is the one thing that all players in 40k can agree on. I don't think anyone wants the game to get any simpler. I think everyone is looking for something. They're looking for. They need a bit more crunch. That would be my take. We probably can't agree on everything, but the one thing we can probably all agree on is we don't want the game to get simplified anymore. Zeb Taylor, this exact same conversation was being had for the new D&D edition last year. Interesting. My understanding is that the new D&D has not gone well. Wall 58. 40k is so big, one rule set can't work for everyone. I think that's a very good point. Maybe that's the point we've reached. Maybe we have simply reached the point of there is two significant communities in 40k. We've reached the point where there's so many longbeards in the game, everyone who played 9th edition and earlier, and so many new players because of 10th edition being so damn successful at bringing new people in. We've got two probably equally sized camps, and I think that's a testament to the success of 10th edition, that it's managed to bring in as many new players as it's got older players in it. And I wonder if there's a point now where maybe maybe the game doesn't, there needs to be, maybe there's a game for everyone as a game for no one. Loophole. From experience, the stacking of rules and buffs is kind of too much, and our game group would appreciate not having to look at 3 data sheets in a single unit. I agree, but I think that is not the game getting crunchier. I think that's a big criticism that a lot of people have of the game is it's too convoluted. There's too much layering. It's not actually tactical depth. That is just adding a bunch of bullshit on top of each other. I think the core rule, I think the units should be relatively simplistic. I think the core rules should be crunchy. And right now, I think the core rules are very simplistic and the units are crunchy. And that's where I think, and I think that's been baked in from 10th edition from the beginning. Every unit got a unique special rule on their data sheet. Every one. Prior to 10th edition, very few units had unique special rules on their data sheets. Like, literally, like, faction-defining ones. Like, Victrix Guard would, for example. But, like, Blade Guard wouldn't. Yeah. When you were doing the review on Oldhammer, it was just so much more simple. Less abilities and dice rolls. Yeah. Oldhammer is... The rulebook is deep and crunchy and great. But the units are very, very simple. Yeah. Reaver, very good point. Yeah, things are too deadly and things move too fast. That is my criticism of 10th. Strong agree. Strong agree. Yeah. Strong agree. What if the solution is a simple rules rewrite, like a game mode, like narrative, where it has granular points and then a tournament/comp, simplified points cost, then tournament orgs choose one? Yeah, I do think in the past, in the beginning, there was only the cube. Up until now, there's basically been narrative play and match play. Open play doesn't really exist. Previous, as Jar Watt has said, previous iterations of the rules has led us to believe that players will ultimately converge on just one rule system. I think it's because the two rule systems have been too split. It's either too narrative or too matched. And I think maybe there is a Goldilocks situation going on here. There's somewhere in the middle. Like, I think, you know, if Games Workshop, I mean, I've said a few ways I would change the game. I really think we need to go back to 6x4. I think quite a lot would be solved by going back to a 6x4. You can't have units that are getting ever faster and boards which are getting ever smaller. Yeah. I think that would be the first change. 6x4. And then we take it from there. 4-turn missions. God. I wonder if they'll heresy it. Oh my god. God, I hope not. God, I hope not. See, I didn't want Heresy 3.0 to fail. Despite the fact that I milked the shit out of it failing, I did not want Heresy 3.0 to fail. You can actually, all the receipts there on the channel. I was super excited for Heresy. This channel almost became a Heresy channel. Fucking hell. I think that's probably what a few of us are worried about right now. We're probably a little worried about the game Heresying itself. Yeah. Yeah, same, Macon. I actually wanted it to succeed and get into it. Yeah. Yeah. I think that's that's so much. 2-year edition, 4x3 boards, 4 turns. I have fossilized. If that happens, I'm out. I'm just saying it right now. I'm just saying it. I'm fucking GG. I fuck it. Like, I'll just. It's all around us. GG. Oh, man. Yeah. Fucking hell. Do you know what I think it is? The 16th revelation! The 16th revelation! Yeah, man. Yeah. Yeah. I just want 11th edition to be good. I think we're all at the stage. So I heard a rumor that it was coming out sooner than expected, though. I think we're all just. I think, truth be told, and this has just come to me now. Come to me, chat. Come to me. Gather round. A sort of rhombus. I have had the 16th revelation. I don't know if this is a revelation. I've had the first remembrance. Because I've said this already. I know revelation. It dawns on me like a great light bulb becoming energized above my head. Bing! I have seen into the rift, into the warp. The Emperor has blessed me with an answer. / talking out with you guys, I think has given me an answer. I have the answer to everything that we've talked about. I have the answer to everything in the community, to how the community is feeling right now. Everything. Left, right, up, down, spinning in circles. Everything. I have the answer. Why things feel the way they feel right now. Uncertainty. That's what it comes down to. Everyone just wants a little fucking certainty in their Warhammer. There's so much uncertainty in the world of Warhammer right now. GW has, last year, there's been a little bit of tumult in the world of Warhammer. Heresy 3.0, tumult. Price increases, tumult. Warhammer Quest, tumult. And the new law changes, tumult. It's tumultuous times. We don't know, and we know the end of this edition is coming. And we don't know what the new edition holds. So everyone is just feeling very uncertain. That's what it is. I think at this point, people just, they just want to know. They want to rip the Band-Aid off. They just want to know one way or another. Just want to know. That's what it is. That's why we keep talking about why we change this and why we change that and why we do X and why we do Y. It's just been very uncertain. And this is why I think people are starting to gravitate towards some other games and things. Why are people gravitating towards Warhammer the Old World? Because there is certainty there. There's certainty. It's old world. It's OG. Why are people gravitating towards... it might sound strange, but why are people gravitating towards like Bot Action and Conflict 47? Because even though Conflict 47 is emerging, there's a certain level of certainty there. The certainty is that it's new. You don't know exactly what's coming, but you're certain that it's going to be new and different and exciting. You don't know what's coming after that, but weirdly, there's a different kind of certainty that comes with getting into a new game. Especially if you don't own or any models for it already. But with Warhammer, if you own a bunch of models from 10th edition and you've heard a lot of people say things about new editions coming, you might be like, ooh, I don't know what's coming. Or if you're an old beard who's already had half your collection Legends, you don't know what to expect. And we've all seen a few GW flops recently. I think that's what it comes down to. It's just everyone is fucking uncertain and everyone just craves a bit of fucking certainty. And they don't, whether, one way or another, I think that's what it is. Everyone just craves a bit of fucking certainty. Yeah. That's what I think it is. Loophole, we still have these issues. If anything, the new edition is copium. I think the new edition has the potential to be great. I also think it has the potential to fucking kill everything. I think it does. I think 11th edition is a really, really really big fucking deal. And everyone is just really, really, really fucking hoping. Like, this is what it is. I think everyone really fucking hopes GW doesn't fuck it up. That's what it is, man. That's what I'm talking about with uncertainty. Everyone is like, please, Games Workshop, don't fuck up 11th edition. That's what it is. It comes back to what I was saying. It's uncertainty. People just don't know. They're uncertain about it. Yeah. I think that's what it is. I think everyone, it's not even like, it's not even, I think that's all it comes down to. Yeah, GW, yeah, so does. This is it, right? Chat. I love it. Chat. There's 200 plus people in here right now, and I mean this sincerely. I love every single one of you. I want to thank every single one of you. Because the last hour has been a big, rambly load of bullshit. It has done. It has done. But I think all of that rambly bullshit has kind of led to this moment that I think we're all sort of coming together on this moment. Right? Yeah. I think it's this, all of the different avenues we've explored, the different questions, the different things we postulated. I think it just comes down to a huge amount of hope is being pinned on 11th edition. Yeah. Yeah, I think that is it. I think that is it, boys. Agreed. McCon agreed on why I'm reminded of that 10th edition poll you ran a couple of weeks ago. Then 45-ish% of people wanted to be done with 10th. If that stat still holds, it's dangerous waters for GW. Yeah, I mean, I think it's weird. There's definitely a few. It's such a difficult one, right? There's a sentiment like, Leapfall, just one more edition, bro. It will all be better with just one more edition. See, I think 11th edition. See, okay, it's very easy with these kind of conversations to talk about things through the negative lens. It's so easy to do that. Oh, I think it's going to fail and all that kind of stuff. I think it's going to fail. I think it has the potential to be amazing. I think it has greater potential to be amazing than it does to fuck it up. I think 11th edition needs. I think 11th edition will be the edition of gain. It'll be just interesting to see because the new factory's coming up. 11th edition has the potential to be really good. I suppose Alex Warren, right? That is the multi-million-dollar question or multi-billion-dollar. GW is worth like $6 billion now. What would qualify as not fucking it up? Well, here's the... I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. That's kind of a scary answer. From GW's perspective, yeah, the stock going up. Yeah. I don't know. What would qualify? It's an interesting way you phrase that, though. What would qualify as not fucking it up, rather than what would qualify as succeeding? I don't know. What would qualify as fucking it up? Ugh. Yeah, I think...
You heard me? Said cream.
The problem with that is that everyone's going to give you a different answer. Hmm. Yeah. I think everyone, yeah, that's the thing. The game is so big. There's 1,000 different answers for one question. I don't know. I don't know how GW is going to make 11th edition. I tell you what, I'll give you my answer actually. They just need to make a really good game. Okay, this is my honest answer, and this might surprise a lot of people. Because obviously I've been talking a lot about Midhammer and the old ways. I'm actually not entirely against the idea of Warhammer 40k completely rewriting everything. I'm not actually against that. Like, complete... We're going to D10s or something mental. Right? I actually don't care. Not in a, like, I don't care, I'm too jaded kind of way. Nah, man. Like... A good game... What do we always say in this channel? A good game is a good game. It's that simple. A good game is a good game. Doesn't matter. The details, the minutiae is almost irrelevant. A good game is a good game. Why is Conflict 47 so, despite all of its warts and flaws and everything, why is it fucking great? Because it hasn't got any fucking lore. It's coming, but hasn't got it right now. It's, you know, it's coming, and we can all feel the vibes are coming. We can see it because the game is fucking fun. It's fucking fun. It's nothing like Warhammer 40k. It's nothing like Warhammer 40k. Nothing like it. Nothing at all. Why is Old World, despite the fact it's wildly imbalanced, despite the fact that Cathay has been bombing everyone for 6 months, you know, why is Old World great? And so many people going over to it because it's just a fucking good game. Is it clunky in places? Yes. Is it a skirmisher's fundamentally fucked? Yes. But the game is just a damn good game. So what does, for me, what does 11th edition look like? What would make 11th edition pop the fuck off? What would make 11th edition the tits, the bee's knees, the cat's pajamas? Just being a really good fucking game. And it sounds obvious, right? Well, of course it is being a good game. No, it sounds obvious. But what I mean is, if the game is just fucking fun and the game is just fucking good, the details on how it's good, the details, you know, whether they bring the psychic phase back or they don't, or they get rid of all the rerolls or they don't, or who fucking knows. If the game is at its core a good game, then that's the most important thing. That's where 10th edition succeeded, because at its core, 10th edition is a good game. Where does all the negativity come from? Where's all the negativity come from? Me being an old fart. But apart from that, where's all the negativity come from? All the negativity comes from all the shit that's fucking up around the game. Like lore changes. And price increases. And all of the sprues being so impenetrable that even Enigma would be jealous of it. Why is 40k... We've answered our question here. Why is 40k so successful despite all the bullshit GW does? Because the core game is pretty fucking good. It's pretty fun. I mean, I've basically completed 10th edition. That's why I'm kind of burned out on it, because every game goes the same way because I've played it 1,000 different times, and I play against people that have also played it 1,000 times. But if you're getting into it for the first time, then It's a good game. You know, ooh, I draw my secondaries. Ooh, I score those primary points. It's fundamentally it's a good game. It's just basically everyone just no-lifed it for 2 years and completed it. That's why everyone's ready for 11th. That's why GW, the rumors are, is pushing the game to go to a 2-year cycle. Because they know how fucking no-lifey we are on this fucking thing. And they're like, well, 3 years is actually too long. These people get fucking filled up in like fucking 2 years now. Yeah. I think that's what it is. They just need to make a really good game. Yeah. That's it. They can get away with basic... GW can basically get away with anything. And the spark will come back, and everyone will be very, very happy if they just make an absolute fucking banger of a game. That's it. That's the way it's always been. Warhammer is gameplay led. Tabletop war games are gameplay led. A good game is a good game. Why did the latest Call of Duty fail? Because it was a shit game. That's it. Why did the latest Assassin's Creed basically call the downfall of Ubisoft? Because it was a shit game. Why did Expedition 33 win everything in the Game Awards? Because it was a good game. None of the other shit mattered. Graphics didn't matter. Graphics didn't matter. Price didn't matter. You just need the core game to be fucking great. And if the core game is fucking great, then I will be fucking all in on 11th. It's that simple. Yeah. That's my hot take. GW for decades has got away with anything they want. Endless price increases and endless retcons and bullshit lore and all this kind of stuff. They've got away with all of it for years. They've Legends things for years. They gave it a different name. They got away with all of it. The only time everyone started getting pissy was when basically they got bored of the game. Or the game was broken and didn't work. That's why everyone's fucked off on it now, because it's like Catan spam and Victrix and all this kind of bollocks. Yeah, and everyone's played the game 1,000 times. People who haven't played the game 1,000 times fucking love 40k. Good, they should do. Yeah. That's it. That is the 16th revelation. That is the criteria for success for 11th edition. That's it. That's the criteria for success. If the core game is good, nothing else matters. That's it. So now the big question is, will the game be good? And that's the question that no one can answer. Even the cynical ones of you that will go, no! Or the fucking ball washers that will go, yes! No one will know, because we haven't. The only people that know it is the intern at GW. Because he's still writing the rules. So there you go. So Newbie, I'm not yet had a game of 10th, but I'm still worried. I'm looking forward to the RTT in March, but I'm still worried about it. And 11th is, what if I don't like it? Well, you can't worry about things you can't change. Lupo, I don't see them fumbling the bag so much the game dies. I can. Like, I'm not saying they're going to, but I can certainly see a world in which GW just fucks it. I hope they don't. I really, 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 really hope they don't. I cannot express enough how much I hope they don't. I want Element Edition to be the biggest, bestest, most successful game in the fucking world. I want it to take the markets to hitherto unseen heights. But of course I can see a world in which they fuck it up. Look at the Horus Heresy 3.0. Look at Lord of the Rings. But both of those games, I don't think it's likely. Truth be told, I don't think it's likely. Because I think that I don't think it's likely. Because I think that GW would put their, they know 40k is the cash cow, and they would just, whatever it took, they would, I think they'd put the money into it. AOS 4th edition, though, is main studio. Uh, 11th edition, I think, will be the test. I think if this sort of just occurred to me. A lot of people talk about how GW is basically like a bag of shit now, right? They, you know, a lot of people say that. Like, they can't write lore for dick, they can't write rules for dick, all this kind of stuff. I don't know. I don't necessarily agree with that. But 11th edition will be a great moment. 11th edition could be a great triumph for Games Workshop. Because if they deliver an absolute banger of a game, then they shut everyone up. All of the naysayers, all of the fucking, all of the people that fucking shit on them, including me, they will shut everyone the fuck up. I think that's the I think Games Workshop wants this to be the biggest success it can be, because they can say to everyone, shut the fuck up. We do have good talent here. We do make the best games. There's a reason we are the big fucking dick. We're the big dicks. Big swinging dicks. We're the big dog. That's what GW needs. 11th edition has the potential. The thing is, why is 11th so big? Because there's a lot of people right now which shitting on GW. There are. And they're taking a lot of flack. And if 11th edition comes out and is bad, then all of those people will go, see, we told you. All of those people will say, we told, you know, like, we know what we're talking, you know, I think we're all talking about the same thing here. There's going to be a lot of people that are going to be like, see, we told you that GW had gone woke and all this kind of shit. We told you that they were just full of hacks and that there was no talent there, and all of their critics will be vindicated, and the GW will get a lot of egg on their face. But if they can land 11th edition and they can be an absolute smasher, smashing, if it can be an absolute smasher, then the egg will not be on their face. The egg will be on their critics' face. And everyone who washed GW's balls will be very, very happy, and they'll be able to walk around telling everyone that they were right. So yeah, that's why I think 11th edition matters, because there's a lot of people that level a lot of criticism at Games Workshop, and it's their chance, it's their opportunity to prove that they are right. To prove that they're right. I think so. Yeah. Yeah, a loophole. A good 11th edition will restore trust. Very good point. Very, very, very good point. It will restore trust. Tannum, do you think with GW going old school with a lot of newer space models, giving them more ornate armor and releasing the upgrade sprues, is that a sign that 11th edition might be a bit retro? Ooh, good question. I think that Games Workshop retro is one way of putting it. I think that Games Workshop has somewhat begrudgingly accepted that the Primaris experiment has failed. The idea of Primaris is that the models were meant to look more tactical, more modern, more like quote-unquote realistic, less gaudy. And I think the return of the Terminators, the return of the Stern Guard, the return of so many characters looking way more blinged up, is basically GW admitting that people like the more exaggerated gothic elements of 40k style, especially for the Imperium. Yeah, I think that's what it is. I don't know if they'll ever say we're getting rid of Primaris, but I think there might. If they do acknowledge it, it will be a sort of somewhat lore throwaway that says, at this point, Firstborn Marines and Primaris are so similar. Primaris have got some slight advantages physically, but Firstborn Marines have got decades of experience, which gives them the edge. So basically, they're all the same now, and they'll just stop referring. Yeah, at that point, yeah. If they say it at all, that's what they might acknowledge. Basically, there's the Primaris is only really a difference in lore and not really a difference in rules, because you can see that in the tabletop. So Primaris, for those that don't know, what was the defining difference between a Primaris Marine and a Firstborn? Who can tell me? Who could? Children. That's don't be children. Students. Who can tell me the difference, rules-wise, between a Primaris Marine and a Firstborn Marine? Eternal Rhombus has got it. The reason Primaris Marines were different on tabletop, different to Firstborn, was that they had 2 wounds. Maybe they had an extra attack as well. That was it. They were like, all of these improvements on Primaris gave them an extra wound and an extra attack of regular Marines. Now, how many wounds does Firstborn have? And how does GW do attacks these days? Well, Firstborn have got 2 wounds now. And an Astartes chainsword is the same in everyone's hands. A close combat weapon is the same in everyone's hands. Oh, so yeah, I mean, I know they did it because of Primaris, because of copyrights. But I'm saying in-game, what was the difference? Yeah. So they basically have, from a gameplay point of view, there's no difference between a Primaris Marine and a Firstborn anymore. They're both exactly the same. 3 wound intercessors. Cool. We can only hope. Won't make any difference to me. I only run damage 3 battle cannons and plasma cannons. There we go. You could be until they make Marines damage 8. I won't worry, because my minimum damage on a vanquish cannon is 7. Yeah. The Firstborn still have 1 attack. Interesting. I thought that Astartes chainsword was Astartes chainsword. It's very. I will believe you. I imagine, but the difference is very, very slight at this point. It's very, very slight. Tannen, maybe retro wasn't the correct word, but maybe a sign that rules will follow the models. The rumor is the new edition is Blood Angels and Orcs to Armageddon. Maybe it's just nostalgic delusions. I mean, I think what Games Workshop will do. Okay. Hot, steamy take could be the The 17th. It's not the 17th revelation. Autonomous made a prediction before. I'm going to make a prediction right now. I'm going to make a prediction. I can feel it flowing through me. Are you ready? The new edition of Warhammer 40k is going to be a Primaris rehash of the second edition launch box. Blood Angels versus Orcs. We know that's going to happen, right? That's not me predicting that. We know that's happening because basically that's leaked. At the same time, Games Workshop will do a rerun of the second edition launch box. But not only will they rerun the launch box, they will do a rerun, maybe in the launch box, of the rules. 11th and 2nd will launch at the same time. That is my prediction. That is my prediction. It will be... The rerun box will cost 5 times more, though. I think they'll... Maybe. The prophecy! The prophecy! Because with 10th, they relaunched Battle of Macragge, didn't they? But I don't know if it came with any rules. No, because I don't think they'll balance second edition. No, it'll just be a run. Just a run. It will be the old second edition launch box, exactly as it was, rerun. So whatever came in that second edition launch box, there you go. So, and it'll be just 2 launch, just that's the prophecy. I don't know if that's right. that's my prophecy. And they won't try and balance second edition. It'll just be a one-off rerun of it. What came in that book? Did you get the main rule book? Warhammer 40k second. I really need to catch up with Super Chats in a moment. Second edition launch box contents. You did get the second edition rulebooks. Codex Imperialis background, War Gear book, 20 Blood Angel Space Marines, include 2 Sergeants, 2 Flamers, 2 missile launchers, 14 bolters, 40 Gretchen, a card Dreadnought, 14 dice, templates, and cardboard terrain. There was also some orcs in there as well, I'm pretty certain. I think it was 40 Gretchen and 20 Space Orcs. Yeah. That's what it'll be. It'll be this. Oh, wow, that's a big picture. I mean, I want a big picture. Give me the big picture, you... Yes. This will launch. This will be the contents. You did get the rulebook in there. 20 Space Marines, 20 Space Orcs, 40 Gretchen. That would sell like hotcakes. I would get one. I would get one. There you go. Cardboard Dreadnought. My wallet is crying. The old second edition box art was cool, man. I wonder how many people have... I mean, people must have seen it before, right? It went pretty hard. It's not a great picture, but there you go. Iconic, man. It'll come out with the same old logo. It'll be exactly the same. Like down to the last detail, it will be an exact rerun. That's what I reckon. And then the new version that they release will be this, but completely modernized. A bit like how they did it with Crimson Fists. Pardon me. Yeah, like they did it with Crimson Fist, right? So this was the original Crimson Fist artwork on the 3rd edition Space Marine Codex, right? And then they redid it. They redid a Primaris version of it, which looks cool, by the way. I've nothing. It looks really good. It looks pretty badass. I actually like both. I like both pretty equally, actually, because this is obviously cool as fuck and pretty badass for its time. This is obviously just much much more detailed, but still very much captures the same vibe. Kind of cool. There's like an old Beaky Marine. There's a couple of old Beaky Marines there. Some old Firstborn fighting alongside their Primaris brothers. Look, he's got a bolt rifle. He's got a bolter. He's got a bolter. He's got the new bolt pistol. Yeah, it's kind of cool. So, yeah, it's cool as fuck. So I think they'll do that, but with the second edition box. And GW will basically... It will kind of be... It will kind of be a bit of a send-off for the old edition. Or maybe it'll be the start of something beautiful. They've already done Battle of McCrag, though. I wonder... I was going to say, then the next time they'll do 3rd edition, but... No. I think they'll... No, they did. The Battle of McCrag wasn't 3rd edition. That was 4th edition, wasn't it? Endless money spinner for GW, this one. Every time they launch a new edition, launch the subsequent old edition. At some point, they'll be doing the 6th... Oh, my... If they did the 6th edition launch, it's not even a bad thing. Dark Vengeance was one of the best boxes they ever released. Go and look at the contents of Dark... Fuck it, I'll do it. Right? Was it Dark Vengeance or Dark Imperium? Dark Vengeance. Right? I'm going to tell you something. It's going to make you cry. But just know, you can't hate me because it's not my fault. Alright? Because I didn't make this rule. Right. Look at this. Look at this. Right? Look at this box. Look at this for a launch box. You got the rules. It was a little mini rule book, like a little pocket travel rule book. You got 20 cultists, 6 chosen, and 2 chaos characters. And you got 2 Space Marine characters, 5 Terminators, 10 Tactical Marines, 3 Bikers, and a Dreadnought. Do you want to know how much this box set was when it launched? £55. Anyway, just whilst chat is collectively shitting itself, I'll I will move on to the super chats. There you go. All right, let's. How much? £55 in credits. In freedom dollars at the time, it's probably about $75, $80. That man, that's conflict pricing. Yeah, something like that. Anyway, where are we up to? Super chats, and then let's wrap up, boys. I'm quite glad we've got to our revelation. Fifth issue was $90. I mean, maybe you guys got shafted on it more in America, but it was 55 quid in the UK. I literally checked it before I showed the picture. Yeah, you can have that entire box, or you can have Titus. Well, that's not really fair because different prices back in the day. When did it release? When did Warhammer 40k 6th edition release? 2012. How much is 55 pounds in 2012 worth today? £84.30. There you go. So however you slice it, it would be a pretty good deal. All right, let's have a look here. So we had Simple Logic come in with the big 20. Nice. And then we had Trooper, and then we've got Esprat Knob, love it. Thank you so much for 31 months. Double X Force, baby. Is the Warriors of Chaos Battalion and Marauder box a good first army? Yes. Like, very, very, very fucking good. If you can get both of those, you will have probably about 3,000 plus points of Warriors of Chaos. Lots of flexibility in units, and the only thing you might want to add on top of that would be some kind of Chaos Lord on a monster, either a dragon or a manticore, either or. Just because Chaos Lords on dragons are kind of fucking cool, but not necessary, not necessary at all. But yeah, those two boxes and a big Chaos Lordy thing would be probably a peak Chaos army. You'd have cavalry, heavy hitters, chaff, the lot. Yeah. There you go. Mark Telebalan, Deastal! Mark Telebalan, thank you so much for the 10 gifted memberships, baby! The 10 extra state troops to hold the line in the name of the Emperor. Praise be to Tal. Praise be. Praise be. Mark, thank you so much for 10 gifted memberships, man. We've also got Nick the Salamander. Thank you for the super chat, bro. What would a 4th edition Met Guard list look like? 3 Chimeras, 2 tanks, and Basilisks? I want to get some older Chimeras, and I'm wondering how many kidneys to sell low. What is a good number of Chimeras? What, for 4th edition? Okay, so. There's 2 ways you can go about it. The first way is to understand that in a normal Imperial Guard army, you can only take 1 armored fist squad for every normal platoon of infantry you take. So you're going to have to take a minimum of 25 infantry and then get a Chimera, which another 10 infantry go inside. This obviously does not fulfill your dreams of a mechanized company. The other way will solve your problem, but is way more extreme. The other way is you go to the back of the book and look at the regimental doctrines. And out of the 5 choices, out of the big list of things you get to pick, one of them is called mechanized, which means that every infantry unit in your army must take a Chimera. There's no in between. So, if you want to get a 4th edition... Now, fortunately for you, there is a guide. and I will help you. Where is it? Ooh, I'm trying to find an ancient scroll here. It might be a little difficult. I might not be able to find it actually. Come on, you fucking bastards. That wasn't it. There was a different one. Hang on. Ah, I've got a better one. Sometimes the best place to find information is in the ancient scrolls. So I believe, if my memory serves me, there is an example army in here. There you go. This should be your endeavor if you want an Armageddon Steel Legion army. A mechanized army in Warhammer 40k 4th edition. That middle picture right there. That should come out to about 1,500 points. So you basically, what you have there is 4 chimeras with a 10-man squad in each one. And then 3 command squads, and they each get their own chimera as well. Because how the force structure works. 1 second. You see how the force structure works in 4th edition is you have to take 1 command squad as your HQ choice. And this is your overall, this is not like a generic command squad. This is your like army command squad. Your leader of your army is an officer and his command squad. That's your company command squad. And then you need one of those. And then you need to take 2 infantry platoons. Okay? And those infantry platoons come with a command squad, but a lower level one, but basically another command squad and 2 infantry squads. So that's why it makes sense you have 7 chimeras, because you've got 1 platoon, 2 squads, and their command squad, and they all get their own chimera. A second platoon, 2 squads, and a command squad, and they all get their own chimera. And then you have to have the army command squad, and he gets his, and they get their own chimera, which is why you have 7. And by the time you spent all those points, you've got enough left over for a Hellhound and a Lehman Russ. So there you go. So if you find the 4th edition, Codex, and then you find the Armageddon Codex, or you find pictures of it, and you basically follow that guideline, this will be your guide. There you go. I haven't worked out the points exactly, but it will definitely be, I mean, I suspect it'll be more than enough. Yeah. And that all follows the 4th edition Codex and the mechanized regimental doctrine that you see there. This regiment is uniformly mounted in Chimera transports. All guard infantry units must take Chimera transport, whether they normally have that option or not. There you go. Nick, I hope that helps. Next, we've got Sir Newbie. Thank you for the super chat, man. My take on this is stream discussion. Too much to super chat it. Let's have a look. The reply to the current chat and stream. I joined late 7th and 8th was new. Then come 9th was a bit like the same, but more toned down and spamming command rerolls and some rules. Then came 10th, flipped a lot of things. Points, weapons and such gone. Lots of units, legends, wild FAQs, nerfs and buffs. I think 11th will be more toned and down and streamlined like 10th, but you're right. We just don't know what's been going on with GW lately with drama and such. It has people on edge. As for succeeding, the Amazon show goes well. Warhammer Total War goes well. 11th will be a bit like 10th, but more streamlined and more favorable. No to little models / units getting legends. I think so. I think they've got all the legends out of their system now. As for fucking it up, 11th goes into more simple or boring, less flavor, with more models being legends and the legends being axed fully. I can see them getting rid of legends, like gone. The Amazon Watch going full political. The Amazon show going full political and such. 140k Total War is a buggy and playable mess, but this is my take on it so far. Young beards, long beards, we just want some honesty and see a glimpse at the end of this tunnel and hope it leads to a warm, shiny light, not a burning pit. Price will go up regardless, but we're diving more into 3D and third-party stuff. Drama outside will still go on, but the main focus for us is to have a good space to escape such things. Agreed. So, Newbie, I think that is basically the perfect take on this, and I agree with it 100%. The thing is, right now, that there's only drama going on. And we need the game to be really good to basically shoo away all the drama. That's what we need. Yeah. So, but yeah, I think your take is very, very, very succinct. And I think it's very insightful. I don't really have more to add to it. Yeah, I think you're right. Bang on right, mate. Sam Gardner coming in next. Thank you so much for the 25-month member flex. Double X Force, baby! Yes! Your rift mongering pulled me back in. Shame. Wait. Is this you? Oh, no, Sam Gardner. Sorry, I thought I got you mixed up with someone else in an stream discussion. Sorry, man. So, Sam Gardner, what you're saying is you have become rift-pilled. Yes! Yes! May the power of the rift flow through you. Dude. K47 is great. Very exciting. Very good. Yeah. I love it. I look forward to every game of it. And I just keep trying. I actually had some big K47 news, but I don't really have time to talk about it now. The stream's gone on a bit long. Sorry, guys. I know. You're all gonna be like, no more. I'll tell you tomorrow. Or Wednesday. Maybe more Wednesday. I'm gonna check something here. 1 minute. I have some news and then some stuff I can't tell you about. But the news was about the game of Conflict 47 I played this weekend, and it was really good. And the thing I can't talk to you about is I can't talk to you about it just yet. But you'll have to wait till tomorrow for it. Yeah. I have to wait till tomorrow. What have we got next? Sir Newbie, thank you for the super chat. We could just make a round-based comp like for the old world. Yeah, I mean, I think we just make the Rift comp. What would be a good... If we needed to make a conflict community comp, would that be it? No, we can't have that. We can't have conflict community comp where all of the words are spelt with a K, because that acronym has been used already, and unfortunately, it has a bad rap. Oh, no. Oh, you mean a round-based comp for 40k 11th edition? See, I don't think anyone. Snoopy, I don't know. I think it's needed, but I don't know who is going to go for it. I think someone see, the thing is, someone in this community, or several people in the community, need to come together and lead. The truth is, I don't know who would do it. Before you all say, Mordid, you should do it. I don't have the time. And I suspect a lot of people don't have the time. I actually entertained making my own version of 40k recently. But I literally don't have a spare minute. Yeah. Yeah. I think it's just someone within the community who is respected, sensible, and professional, who has got the attention of the new players and the respect of the old players, and who clearly plays the game. Probably, if anyone wants to do it, that would be the criteria that would need to be filled. That would need to be filled. I don't know who's in the community. I don't know if who would stand up and do that. There are a few people I could think of, maybe, but I don't know if they'd be bothered. Yeah, it can't be me. Jenny, you joke, but no, I'm not that well respected in the community. I'm not that well respected. I'm not that professional. I'm not that well known. So if I did it, people would be like, I don't give a fuck. You need industry tournament report to support too. Yeah, I mean, I think that's where it needs to come from. I think the UKTC ITC would need to basically... UKTC ITC WTC would need to come together. Or one of the three. It would take one of the three, actually. That's all it would take. It's all it took in the past. Why did ITC take over 8th edition as like the main way to play? Because it comes back to that fundamental truth, Sir Newbie and others. That fundamental truth. A good game is a good game. And do you know why Games Workshop bought out the ITC? Do you know why they did that? Because it was a threat to them. Because towards the end of 8th edition, the go-to way to play was ITC. And it was free online. It wasn't quite taking over the main way of GW, but more and more tournaments were signing up for it. And if you didn't have an ITC tournament, it was actually a bit like, oh, meh. So all it would take is, but Frontline Gaming were well known and were well respected. They'd earned their respect by running LVO every year. Eric, Northern Exodus released his 40k Exile edition for free. Yeah, I'm aware. It'll be interesting to see. It'll be interesting to see how it goes on. I've not tried it myself yet. I think a big part of it will come down to... I think right now people are waiting for 11th. So it'll be interesting. I think weirdly, I think it is more like if 11th edition doesn't quite scratch the itch, it might pick up steam around then. More steam. I think it's doing fine right now. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's kind of it. We just, so if WTC or ITC, if someone came out and did a good comp. What would a comp look like? Custom missions and better terrain rules. Basically those two things. That's all ITC was. That's all ITC was. Custom missions, better terrain rules. That was it. Nothing else. That's all it takes. So that's all. I think that's all it would take again. But it can't be something slapped together. It can't be something slapped together by Tony Stark. Well, no, Tony Stark could do it because he'd be well respected. But it can't be someone. It can't be something slapped together by a general bod on the street. I think it needs to come from a community leader. Yeah. That's my thoughts anyway. As for the other topic, the conflict comp, the conflict friendly comp, I'm pretty certain no one has the acronym KFC copyrighted. The conflict tournament comp, the KTC, the KT. Maybe just conflict comp. I'm not sure. The Totem comp. That's quite clever. The Totem comp. I quite like that. Because it also kind of works as a tournament comp. So there's like, it kind of works both ways. Yeah, the TK. I think there's something there. Yeah. Corridor, I finally managed to get in a few conflict games, one with Tiki, and it's come to my LGS, and I'm so hyped. Yes. Yes. The revolution spreads, brother. The fire rises. That's, yeah, I'm conflict is fucking great. It's fucking great, and I cannot wait to see more and more people pick it up. I really think we're at the beginning of something pretty beautiful here with the conflict. With the old conflict 47. I was the guy who ran both the Mammoth and the Mastodon. Hey, that was a sick list. Very all or nothing, but that was a sick list. Reminds me, I need to get myself a Mastodon at some point. Yeah. All right. But on that note, gentlemen, I think we're going to wrap things up. It's been a hell of a stream. It's been a hell of a stream. Heady heights and terrible lows. But before I rush off, strangely, I'm going to make a confession. Father Chat, forgive me for I have sinned. It's my time for my weekly confessional. I have been quite worried about the 11th edition, and I've been quite worried about Warhammer and Games Workshop. And that's been no secret. But after today's stream, I actually feel strangely way more confident. Like, way more, like, I don't know if confident, way more certain about the situation. Yeah. It's Daddy Chat to you, young man. Thank you, Daddy Chat. Yeah, Yeah, I don't know. I think sometimes, I've said this again and again and again, just talking through this stuff, bouncing ideas off each other, getting the takes from the community, you know, the ones that agree with me, the ones that don't agree with me, all of that shit's super, super valuable. And I always keep a super open mind about it. And I think, you know, us talking about, you know, what would a success look like? Where is 10th going to go? Where's 11th going to go? All that kind of stuff. Yeah, I think that's, I think 11th edition, I think 11th edition has such great potential to just get us all back on track. Because there's been too much like sort of drama going on in the 40k world, and I think 11th edition has. I think 11th is going to get us. I think it's going to get us back on track. Maybe it's cope. Maybe it's not. We've talked about the negatives. We've talked about the positives. We've talked about what might work, what might not work. We've talked about all of it. But I guess the big thing is we can't do anything about it, but wait and see what happens. And whatever happens, it'll be interesting. Yeah. I think it'll be the addition of gain, though. I think I don't know if you guys have heard some of the shit that's coming down the pipeline, but talking about Eldar Exodites coming, I think someone said Legion of the Dan was coming back. I don't know, man, but a lot of big talks been coming, and I'll tell you one thing that's worth mentioning. Why I think it'll be the addition of gain. Think about how many new factions came out in 10th edition. Like Emperor's Children and other ones like that. So many new factions which got their first wave in 10th. I think every faction is going to get big releases in 11th. And that 10th was all about cutting. 10th is all about cutting down the model lines of things they didn't want to produce in metal and resin anymore. That was what 10th I think 10th edition may end up being the painful medicine we all had to take. And I'm hoping 11th edition is like, okay, you've all been good boys and girls now. You've taken your medicines. Now it's time for the big gains. I can see it. It's not guaranteed. It's not guaranteed at all. But I can see it. 11th. The more I think about it, the more I hope 11th edition will be the edition of gain. And it'll be a good game. And all it needs to do is be a good game. Yeah. That's what we hope. That's the positive note that we will end on. And hey, if it does all go a bit to shit, well then, truly at that point, send me to the black ships. Truly at that point, right? Truly at that point. Anyway, did you see GW's best model ever? Metal Terminator Chaplain came back, made to order today. Interesting. Let me have a look. Is that on Space Marines? New releases, is it? I can't see it. Maybe it's to be on Warhammer Community. Oh, the new Marauders are on pre-order. Hooray! Very good. See? I was upset about the Marauders taking a long time to arrive, but now that they're here, I'm happy. I can't find it. Squawk. Could be on the pre-order thing. Oh, we're getting a bunch of new battle forces. I presume all the battle forces will be FOMO, chat. Please Correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, I at this point presume every battle force will be FOMO until otherwise stated. The new Marauders are very good. I will give GW a lot of credit. The new Marauders are very, very good. I may take back what I said before about me preferring the old Marauders. I reserve the right to say that I was wrong. Yeah. I think it's the helmet with the eye holes in it, which is what does it for me. I mean, I'll say this, all those battle forces look pretty legit. The Emperor's Children one looks good. Now, okay, not so convinced by the T-Sons one. It's just Terminators and characters. Not so convinced by the Death Guard one. It's just bloat drones and shite. The I think the Emperor's Children one is the best one because it's just a lot of Marines and a Demon Prince. All things you'd want in an Emperor's Children army. Yeah, there you go. I can't see the make to order though, but there we go. All righty ho ho. Gentlemen, thank you so much for your support. The Wardits one is awful. You can only have demons in one detachment. Yeah, I don't mean to put anybody off or to upset anyone who may have purchased the Demon Prim one. Demon fucking corner one. But I wouldn't buy a single fucking demon until they are confirmed to be in 11th. Because there is absolutely a situation where GW sells you all a bunch of fucking demon models and then goes, ha! Off to Sigmar with them. And there's a bunch of bag holders being left around. So, yeah, I would definitely... demons are getting siloed one way or another. We just don't know if it's the Age of Sigmar silo or the 40k silo. If they're smart, they'll send them over to 40k. Yeah. Anyway, on that note, I want to say a huge thank you in the Sunday preview. Oh. 1 minute. You've almost got rid of me. Sunday preview. Bunch of Age of Sigmar shit. Ooh. Hey, here we go. Classic Space Marines return for limited time only. Oh, that's cool. So I actually recently bought both those models for dirt cheap. So I probably won't be getting them. I like these two, though. I would probably get these two. Yeah, so I have that trifecta of characters for my Blood Ravens. If I was to get any, I'd get these two, but even then, I think you could probably find them on eBay for cheaper. But we'll see. Yeah. There's more. Oh, sick, yeah. I'm definitely going to get that chaplain. Don't care about any of those. Yeah, I think to be honest, I think the only model out of all of those I would get would be that chaplain. The rest are fine. But that's probably the one I'd go for. Chaplain Cassius. Yeah, sick. Sick, mate. There we go. I think it's Cassius anyway. Yeah, it is. Yeah, have his facey enough. I wish they'd re-release the fucking Tyrannic War Veterans. I'd get a few of them. Yeah, yeah. All righty ho ho. Thank you for finding that for me, guys. I thought that was cool. But on that note, I really must dive off. Let me find the outro music. Cool. Gentlemen, thank you so much for watching. Thank you for helping me talk through some of the thoughts and things that I'd had re 40k. And thank you for all your support. Thank you for all the super chats, member flexes, gifted memberships, and all of that amazing stuff. And thank you for just being the best bunch of beautiful bastards on the internet. I hope you all enjoyed today's stream. Thank you for watching. And of course, as always, I'll see you guys next time.
On Mordian never fades, and the sun's a ghostly flame. We march to war on full display in the Emperor's holy name. Hey! The drums they pound, the boots they shine, and step through death's domain. For the 50th Rifles hold the line, and never shall we wane. Form ranks, hold the line, stand fast and stake our claim. The Iron Guard will ever shield the Emperor's holy reign. Form ranks, shoulder arms, no fear, no fault, no pain. For the 50th Rifles never yield, we're Mordian's watchful flame. 1, 2, 3, 4, stand tall, 3, 4. We march through ash and shattered halls where demons scream and die. Our volleys ring like chapel calls neath Emperor's watching eye. Oh, some will bend and others burn and others fade away. But the 50th Rifles never turn, with iron will we stay. Form ranks, hold the line, stand fast and stake our claim. The Iron Guard will ever shield the Emperor's holy reign. Form ranks, shoulder arms, no fear, no fault, no pain. For the 50th Rifles never yield, we're Mordian's watchful flame. 1, 2, 3, 4, stand tall, 3, 4. Our boots are bright, our banners high, our buttons catch no grime. We fight as one, we live, we die in perfect holy time. No fear, no drop of cowardice, our thunder breaks the night. Our last guns cut through fog and mist with volleys burning bright. Form ranks, hold the line, stand fast and stake our claim. The Iron Guard will ever shield the Emperor's holy reign. Form ranks, shoulder arms, no fear, no fault, no pain. For the 50th Rifles never yield, we're Mordian's watchful flame. 1, 2, 3, 4, stand tall, 3.